territory. And is there a risk of escalation? Their foreign minister said today they strongly urge the U.S. to avoid a situation capable of leading to direct military clash with Russia. So if they start saying that now American weapons are being fired into what they are considering Russian territory, does that risk escalation?
So we've said this before, and we'll say it again. We do not seek conflict with Russia. Of course, we are attentive to managing escalation in this conflict, as always, as we have been for the past 6 months or more of this war, and so throughout this year. But to reiterate, there is only one country that is responsible for this war, and that is Russia. They are the ones who are causing this brutal war. They start this conflict and could end this at any time. Yeah, good.
Thanks, Karine. What is the White House's take and the President's take on World Bank President Malpass's comments on climate change? And does the President still have confidence in Mr. Malpass?
So I'll take your, I guess I'll take both your questions first. So we disagree with the comments made by President Malpass. We expect the World Bank to be a global leader of climate ambition and mobilization as well, of significantly more climate finance for developing countries, as is the business of the World Bank. The Treasury Department, which oversees our engagement with international financial institutions, has and will continue to make that expectation clear to the World Bank leadership.
And with regard to the confidence that the President has or does not have?
Again, we disagree with the comments of the President. I'll leave it there.
I have one other question on today's news. The markets are falling, the stock markets are falling. The dollar is strengthened significantly, the pound has dropped. What is the White House's take on that and the broader implications for the U.S. economy?
So the stock market, as you've heard us say many times, is just one measure of the economy that shows how the economy is doing. And so we are always watching these different indicators closely, including the stock market. It's also important to look at what's happening on Main Street. This is something that we think is important, as you've heard us talk about, to also look at. We have one of the strongest job markets on record with 3.7 unemployment rate, and we've created 10 million new jobs in the president's 19 months in office. More people are looking for work, and we think those indicators are important as well. So because of the economic plan, the businesses are investing in America at record rates, and we are making more in America, and that is important to note as well. We always know, there's always more work to do, but the president, with his economic plan, whether it's the American Rescue Plan that got the economy started, which we see this historic economy, or the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is going to create millions of jobs and fix our infrastructure, fix our supply chain, or it's the Inflation Reduction Act. All of these are pieces of the president's economic plan that we're going to continue to work through, and is going to make sure we don't leave anybody behind. But again, this is one of the strongest job markets that we have seen on record, and so what we are seeing, and I've said this before, you've heard this from Brian Deese, is a transition to a more steady and stable growth, and that's what we're currently seeing and in the process of moving the economy into.
Karine, protests are still underway in the wake of the death of Mahsa Amini in the hands of Iran's morality police. I know the Treasury Department yesterday issued those sanctions. Are there other tools the U.S. feels they have at their disposal to try to respond to this? And I was also hoping you could possibly speak to the president's personal response to it as well.
So Mahsa Amini's death after injuries, as you all know, sustained while in police custody for wearing an improper hijab is an appalling and egregious affront to human rights. Our thoughts are with Mahsa's family and loved ones. And as President Biden clearly stated at UNGA, he spoke to this, we need, and this is quote, we stand with brave citizens and brave women of Iran who right now are demonstrating to secure their basic rights, end quote. Women in Iran should have the right to wear what they want, free from violence or harassment. Iran must end its use of violence against women for exercising their fundamental freedoms. there must be accountability for Mahsa's death. Again, you mentioned the sanctions that was announced by the Department of Treasury just yesterday, and Treasury also designated 7 senior Iranian security officials as well, including Iran's Minister of Intelligence, for their roles in the suppression and killing of peaceful protesters since 2019. And so we will continue to use all available tools at our disposal to make sure that we pursue accountability.
And on this storm that's approaching Florida, I know that FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell today spoke with Governor DeSantis. Does President Biden himself plan on speaking to the governor?
I don't have any calls to preview at this time. Okay.
Are you declining to say whether or not the president has confidence in David Malpass?
I stated very clearly where we stand on that.
Has the president or any of his advisors spoken with anyone else?
I don't have a call to preview at this time.
Thanks. Another one on Iran. Is the situation forced the administration to reevaluate its pursuit of a nuclear agreement?
So we have been very clear that our number one goal is to make sure that, look, I'll start here. We have concerns. We do. We have concerns with Iran, but the JCPOA is the best way for us to address the nuclear problem. And we have been very clear that our goal is to make sure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. So as long as we believe pursuing JCPOA talks is in the U.S. national security interest, we will do so. We will continue to use other tools to address other problems with Iran's behavior, but we believe this is the best path forward to make sure that we have these negotiations.
And the UK Prime Minister Liz Truss is pursuing an economic program including tax cuts for the wealthy that's causing some economic headwinds in that country. And is the U.S. concerned about broader economic fallout from that plan? And are you monitoring what Prime Minister Truss is trying to push through there?
So I can't speak to the plan. I have not read it. I would need to speak to our team. I'm not going to really, at this time, speak to another country's plan on what they plan or not plan to do on their taxing the wealthy. So I'm just not going to respond to it at this time. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. A number of outlets matched the Washington Post report this morning that, in addition to the public warnings to Moscow, there have been private communications. What more can you tell us about the communications to Russia warning against the use of nuclear weapons?
So I'm not going to speak to any private or discussions at this time. We've been very clear. The president was loud and clear during his UNGA address about what we're seeing. We will not, the votes that we're seeing, this sham referendum is illegitimate. We've been very clear. I'm not, again, going to comment on private communications. Again, you've heard the president. He not only said it at UNGA, he said it during his 60 Minutes interview in his New York Times op-ed on Ukraine a few months ago. And so we've been very clear, and we have warned. We have actually warned about the sham referendum for many, many months. And so now we see the playbook of Putin, what he's doing right now. He is not moving forward with any strength here. This is weakness that we're seeing from him. He is losing ground in the battlefield, and this is a playbook of his that is not surprising. But we have been very clear about what if he moves forward with annexation, we will not recognize it, and we will continue to condemn those actions.
Can you share a little bit about what the U.S. assessment is of how serious Vladimir Putin is about his threat to use nuclear weapons? He has threatened it before, but of course it was at the beginning of the war, and the dynamics are very different now. So if you could just share a little bit about what your thinking is of how serious that threat is.
So we obviously take these threats very seriously, but we have not seen any reason to adjust our own nuclear posture at this time. Look, the consequences of a nuclear use by Russia, the president was very clear about this, especially during his 60-minute interview, would be disastrous for the world. And Russia would be a pariah on the world stage. But again, we are not seeing any reason to adjust our own posture, but we take this threat very seriously. move around. Yeah, Peter.
On the Iranian president who was here in the U.S. just recently, why did the Biden administration grant a visa waiver for President Raisi to come to the United States, given the crackdown that we're witnessing take place in his own country?
Because he attended the UN. You mean the UNGA?
He was here as part of the United Nations.
No, I know. I'm just talking. You're talking about UNGA specifically. Look. It is UNGA is an opportunity for, as we know, heads of states, global world leaders to come together and talk through their agreements, disagreements, how they're going to move forward, and that's what you saw. And everyone had an opportunity, as you know, to speak to the hall, but also to speak to the global. It was a global stage, and we believe everyone has that right to do that as it is part of the UN Charter. I'm not going to speak any specifically on his visa.
For clarity, though, there was no engagement between the United States and Iran while he was here. While it comes with the ability to do that, we did not take up that opportunity to engage with him directly. Correct?
I don't have anything to share on that front. We have been very clear and forthcoming on who he engaged with, who the president engaged with while he was in New York this past week.
To this effect a little bit earlier, but we've heard from the State Department that the U.S. is doing what it can to expand internet access for those Iranians right now to still have access to the outside world. Is there anything beyond that the United States is doing presently to help those protesters and others in that country?
So I don't have any more to share on what else we've been doing, but happy to clearly update folks if we have more on that piece. Okay.
Thanks, great. Do we have any updates on the process to get a permanent U.S. ambassador in Moscow? Obviously, John Sullivan, who was there, had to come back. Do you know where you are in that process? Have you submitted a name to the Russians?
So I don't have anything we don't have anything to update you on that piece.
Is that hindering your ability to effectively do foreign policy, the fact that you don't have a Senate-confirmed ambassador there right now?
No, not at all. We have been very effectively... I'm sorry. I might have misunderstood the question. What was the question? I appreciate that. So what was the question?
I'm asking where you are in that process, because you have to submit credentials and they have to come back, and it's a bureaucratic process to get that.
Got it.
So I was wondering if you had timing.
So yeah, she's asking me where we are with the process. So we have announced someone. I don't have an update on the process. Yeah. Do you have another question?
It's been answered a little bit, but I was going to ask. I think you've addressed this, but. So you're taking the timing of these referendums in Ukraine being held by Russia as a sign of insecurity, not confidence, right? You're saying that this is not Putin thinking he can permanently hold these areas, and that's why he's having these referendums. You're interpreting it as this timing is the opposite. He's feeling insecure, and that's why they're holding them now.
Yeah, we've been very clear on that, and we've actually have been saying for months that this is an action that Putin would take. This is part of his playbook, doing these sham referendums, these illegitimate voting process. So we have been very clear on that, that he would take this action. But again, we saw the G7 statement earlier today. You heard from the president at UNGA. He's been very clear as well. These are sham referendums. We will not recognize any, if they move forward in this fashion, we would not recognize any annexation of Ukraine. Ukraine belongs to the people of Ukraine, plain and simple.
All right, we're going to take a short break here. After the break, we'll have more top stories from across the country. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Thanks so much for joining us. Well, in just about an hour, a special celebration will be taking place at the White House. Now, it's to celebrate the life and work of singer Elton John. And we also will be hearing remarks from President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. But meantime, earlier today, President Biden was at an event held by the Democratic National Committee. He spoke on education. Here are his remarks.
I was going to say, if you have a seat, take one, but you don't have any seats. Look, Deja, that was a great. She's pretty good for someone last year in college. You know. Deja, just remember me. When you're president, and they say Joe Biden's in the outer office, promise me you won't say Joe who when I come in. Hey, folks, how are you? I'm going to talk about more than just the NEA today, because, and I've told your president, I want to come back and just talk pure education as well. But I want to talk a little more broader. And Becky, thanks for hosting us. I appreciate it very much. 46 days to the midterms. We need to be crystal clear about what's on the ballot, because there's a heck of a lot at stake that's on the ballot. Right now on the ballot, there's Social Security. It's on the ballot. You all have paid every paycheck you got, you paid it. You paid into? Holy mackerel. Anyway. But there's a lot, really, truly, there's a lot in the ballot. My dad used to have an expression. He'd say, Joey, don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative. And we have a real alternative here that this is not going to be an election that isn't of significant consequence. Gun safety for our kids and gun violence on the ballot. The idea that you start school this year and kids in many parts of the country are learning how to duck and cover rather than, no, I'm serious, think about it. Rather than talking about reading, writing, and arithmetic is a very different circumstance. It's not right. It's not who we are. It's not who we should be. And folks, look, the survival of our planet is on the ballot. And that sounds like hyperbole, but it genuinely is. Well, I tell you what, the thing that we found out, and everybody found out, there's not a lot of total climate deniers anymore after they've seen what happened this year. But guess what? We got a lot to do. You got to say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway, this woman helped me get an awful lot done. At any rate, but right now, and it's not hyperbole to suggest right now democracy itself, this is on the ballot as well. Folks, I believe America's at an inflection point. I apologize I'm a labor guy. I've spent a lot of time with all of you, not all of you, but with the labor movement since I got elected in my whole career. And I apologize if I repeat some things, but I think we're really at an inflection point. It occurs every 3, 4, 5 generations. It doesn't occur every election. And by inflection point, I mean that these moments, these are going to determine the shape of everything to come after, what we do now. What we do in the next several years is going to determine what this country looks like in 25 and 30 years. It's that consequential. Now, 46 days to choose, 46 days. And the path offered by Democrats is contrasted with the one offered by the MAGA Republicans. And by the way, not all Republicans are MAGA Republicans. So I want to make that clear. And for years and years, I had a reputation. I remember I got beat up in the campaign by saying that I wanted to unify the country and unify the parties. I used to be able to do that. But things have changed a whole bunch. The MAGA Republicans control the Republican Party right now, and that's self-evident. That's self-evident. So there's a lot at stake here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that right now. Earlier today, after opposing and obstructing everything we tried to do to stop progress for the last 2 years, the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, went to Pennsylvania and unveiled on what he calls a commitment to America. That's a thin series of policy goals with little or no detail that he says Republicans are going to pursue if they regain control of the Congress. In the course of nearly an hour, here's a few of the things we didn't hear. We didn't hear him mention the right to choose. We didn't hear him mention Medicare. We didn't hear him mention Social Security. So let's take a look at what Kevin said today. He said Republicans want to, quote, preserve our constitutional freedom. That sounds great. I'm for doing that as well. We all are. But look at what they've actually done. The MAGA Republicans just cheered and embraced the first Supreme Court decision in our entire history, the first one in our entire history, that just didn't fail to preserve a constitutional freedom. It actually took away a fundamental right that had been granted by the same court to so many Americans, the constitutional right to choose. And now nearly half the states in the United States of America have either passed a ban on abortion or will shortly. And in many states, abortion is already banned even in cases of rape and incest. A fundamental change. Already 166 House Republicans have signed on to a bill that would ban abortion nationwide. And the senior senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, has proposed a national ban on abortion with criminal penalties put on doctors and put them in jail if they, in fact, violate the ban. So in 46 days, America's going to choose. If Republicans win control of the Congress, abortion will be banned. And by the way, it will be initially banned, but if they win Congress, I will veto it. But think what's happening. They're banning it in case of rape and incest in many states. No exceptions. And they're trying to criminalize it nationwide. But if you give me 2 more Democratic senators in the United States Senate, I promise you, we're going to codify Roe. We'll once again make Roe the law of the land, and we'll once again protect a woman's right to choose. And the power to get this done is in the hands of the American people, especially the women of America. And no, really, Justice Alito said the women can decide the outcome of this election, paraphrasing a quote in the actual decision. Well, he ain't seen nothing yet. I don't believe the MAGA Republicans have a clue about the power of American women. Let me tell you something. They're about to find out. And folks, Kevin McCarthy also talked about, quote, longer, healthier lives for Americans. Again, sounds great. Who's not for that? Well, just look at what the Republicans are doing. Already, 158 House Republicans have signed on to a Republican budget that will cut Medicare and Social Security. Already. The man in charge of electing Republicans in the U.S. Senate, Senator Rick Scott of Florida, has proposed a plan to put Social Security in the chopping block every 5 years. De novo. No, I know this sounds like, but I really mean it. Look, go on the internet and check it out. They've laid out the platform. It means every 5 years, according to if they succeed in the Senate, the Congress will vote to either cut, reduce, or completely eliminate Social Security or bring it back exactly as it is. What do you think the prospects of it coming back exactly as it is? You've been paying into Social Security ever since you got your first paycheck. Well, then there's Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. As my mother would say, God bless his soul. Look, he thinks waiting 5 years is too long. He wants to put Social Security in the chopping block every single year. If Congress doesn't vote to keep it, it goes away. An affirmative requirement to vote to keep it. Now think of that. It's not just Social Security he wants to put up. He wants Medicare, Medicaid benefits. Every federal budget, every federal benefit gets up and has to be voted on every year. De novo, just from scratch. So in 46 days, America's going to face a choice. If Republicans control the Congress, Social Security will be on the chopping block. But if you support the Democrats, I promise you this, Social Security will be protected, period. And I won't let any MAGA Republican take it away. Leader McCarthy talked about wanting a nation that's safe. Well, let's look at what Republicans have done to make it safe. They voted against virtually everything we've done to reduce crime and keep communities safe. The American Rescue Plan, it was when we first got in office, we passed it. You know what it was designed to do? An awful lot of mayors and governors and county executives, they didn't have a tax base because I was left with an economy that was in distress. So we said, here you go. We're going to give you this money so you can make sure you can keep your schools open. You can make sure you keep police departments open. Make sure you keep your hospitals open. Make sure you keep the fire departments open. And guess what? Every single Republican in the Congress voted against that. Every single Republican voted against it. Now, look, we're in a situation where now the MAGA Republicans are calling for defunding. They're defunding the FBI. Now, let me tell you something. I don't think, and I know some of you weren't happy with me, I didn't think we should defund the police. I never believed that and said so at the time. But I sure in hell don't think we should be funding the FBI either. And then there's the day we'll never forget on January 6th. What happened on the 6th? Law enforcement was attacked, assaulted, brutalized, and stomped on, and later several died. Some lost their lives because of that day. The MAGA Republicans didn't side with law enforcement. They sided with the insurrectionists. And they still do. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you can't condemn what happened on January the 6th. Don't tell me that. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't claim to be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. That's what they're called. And you can't claim to be for a safe America if you take orders from the NRA. Look, we just passed the most meaningful gun safety law in 30 years in this country, but most Republicans voted against it. Some, thank God, joined us and we passed it. And sided, but most sided with the NRA. After Buffalo, Uvalde, Newtown, El Paso, Parkland, Charleston, Las Vegas, Orlando, I went to every one of those places. I spent hours and hours and hours with those families. Not a joke. Not a joke. Hours with them. I know what it's like under different circumstances to lose children. But lose children like they lost their children? Enough. We've had enough. It's time to pass the assault weapons ban. Look, I support the Second Amendment. I have 2 shotguns. The only thing I really do is really target practice. I haven't done that in a long time. But here's the thing. There's no justification for a weapon of war. None. The speed of that bullet is 5 times that comes out of the muzzle of most weapons. It can penetrate your vest. And by the way, as I pointed out when I got a pass the first time as a senator, in Delaware, we're a big gun-owning state. A lot of duck hunters, a lot of hunters. And I'd be going, and I literally went up and down the streams campaigning and going to the people who were who belonged to the NRA and others. And I'd say, how many deer out here are wearing Kevlar vests? You know, no, but I'm seriously, think about it. What in God's name do you need an assault weapon for? It's an assault weapon designed to kill people, to defend America, to defend people. But folks, look, it's way out of hand. I've taken on the RNA and I beat them before and I plan on doing it again. And folks, we can do it again. Our children should be in a situation of learning how, as I said, to read and write, not duck and cover. So in 46 days, if you want a safer America, America faces a choice. Republicans will once again side with the NRA and put American families and children at risk. And I mean, some Democrats as well, and there's some Republicans who support us. It's not down the line, but it's the part of their platform. Democrats will ban assault weapons once and for all, God willing. Kevin, Kevin McCarthy also talks about there being for a strong economy. But look what the Republicans have done. When I came to office, the economy was flat on its back. Millions out of work. Food lines are stretched for miles. Remember seeing all those food lines? People in nice-looking automobiles waiting for an hour, hour and a half just to have a box of food put in their trunk? In the United States of America. In the United States of America, that was happening. All across America. The most anemic job performance since Herbert Hoover was in place. And that's not hyperbole. That's a fact. So we acted quickly. We passed the American Rescue Plan, which lifted this nation from economic crisis to economic recovery. And every single Republican voted for it. Nearly 10 million more jobs have been created since I've been president, the highest number of jobs in that period of time of any president of the United States of America.
All right, we are going to bring you the rest of President Biden's remarks after this break.
Lowest in more than 50 years. A record number of new small businesses created, and over 668,000 new manufacturing jobs in America. The American Rescue Plan helped keep teachers, police officers, firefighters, first responders on the job. It provided the money needed to get schools open, and it was a big reason we have been able to vaccinate over 220 million Americans. More to do. And the infrastructure law we passed, we did get some Republican help for that. But that infrastructure law is the most significant investment in America since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. Now, some Republicans voted for it, and some were critical. But the truth is, there's a lot more Republicans out there taking credit for the new bridges and those buildings that are collapsing than actually voted for it. I love going by, and they're, and this is a great thing. I voted against it, but this is a great thing. But folks, in addition to inheriting a failed MAGA Republican economy, we also confronted a global pandemic and Putin's war in Ukraine. And that's driven the global inflation we see today. That's why it's so important that we pass the Inflation Reduction Act, which I proposed from the beginning but didn't get passed till this summer. This law will cut costs for families, help reduce inflation at the kitchen table, the way we always measured inflation. And my dad was a graceful, hard-working guy. He worked a lot his whole life. And my dad used to talk about whether inflation or the situation of a family that have breathing room is at the end of the month when you paid all your bills, did you have a little bit left? Just a little bit left. So there's more than one way to deal with the inflation of a family. to lower the price of the things they have to deal with. Because that's what folks at home think about. How much are their monthly bills? How much do they have to pay for the necessities? This law is going to give them just a little more breathing room, as my dad would say. We pay more for our prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Well, for years, so many of us, for a long time, and many of the unions in here, every one of the unions here, have been trying to fix this problem. For years, Big Pharma has blocked us in Medicare from negotiating drug prices. But not this year. We beat Big Pharma. Finally beat them, first time. Big Pharma lost. And folks, now Medicare will have the power to do what so many Democrats and many Republicans in the past talked about doing, lowering prescription drug prices. They pay billions of dollars, they can negotiate lower prices like other countries do. And the seniors, we passed a law saying beginning in January, no senior, no matter what the cost of their prescription drugs, cancer drugs or whatever drugs they have, and some of them can be $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year. No senior will have to pay, no matter what the cost of their drugs, more than $2,000 a year. Beginning in January. And if you're on Medicare and you have diabetes, the cost of your insulin, instead of being 30 to 40 to 50 times more than the cost to make the insulin, it costs $10 to make that insulin. 10. And package it. But now, you cannot charge any senior, and we should make it for everybody. They voted down the other piece, but every senior will not have to pay more than $35 a month for the cost of their insulin. We wanted to cut the cost of insulin for everyone, including the hundreds of thousands of children who have type 1 diabetes. But look, folks, imagine being the parent of a child who had type 1 diabetes. You had no insurance and you had no coverage. You have to look at that child and know that if he or she does not have access to that insulin, it will fundamentally affect their lives in ways that are going to be damaging for the rest of their lives. Imagine the feeling. My dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. And he'd always end by saying it's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. Well, guess what? The Republicans blocked limiting that cost to $35 for kids. As I said, it only costs $10 for that prescription to be made and packaged. Drug companies are charging families more than 30 times as much for that drug on a monthly basis. And a lot of people just can't do it. Imagine, I said, being that mom and dad, needing that insulin. It has to be done. I was down in Virginia at a function and met a mom who said they have to ration the insulin. It's wrong. It's not who we are. We're going to fix that as well, I promise you. Folks, bottom line, this law is going to lower energy costs as well. Gas prices, I know I got criticized for going on the stockpile. Well, guess what? Gas prices are down $1.30 a gallon. And in 41 states, plus the District of Columbia, the average gasoline price is less than $2.99. Look, the law makes the biggest investment ever. We invest in climate crisis. $369 billion to deal with the climate crisis. And it makes the tax code fairer. In 2020, 55 of the biggest corporations in the country paid $0 in federal income taxes. And they made $40 billion. It's not right. So we put a stop to it. And by enacting a corporate minimum tax at only 15%. Today, the days of big profitable corporations paying nothing in federal income tax is over. And guess what? Every single Republican voted against the Inflation Reduction Act. And when it actually comes to actually doing something about inflation, Republicans said no. And they said time and again that the first chance they get, they're going to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. And here's what else Republicans are, in terms of their fiscal recklessness. Donald Trump and Republicans had no problem enacting in his 4 years a $2 trillion tax cut that overwhelmingly benefited the top 1%. And they didn't pay for a penny of it. And it massively increased the federal deficit. Meanwhile, you know, we always say the Democrats are the big spenders. We brought down the deficit. $350 billion the first year and nearly $1.5 trillion this year. And the Inflation Reduction Act is going to reduce it another $300 billion because over the next 10 years, because Medicare can pay less for the drugs they have to buy for the seniors. So I don't want to hear it from Republicans. They're the ones who blew up the deficit. They're the ones, when we're the ones bringing it down. And now, thanks to historic deficit reduction, we can afford to cancel $10,000 in student debt and $20,000 if you're on a Pell Grant. For tens of millions of Americans making under $125,000, it's a game changer. And Republicans are already looking for their hand-picked judges to deny relief to those hard-working Americans. They will not succeed, in my view, but that's what they're looking for. And finally, with a straight face, Kevin McCarthy says that MAGA Republicans are going to restore faith in our elections. As we say in my faith, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Restore faith in our elections? MAGA Republicans refuse to accept the results of the 2020 election and the will of the people. 81 million people voted Democrat for president last time. Even though they lost court cases. And recount after recount proved the results were accurate. It's become a litmus test in their party to pledge loyalty to Donald Trump by buying into the big lie. Now, I'm serious. You all see it all on television. Look, the fact is that a lot of them, I've had 6 Republican senators who I've known for some time come to me, and I gave my word I'd never mention names, and I never will, separately, telling me that they agree with this, that, or the other thing that I was proposing, but if I voted for it, it would cost them their election because they'd lose a primary. Well, you see what's happening. You see the mega Republican program being adapted by all these folks in the primary, and then once they get out of the primary, they're trying like hell to figure out how to get out from under that. No, I'm serious. You can't let the integrity of our elections be undermined. Democracy can't survive. It cannot survive. Not a joke. Can't survive when one side believes there's only 2 outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated. That's not democracy. And that's where the mass majority of MAGA Republicans are today. They don't understand what every patriotic American knows. You can't love your country only when you win. Only when you win. So, folks, in just 46 days, democracy will be in the ballot. Americans will have to choose between the MAGA Republican platform, who have embraced extremism and the big lie, Democrats, independents, and mainstream Republicans who believe in the rule of law, rejecting the will of the people and accepting the results of a fair and free election is what we're about, not what they're about. Let me close with this. As I said earlier, my dad used to say, don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative. This November, you have to choose to be a nation of hope, unity, and optimism, or a nation of fear, division, and darkness. I believe America will move forward to the future, a future with possibilities, a future in which we can build, dream, and hope. I know we can because I know this nation like you do. I know the American people. I know their courage. I know their hearts. I know our history. That's why, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and those of you who know me, no one ever doubts I mean what I say. The problem is I sometimes say all that I mean. But all kidding aside, I've never been more optimistic. We're the only country in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went into it. It's not just about building back to what it was before. We have a chance to build back in a way to make it better for everybody. Everybody. And I want to get back to the time when I'm debating Republicans who are conservative as heck but believe in the institutions. Believe in the institutions. Have a fair and square fight about what we're doing. Think the court and the Congress and the presidency are independent branches of government and should be treated with respect. That's what I'm looking forward to. We just got to remember who in God's name we are. We are the United States of America. And there's nothing beyond our capacity, not a single thing we can't do, and we do it together. And the way to do that is start with the unions, to do it together, together, together. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And I should have started off by saying, excuse my back when I'm speaking. I apologize. Thank you all very much. God bless you all. Let's keep it going. Thank you.
All right, so that was Biden earlier today making remarks at a DNC event addressing the teachers union. Meantime, we want to bring you this Live Now look at the White House. You can see a number of people there are gathered for a celebration. Sir Elton John is expected to perform momentarily. It will be a celebration, and he is expected to sing. Now, we are told that cabinet secretaries are in attendance, and at least 2,000 people have been invited. And this, again, is a celebration to honor Elton John's life and work, as well as commemorate the everyday history makers in the audience, including teachers, nurses, frontline workers, mental health advocates, students, LGBTQ plus advocates, and so many more people. You can see there just many, many people in attendance. It's sure to be a great, great event. And of course, once that celebration starts, we will bring you all the remarks, including remarks from President Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden, and of course the performance by Elton John here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a short break here. We'll have more after this. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Shirley DeScorbeth. Thank you so much for joining us on this Friday night. A special occasion taking place at the White House. You can see there on your screen a number of people are gathered in the White House South Lawn. That's because Sir Elton John is getting ready to rock the White House. Now, we're told this celebration is to honor his life and work as a legend. Now, of course, once he begins his performance, we will bring that to you live here on Live Now from Fox. Now, in the meantime, we are keeping track of the latest on those tropics and Hurricane Fiona. Here's the latest from Fox Weather.
Fiona churned up large swells along the East Coast on Friday. The storm continuing its trek through the Atlantic Ocean on its way to eastern Canada. Forecasters there expect the worst of the conditions to occur by Saturday afternoon. But up and down the eastern U.S., rip currents and strong surf will be an issue for beaches throughout the weekend. Waves could reach heights of up to 10 feet.
We were watching it from days ago. Where is it coming? Where is it going to track? How close is it going to get?
Early Friday, Fiona brushed past Bermuda, dropping heavy rain and whipping up high winds. According to the local power company here, about 70% of the island woke up without electricity. Officials opened shelters and closed businesses ahead of Fiona's arrival.
I have lots of water, snacks, canned meat, not so many perishables, mostly non-perishables I purchased for the storm.
And in Puerto Rico, hundreds of thousands are still without power or running water, 5 days after Fiona made landfall. Full restoration is expected to take several more days. The Biden administration has hundreds of FEMA and other federal officials on the ground to help with the recovery efforts.
Is that the Puerto Rican people have been able to open commerce because of the swift response that they, with us, have executed.
And another system brewing in the Caribbean could be a major storm by early next week. In Bermuda, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Robert Ray, thank you so much for bringing us that live report. Well, happening right now, former President Donald Trump is in Wilmington, North Carolina for a rally. He is campaigning for Representative Ted Budd. All right, we want to go ahead and listen in here on Live Now from Fox.
This election is a referendum on Biden, Pelosi, Schumer, the radical left Democrat Congress that's destroying our country, that's brought our country really to the brink of ruin. You know what's happening. You know it better. And by the way, did you see the stock market today? It wasn't good. It wasn't good. Markets years later, and the market's lower than when I left it. I tell you, we had the greatest success in the history of any country. Since I left office, the price of electricity is up 19%, gasoline is up 82%, fuel is up 91%, milk is up 22%, eggs are up only 46%, health insurance is up 24%, the 30-year mortgage rate has more than doubled, and real wages have declined 17 months in a row. Otherwise, we're doing quite well, thank you very much. Household wealth fell by a record $6.1 trillion last quarter. It's a record, never happened. The stock market has shed $7 trillion in value this year. Think of that. How are your 401ks doing, folks? They must be beautiful. Must be beautiful. Mark, your lieutenant governor, how are the 401ks? Mark, not too good. Not too good. Over 5 million illegal aliens have flooded across our borders, and the number, I think, is a lot more than that. Drug overdose deaths have risen in North Carolina at a level that nobody's ever seen before, at least 26%, and the murder rate is the highest in 25 years, and probably the answer is 49 years. This choice this November is very simple. If you want the decline and fall of America, then you should vote for the crazy, radical left Democrats, and that's what they are. If you want to stop the destruction of our country and save the American dream, you must vote Republican. Joe Biden and the Democrat arsonists do not care one bit about the pain and suffering they're causing you, your family, or our once great country. Remember, I was going to say, I was going to use an expression, we have to keep our country great, but it's not, I mean, for some reason, it's just not great anymore, and we can name those reasons, and we're going to discuss them tonight. Now, just out of curiosity, we have a 1 hour speech, we have a 2 hour speech, we have a 3 hour speech. What do you want me to do? He says 3. He says 3. Uncle Sam says 3. Look at Uncle Sam. We love Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam. They're trying to ban, you know, Uncle Sam. Not allowed to use him. They don't want Uncle Sam representing our country anymore. They think it's racist. I don't know. Uncle Sam, are you a racist? I don't think so. The only thing these deranged leftists care about, the only thing they talk about is trying to destroy your favorite president to me. Have you ever heard of me? And our great patriotic movement. That's true. There's never been a president that's gone through the crap that I'm going through, left and right, left. You feel like a fighter, left and right, and then you get up and you knock the hell out of them. And I'm glad we put on the piece from Jesse Waters. You saw that just before about the document hoax. We have a document hoax. They're talking about me with documents, and then they go back over the last 5 presidents. You take a look at that hoax. There's no better example of the left's chilling obsession with targeting political opponents than the baseless, abusive, and depraved lawsuit against me, my family, my company, by the racist Attorney General of New York State, Letitia Peekaboo James. This raging maniac campaigned for office, ranting and raving about her goal. Her only goal is, we got to get Donald Trump. We got to get him. She knew nothing about me. I never heard of her. In fact, I was watching it, and I said, boy, that woman's angry. I don't think she likes me too much. All without having any evidence. She knew nothing about me. Before she had even begun her phony investigation, she went around boasting her plan to weaponize her office against me, probably working with the federal government, of course. Declaring, I look forward to going into office of Attorney General, New York State, every single day and suing him. I'm going to sue him. And then I'm going to go home and I'm going to be so happy because I sued him. She further screamed that his days are numbered and proclaimed that nothing else matters other than defeating Donald Trump. This is a gross prosecutorial misconduct, and it's coming in so many different forms, whether it's in Atlanta, whether it's from Washington, D.C., whether it's January 6th, coming from many different forms. There's never been a period of time like this, and I thought actually because Liz Cheney was so badly defeated, I thought that January 6th would go away, and I think it is going away, actually, because that really was the sentiment of a great group of people. She got, I think it was the largest defeat in the history of politics as a congressperson. And that was a referendum on what they're doing. In a fair country, instead of harassing me, the Biden Justice Department would be investigating Letitia James for her appalling and malicious abuse of power. We won't even mention Hunter. We're not going to mention that because that would be disrespectful. No, that would be disrespectful. It's too long to talk about it. We'd be talking about it. Thankfully, the latest polls show that Peekaboo James is losing to her Republican challenger this fall. He's very good, too. He's a great guy. He's a real crime fighter. And we wish Michael a lot of luck because he's representing a lot of people that want to see New York change. It's a crime-ridden place. But she doesn't just deserve to lose. She deserves to be removed from office, immediately disbarred, and banished from the legal profession forever. And that goes for others also, because these prosecutors, these Democrats are out of control. They've gone crazy. They've gone crazy. The Republicans don't fight that way, and I'm not saying they should. I'm not saying they shouldn't, but you know what? It's a big difference. On Letitia James's watch, New York has become a cesspool of violent crime. Homicides in New York are up 52%. Robberies are up 38%. And carjackings are up, listen to this one, 286%. That's the new thing. You get in your car, oh, I love my car so much, darling. Thank you so much for buying. And then a gun goes through the window. They say, give me that car. 286% up. Rather than spending all of her time going after me and my family, Ivanka, think of it, Ivanka. Ivanka is a very good person. Don Jr., he's a good person. Eric, these are good people. This crazy radical leftist nut job, James, should be going after the killers, the gangbangers, drug dealers, and MS-13 savages who are ravaging the state of New York. But the radical Democrats don't care about prosecuting violent criminals. They only care about persecuting Republicans or conservatives. We got to remember this. We got to remember. As we have seen in recent years, our opponents have shattered every principle of justice, ransacked every institution, abused every power, and unleashed every weapon of the deep state, the fake news media. And there they are right there. They're so fake. Look how many. Look how many there are. Oh. Wow. And the Silicon Valley censors, all to try and stop us, but it's not going to be easy to stop us because there's many, many more of us than there are of them. And you know, I don't even say Republicans or conservatives. I say, you know what I call us? People with common sense. People with common sense. We don't want open borders. We want low taxes. We want good education. We want military, good, strong military. We want all of the things that just common sense. It's really not conservative, Mark? I don't think so. It's common sense. But no matter what these left-wing tyrants throw at us, no matter what the sick Washington establishment does to us, we keep on going, we keep on fighting, and we keep pushing forward. We have no choice. A very wealthy and successful man saw me 2 days ago, and I talked a little bit. I don't know if anyone saw Sean Hannity last night, but for the last 2 nights, he's done an interview with me. He did very well with the ratings. He's very smart. And I told him that there was a man that came up to me, but this happens a lot. And he came up and see, you know that tractor out there? All that buzzing means is that it's going backwards, but it'll stop. It just stopped. It's amazing. That tractor's a long way. I know a lot about tractors. But a man came up to me, very successful, powerful man, and I said, how you doing? How have you been? He said, very good, but could I ask you a question? How do you take it? These fake prosecutors, you went through the impeachment, you went through this, and you know our poll numbers today are the strongest we've ever had, ever, by far. He said, how do you do it? And you know what I said to him? Do I have a choice? No. These people are crazy. They're crazy. But we're on a mission to rescue the America we love and restore the republic to greatness, and we will not fail. We're not going to fail. Not going to fail. For 6 straight years, it has been one witch hunt after another. The Russia scam, remember that? Set up by the Democrats and crooked Hillary Clinton. They spied on my campaign, think of it. And it wasn't the Russians that were spying, it was the Americans that were spying. Can you imagine, take Obama, can you imagine if one of us spied on his campaign? Would they call for the death penalty or something slightly worse than that? Impeachment hoax number 1, impeachment hoax number 2, the Unselect Committee on January 6th. It's an unselect committee. I love that term. I made it. You know, they call it the select. I said, oh, I love the term unselect. They are That's Liz Cheney and her band of terrible people. How about Adam Crying Kinzinger? He's another great Republican. By the way, and out of the 10 that voted to impeach, 8 are gone, and the other ones will be gone very soon. These were all races that couldn't be lost, and you're going to meet a couple of people today that won. Russell, congratulations, Russell. What a good job, Russell. Where the hell is Russell? Russell Fry, what a job. He beat his opponent so badly, Rice, right? He beat him so badly that it was the biggest single defeat for a congressperson in history. Lost by 26 points. It doesn't happen, a sitting person. You know, sometimes they get out. They have scandal, they have problems, they get out. But nobody's ever lost by that much until Liz Cheney, who lost by 40 points. I'm sorry. Liz Cheney lost by 40. That's the biggest defeat. And then you turn on the fake news and they say, she's got a brilliant future. I wonder what her next move is going to be. I said, no! She lost by 40 points. They're talking about her brilliant future. She's not got a brilliant future. This week, it has even been revealed by a whistleblower that the FBI is taking resources away from fighting crime and using them for partisan political investigations to falsely label MAGA, Make America Great Again, MAGA. Remember what, you know, they say MAGA, MAGA, MAGA. They don't want to say what it means. It means Make America Great Again, Uncle Sam. Supporters, as they want to call us, domestic terrorists. Do you believe it? I'm not a terrorist. But you know what? There's great anger in this country right now. There's great anger in this country. Never forget, all of this torment, persecution, and oppression is not happening because of anything we've done wrong. It's happening because of everything our movement is doing so right and so brilliantly. The corrupt penalty, yeah, I mean, you know, I mean, we did win 2 elections, right, in a row. By a lot.
All right, we're going to take a short break here on Live Now from Fox. We'll have more on this in just 2 minutes, but also there is a major celebration that's getting ready to get underway at the White House. Sir Elton John, the British singer, getting ready to perform there. We will have more on that after this.
Young kids without a high school diploma, with a high school diploma, first in your class from MIT, first in your class from Wharton, first in your class from Harvard. It didn't matter. Every single group had the best numbers they've ever seen. And I will tell you, people were starting to come together. I will say that. I was getting calls. I was getting calls from people on the left, to put it mildly. Some of it would say the radical left lunatics, but I don't want to say that because I want to be respectful. But they were calling to get together. And then we had the horrible China virus float in, came from the Wuhan labs. Remember when they looked at me, they said, how do you know they came? Oh, we think it came from Italy. Remember, they started to blame poor Italy. It came from Italy. Then it came from France. Then they actually said it came from us. No, it came from China, it came from the labs. They either made a mistake, you know, they have incompetent people too. Probably it was incompetence, maybe it wasn't. I hope it was incompetence, but maybe it wasn't, but they're going to pay a big price. But it came from the labs, but we were doing better than ever before, and our country was actually coming together. And people that would not necessarily be calling me were calling me to say, unbelievable job. But that got destroyed quickly, and then we rebuilt it, and we handed over a stock market that was higher than before. Think of it. The virus came in. It was higher. And today it's now lower than it's been in years, and it seems to be heading south. It's a shame. None of this should have happened. It was based on a lot of bad decisions, but none of this should have happened. The war in Ukraine should never have happened. It wouldn't have happened. You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history, put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done to our nation in less than 2 short years. It's true. 2 years ago, when I was in office, gasoline, the famous, beautiful gasoline, was $1.87 a gallon. And it even hit $1.50, if you remember, at one point. Now gas is $5, $6, $7, and it's going up a lot higher than that. And, you know, they're using the strategic reserves, which I topped out. I bought 75 million barrels of oil from the oil companies when we were at an all-time low. I was so proud of it. I said, when are these fakers going to write a story that I made a good deal? Because it started to go after that. But I topped it out. First time in 52 years that the reserves were topped out. And you know what happened? This guy 4 weeks ago said, we're going to start taking it because we want to keep the gasoline low before the election. But after the election, it's going to go up like you've never seen before. It's a shame. I mean, think of it. We topped it out. And that was not for election purposes. That was not for cars. That was for military purposes. We need these strategic reserves. It's not supposed to be used for that reason. Under my leadership, we had American energy independence, and we would soon have been dominant. The United States is now a beggar for energy, and Biden and the Democrat Congress have just passed a massive anti-oil and gas bill to put American energy the hell out of business. Can you believe this? Can you believe it? Let's go buy an electric car that travels for 1 hour and 49 minutes, and then you can spend 4 hours on waiting for it to recharge if you can find a charger. Let's do that. Darling, let's take a drive around the country. That's okay, darling, but the most we can go is about an hour and a half. Nah, it's sick what they're doing, sick. We gave you the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts in American history, larger than Ronald Reagan's, bigger than the Reagan tax cuts by a lot. The radical Democrat Congress just passed one of the largest tax hikes in American history. It's the largest tax hike, in my opinion. It'll prove to be pulverizing the middle class. It's happening to your middle class. The Green New Deal, they're spending trillions and trillions on the Green New Deal. It's like taking money and throwing it out the window, and it's causing tremendous inflation. Under the Trump administration, we had the greatest economy in the history of the world with no inflation. Nobody's ever seen like it. That's before the virus came in. Then after it, we got it back. We handed something off that was so good, and they blew it. And they blew it at the border because all they had to do was leave it alone. We had the strongest border ever. Biden and the Democrat Congress created the worst inflation in more than 50 years, 9.1%, and their new so-called Inflation Recession Act. You believe it? It's a fake name. You know, everything they do is disinformation. They say things, and they keep saying them, and people start either believing them or not believing them. There's not a lot of belief in this place with all these thousands of people going as far as the eye can see. Thank you very much. But it's a fake deal. And it's thrown the economy into a free fall. I built our military and rebuilt our military, including our nuclear capability and the creation of Space Force, which everybody said, no, no, no. But China and Russia were killing us in space, and we did first time in 78 years since Air Force. They surrendered our strength and our heart in Afghanistan. What happened in Afghanistan, in my opinion, was the greatest humiliation that our country has ever seen. I don't believe we've ever seen humiliation like that, Ted Budd. You're not going to let that happen. I don't think we've ever had humiliation like what happened in Afghanistan. And now we have a war between Russia and Ukraine with potentially hundreds and hundreds of thousands of people dying that would never have happened if I was president. It wouldn't have happened. I dealt with Putin. I got along great with Putin. He wouldn't have done it, but I guarantee you he wouldn't have done it. And he didn't do it for 4 years. There wasn't soldiers built up on the border, nothing. He wouldn't have done it. Didn't do it. Somebody said, well, he might have done it. I said, well, he didn't do it for 4 years. And he didn't do it for really 5 years. During the campaign we talked about, he didn't do it for 5 years. 2 years ago, we had the strongest southern border in our history. Now we have the worst border in the history of our country. And you know what? I believe it's maybe the worst border anywhere in the world and maybe in world history, because no third world country would allow to happen to their border. They'd get out there with sticks and stones if they have to. They wouldn't let it happen. They wouldn't let their country be destroyed like is happening to the United States of America. Under my leadership, we ended catch and release. We deported record numbers of illegal alien gang members. And we built hundreds of miles of border wall despite 2.5 years of Democrat-inspired lawsuits. We won them all. We won every one of them. We completely finished our original plan of the wall, and then I said, let's do some more because we needed some other areas. And we got that almost finished. 3 more weeks, he would have had it finished. And then when Texas and Arizona wanted to finish it, they took the wall, which was sitting there waiting to be put up. They took it away. They put it away where Texas and Arizona can't get to it. In other words, they want open borders. In short, the election was rigged and stolen, and now our country is being destroyed. It's being destroyed. What's happened? I ran twice, I won twice, and did much better the second time than I did the first, getting many millions more votes. Thank you. So true.
All right, we actually want to cut away from this and take you live to the White House right now, where an evening of music is getting ready to start. They will be celebrating Elton John. We're taking you there live here on Live Now from Fox.
Hello, good evening. Thank you, Athen. It's leaders like you, those helping the next generation live authentically and find their voice, who make me so hopeful for our future. And thank you to Paul Buccieri and A&E for helping us put this event together. Isn't this incredible? First Lady Laura Bush is with us tonight. And Laura, it's such an honor to welcome you and your family back to the White House. And finally, I want to say what a joy it is to be here with the man who has inspired, supported, and loved Sir Elton John for so many years, his husband, David. Few things have the power to bring us together like music. It can compel us to move as one on the dance floor, to sing along with strangers when we hear that familiar tune. It's a voice for the feelings we can't always define. When the piano plays, the strings swell, the drums beat in time with our hearts, we find joy or a balm for our sorrows, or the harmonies that tell us we aren't alone. And in that spirit, as we celebrate Elton John's music, we also celebrate you, everyday history makers. Many of you are my colleagues, fellow teachers like Leah Michael Dillard. Love the teachers. So Leah has taught 7th grade English for 20 years. And Leah, your students are better thinkers and more engaged citizens because of you. We also have first responders and healthcare heroes here like Dr. Amber Pearson. Amber was the first person in her family to go to college, and it wasn't easy. She worked multiple jobs, took out loans, and when she finally reached her dream, she gave back to others as an audiologist for veterans and their families, serving the men and women who serve us so well. And in this crowd are leaders of the beautiful, bold, and diverse future we are building together, like Javier Gomez, a student from Miami. When his governor passed a law targeting the LGBTQ community, he didn't sit back. Javier, you remind us of the power of one person who is willing to speak up for what is right. And that's what this night is all about. Coming together, using our voices, celebrating that here in America, our differences are precious and our similarities infinite.
Yes, Dr.
Elton once said, music has healing power. It has the ability to take people out of themselves for just a few hours. We're here tonight to once again lose ourselves and be brought together, perhaps even healed, by the power of music.
Yes.
And now I get to introduce another huge fan who also happens to be the President of the United States, my husband, Joe Biden.
You had to stand for Jill, but you can sit for me. Please, all have a seat. Please, have a seat. Thank you, Jill. Thank you all for being here on such a special evening. And leaders like you are helping the next generation live an authentic voice. And I want to thank you very much for introducing me. Look, as my colleagues, many of whom from the Senate are still here, came tonight, They always used to kid me because I always quoting Irish poets on the floor of the Senate. They think I did it because I'm Irish. That's not the reason. I did it because they're the best poets in the world. And one who we lost not too long ago, Seamus Heaney, once wrote, and I quote, "Once in a lifetime, the longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhyme." Throughout his incredible career, Sir Elton John has been that tidal wave, a tidal wave to help people rise up and make hope and history rhyme. 300 million records sold, 71 Billboard hits, nearly half in the top 10, 6 Grammy Awards, 2 Oscars, 1 Tony, among the multiple nominations across the board, 4,000 performances around the world, a singer, songwriter of our time for all time. On his final tour in Washington, Jill and I invited Elton to the White House to thank him on behalf of the American people. So, like so many Americans, our family loves his music. His songs take us back to a time, a place, a memory. Songs that make every day exceptional, help us connect and come alive. And songs that reflect the artist's gift, that sixth sense to imagine what no one else can, and then sing and play and dream until he sets that feeling free. As Jill just mentioned, we're joined by so many people that he's set free to be themselves, to be treated with dignity and respect they deserve. Families and advocates in the fight against HIV/AIDS. A fight that he has led with sheer will, and a fight for those lives lost and those lives that we can save. Leaders standing up for equality of all people, no matter who you are or who you love. Every day Americans of every generation, every background, who know that life can be cruel and full of struggle, but it can also be full of joy and purpose. And we're joined tonight by the UK Ambassador to the United States, Karen Pierce, during a difficult time. Karen, where are you? Karen, thank you. Thank you for being here, Karen. Jill and I traveled to London to pay our respects to the royal family on the Queen's passing. Our hopes tonight, our hope is that Sir Elton John's music heals the sorrow as it often has in the past. Throughout his career, Elton found his voice, not only his voice, but his voice to help others and help them find their voice. With his hope, he made history rhyme for countless people in our nation. That's what tonight is all about. Elton often talked about how American music changed his life and how the different genres and sounds influence his own music and imagination. It's clear Elton John's music has changed our lives. To David and the boys, thank you for sharing your husband and dad with us tonight. And to Elton, on behalf of the American people, thank you, and I sincerely mean this, thank you for moving the soul of our nation. Ladies and gentlemen, if my mom were here, she said, "God bless you, son. Let's hear your music." Thank you.
Elton John is
authentic, colorful.
I think he's a genius.
Hilarious.
Been a great father.
Icon.
Philanthropist.
It's impossible to describe Elton in a few words.
Okay, so that was President Biden there introducing Sir Elton John, and the concert stage is set right in front of the White House. What a scene there. And so many from Washington, and also a shout out by President Biden to the British ambassador to the United States, Dame Karen Pierce, of course, so fresh on the minds of so many over there in the UK. as they continue to mourn Queen Elizabeth II. We're going to step away from this. Unfortunately, we cannot show you live as streaming the songs of Elton John, but of course, what a experience to be there in the crowd. Speaking of the royal family, they tweeted this out earlier today, a photo of King Charles III. They say His Majesty the King's red box there on the chair there in that photo. They say the red box contains papers from government ministers in the UK and the realms and from representatives from the Commonwealth and beyond. So one of the first photos we have seen of King Charles III since the Queen's funeral on Monday. Can't believe that was at the beginning of this week already. It's been a long, long week, but it's been quite busy. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to keep it moving here on this Friday night. I hope you're getting a good start to your weekend. Live Now is former President Donald Trump. He's speaking in Wilmington, North Carolina on the campaign trail for one of the Senate GOP candidates there, one Ted Budd. And so there he was kind of kicking off the midterm campaign season. This is the first election rally we've seen from the former president since the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago on August the 8th. So we'll have more on that after the break. We'll also be breaking down some of these other key races, especially a governor's race in New York, pitting incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul against Congressman Lee Zeldin, the Republican. So we'll have a little politics segment here in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, we showed you just before the break, former President Trump is holding a campaign rally for some of these midterm Republican candidates there in Wilmington, North Carolina. Live Now look there. Although he was kind of railing against some of these, what he calls Democrat prosecutors and the Biden Department of Justice, especially about the FBI's raid at Mar-a-Lago, and they seized those classified documents. But what's the latest on the legal saga that is brewing? Remember, the DOJ got a victory a couple of days ago, winning their appeal at the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals. And so a three-judge panel is allowing them to continue to review these seized classified documents. Fox 13 in Tampa has more on this story.
Trump lost the latest round in court over the FBI raid on Mar-a-Lago. A three-judge panel on the 11th Circuit ruled the FBI can regain access to the top secret files they found. But Trump is repeating his claim that he declassified the records taken from his club and his home.
His interview on Fox News answered some questions, but then raised others. And our political editor, Craig Patrick's here with a closer look at his defense and now a setback in court.
We'll start with the setback in court. Keep in mind that 2 of the 3 judges on this panel in the 11th Circuit were appointed by Trump himself in ruling against Trump. So this is a significant development in the investigation, meaning that the Justice Department, the FBI, can now fully continue its criminal investigation of Trump's office. Meanwhile, for former President Trump, we still have the special master in the case. He will still go through other records the FBI took to determine if they're protected legal communications and therefore have to be withdrawn from consideration in the investigation, or if they are personal records that should be returned to Mr. Trump. And on Fox News, Trump gave an example of some of the personal information he thinks the FBI may have taken.
They took a lot. I think they took my will.
Under the 11th Circuit decision, the special master will look into that and facilitate the return of any personal records the FBI took from Mar-a-Lago, but not the top secret files the FBI found. And the 11th Circuit ruled South Florida Judge Eileen Cannon likely erred by blocking the FBI from reviewing those confidential files and allowed the agents to resume the reviews. Meanwhile, the special master Trump picked is moving faster than the Trump legal team wants. And in requesting a special master to review the files seized by the FBI, Trump requested and was granted the same judge who had previously signed a warrant to surveil one of his campaign aides. Sean Hannity asked Trump why he would do that.
Why did you approve a special master that signed one of the FISA warrants? That was surprising.
Well, the lawyers had a lot of... I didn't know any of the people involved.
The special master also pressed Trump's team to tell him whether Trump really declassified documents in question. Trump's lawyers would not answer that question in court, but Trump repeated his claim that he did declassify them in this interview.
I declassified the documents when they left the White House. In other words, when they left the White House, they were declassified.
And when asked if he followed any process in doing this, Trump claimed no process is needed, and that he even had the power to declassify top secret documents, in his words, by thinking about it.
There doesn't have to be a process, as I understand it. You know, there's different people say different things, but as I understand, there doesn't have to be. If you're the president of the United States, you can declassify just by saying it's declassified, even by thinking about it.
Well, there is, in fact, an established process for presidents to declassify top secret information, and there is an appeals court ruling on a totally separate matter that states a president must follow that established procedure. Former President Trump is saying, no, that's not true, and this is something that doesn't appear to have been litigated by the Supreme Court. It could head in that direction. But in the meantime, we have a very significant development just in a short time ago from the special master in this case, Judge Raymond Dearie. He is now requiring Trump's legal team to take a formal position on this in a court filing, asking them to determine if all the inventory was correctly labeled by the Justice Department, yes or no, which is a way of saying, is all this information classified or not classified, taking a position on it in court. And he gave them until the end of this month, September 30th, to make a determination on that.
Okay, that's coming up pretty fast. Okay, all these developments now, and also that New York lawsuit against him, the company, the members of the family, any of this affecting his standing in the polls?
It does not appear to be at this time, and we can add the January 6th investigation, too, and the number of controversies. And what we see is there's a little movement in the polls from week to week, but it seems to be within generally the margin of error of the polls. So generally speaking, his approval rating is not affected by these controversies, including this particular investigation. Latest New York Times polling, Siena College, 44% favorable for former President Trump, 54% unfavorable, 51% think he committed a serious crime, 38% say he did not, 11% didn't know or didn't answer. Those numbers are very consistent with what we've seen week to week, month to month, going back now several months.
All righty. Thank you so much, Craig.
Okay, thank there to Fox 13 in Tampa. I'm Andrew Kraft. We want to continue talking about so many of these key contests as the midterms are, I believe, about 47 days away. Here on Live Now, we'll be talking about all those candidates, all those key races, and the issues that matter most to voters. Let's focus now on the New York governor's race. Fox 5's Morgan McKay is talking in this report about an ongoing debate, if you will, amongst the candidates about whether or not to debate, the parameters of such a debate, and so on and so forth. Let's listen in.
One debate over a month after the start of absentee voting is unacceptable, and I reject that.
Congressman Lee Zeldin rejecting Governor Kathy Hochul's offer for just one debate on October 25th, 2 weeks before the election. Zeldin has been pushing for multiple debates across the state and says one debate on cable isn't enough.
So I'm calling on Governor Hochul. Come out of hiding.
But Zeldin's campaign now says that while he rejects the idea of just one debate, he hasn't fully turned down the offer. But he also hasn't fully accepted. Political strategist Hank Scheinkopf says it would be a mistake for Zeldin to turn down the offer.
If the intent here is to force her to do more debates, it's a terrible strategy. Why? She's in the driver's seat. She's the governor. She's using her office to ensure she gets reelected. And she's got all kinds of money. She's in charge.
Hochul's campaign not budging for now on more debates, saying in a statement, quote, Governor Hochul looks forward to debating on October 25th and highlighting the clear contrast between her strong record of delivering results and Lee Zeldin's extreme agenda. A new pro-Zeldin super PAC was recently formed and has so far raised over $1 million for Zeldin's campaign. On Friday, they dropped their first ad.
To cut taxes and fight corruption, Lee Zeldin has a plan.
But Hochul is still well ahead in the most recent Siena College poll. A few Republican-backed polls have the race slightly tighter, but political analyst Chris Coffey says with about 6 weeks left, the candidates should stay focused on the issues.
Voters just don't care about debates. So, you can talk about the debates till the cows come home, but unless he's talking about issues that matter, and unless there's a really cataclysmic event in the next few weeks, the governor can keep doing what she's doing and she's probably going to be fine.
Okay, we thank Morgan McKay there. Well, I had the chance to speak to Morgan earlier today about this particular topic and so many others, especially the issues in New York State that voters care about as they will go to the polls in November to choose their next governor. Remember, Kathy Hochul is seeking a full term as governor. She stepped into the role after then-Governor Andrew Cuomo resigned. And, of course, Lee Zeldin is a Republican member of Congress, and he wants the top spot as well. We talked about this and a number of other topics in this conversation. All right, and as we continue to follow the road to November here on Live Now from Fox, we're getting so close to the midterm elections. I'm being joined right now by Fox 5 New York reporter Morgan McKay. And Morgan, you're going to give us kind of a rundown on what's going on with the gubernatorial election in the state of New York between Congressman Lee Zeldin and the incumbent Democrat, of course, Kathy Hochul. It seems like there's a lot of disagreement about debate parameters. What did they tell you?
You're exactly right, and thank you so much for having me on. So right now, Congressman Lee Zeldin wants about 5 debates across the state. He wants about 2 in New York City and about 3 upstate. But Governor Kathy Hochul is saying no, she's agreeing to 1 debate on October 25th on New York 1. But Zeldin is saying, that's 2 weeks before the election. It's on cable. Not everyone has cable. So it's not really fair. He's hoping for a longer debate. He wants to talk about more issues. But Hochul's campaign is really in the driver's seat here. She's the incumbent. So she gets to set the terms. And she's saying 1 debate, take it or leave it.
Okay, that's so interesting. So, we were just speaking to some of our reporters in Pennsylvania. Here at Live Now, we're based in Arizona. And a lot of the candidates in those states as well are either refusing to debate each other or still working out some of the debate parameters. So it seems like that is, unfortunately, a theme in this midterm cycle where maybe the voters might be shortchanged a bit on seeing some of these face-to-face matchups between the candidates. How are the campaigns themselves kind of spinning this, rationalizing this? What do they tell you?
Well, look, it's a tough year for incumbents across the country, especially since it's midterms and for Democrats, it's going to be a tough year for them. But at the same time, Hochul's campaign is in such a great spot. She has more than triple the amount of money that Zeldin does in her campaign war chest. She is the incumbent, so she can really set the terms here. It's a Democrat heavy state here in New York. Democrats outnumber Republicans by more than 2-1, and independents outnumber Republicans in New York. So, she definitely has a little bit more control, and Hochul's campaign knows it. They know that it would be going against them. It would be a bad strategy for them to add more debates. It only hurts her rather than helps her.
I see. So I guess in your view, or maybe you've spoken to some of Zeldin's people, what are some of the issues that they are trying to, carve out and really hold against Hochul to give them some type of advantage, some type of leverage? Because like you said, New York, and everyone knows this, predominantly a Democratic-led state. Are they making any inroads with some of these hot-button issues?
Look, Zeldin's two top platform ideas are crime and inflation, and he really has a road there. He really has a pathway there, because crime is high in New York, especially New York City, and inflation as well. I mean, the economy is hurting everyone here in New York. Not necessarily all of Governor Kathy Hochul's fault, but that's what Zeldin's going to say. He's going to point at crime. He's going to point at inflation. He's going to point at things like bail reform to really tackle and go, hit Hochul hard on those issues. And Hochul is weaker in those sort of areas, and so Zeldin's hoping that he does have a pathway there. But abortion is going to be a huge topic, and we're already seeing a lot of Democrats turning out to vote because of abortion. So Hochul is really counting on abortion and guns to get her across the finish line.
Okay. You've been following these campaigns so closely. What will you be kind of monitoring throughout the weekend into next week?
Yeah, October is about to get crazy. This is going to be nonstop campaign season. I've been talking to strategists on both sides, the campaigns on both sides. I talked to them about 10 in the morning. They've already had about 5 cups of coffee, so things are about to get really heated here in the month of October. It's going to get really fun for us, but covering all the campaigns. But it's going to be tough for them. They're going to have to really focus and nail down the issues. I know Zeldin right now is talking a lot about campaigns or the debates, and the strategist I spoke to today said he should stop talking about debates. Just start focusing on the issues. Voters care less about debates. It's really debates are for people like you and me. Voters aren't necessarily tuning into those hour-long debates. They're seeing the snippets later. So focus less on the debates and focus more on the issues is what strategists are saying headed into October.
All right. Fox 5's Morgan McKay. We always appreciate it. Have a good weekend. Thanks.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, and we thank Morgan McKay there for that report. I'm glad I got to speak with her, and we'll be talking to her, no doubt, throughout the midterm season. New York is a very, very interesting state. All right, we're going to stay with this theme here. Donald Trump is still at that campaign rally in North Carolina. We're also tracking all these events at the White House right now. Take a look at this. The First Lady and the President, along with so many others, are basically at an Elton John concert on the front lawn of the White House. It's exciting. Fortunately, we can't let you listen to it because we can't play Elton John's music for you, but we showed you President Biden and the First Lady's remarks there. This is just some of the scenes from what's literally a concert stage right in front of the White House. In the meantime, though, we do want to, for about the next 10 minutes, let you listen back into that rally in Wilmington, North Carolina, with former President Donald Trump, and then we'll get into some more of these other top headlines on this Friday night.
I got to say this. Do you have any football fans? Yeah, I guess, right? The craziest game I ever saw was the Jet game last week. Is that right? So there's like 1 minute and 37 seconds left. They're down by 13 points, and they were having a tough game, and they don't even have the ball. I think the chances of them winning was 1/100th of 1%, and nobody would take the bet. And they got some kind of a fumble. They threw a long pass that was caught. They got 7. And then they got an onside kick. This took place over like about 1.25 minutes. And they got an onside kick, and they went for a touchdown. And they won the game because the other field goal kicker missed a field goal somewhere during the game. And they got 14 points they needed. They needed 14 points. They got 14 points like in 1 minute and 12 seconds. It was the craziest thing. And I called the coach because I think the coach is like a great guy, general manager too. Coach, I said, Coach, you're greater than Vince Lombardi, because Vince Lombardi never did that. He was never able to pull out a game like that, because that was the craziest thing I've ever seen. The game was done. It was over. And the owner of the Jets is here with his incredible wife, Woody Johnson and Suzanne Johnson, and they are so happy. Where the hell are they? Where are they? Where are they? What a job that was. That was the, I'm telling you, I told the coach, he's better. He's better than anybody. The greatest coach in America. He's a great guy. But that was some game, Woody. I know you expected to win when you're down by 13 and you don't have the ball and there's a minute and a half left. But Woody Johnson's a great guy and his wife is even better, okay? So thank you both. And thank you for being here, Woody. And Summers, thank you for being here. Where's Summers? Summers Farkas, our friend. She captivates New York, captivates it. This is also the home state of someone who I said before is very special, Lara. We love you, Lara. I'm glad you didn't run. I'm glad we didn't need you. We got Ted. But Lara, how good is she on television, by the way? She's fantastic. So thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. And I just want to go on to say we're wrapping up, but we have a country that is in such bad shape. With the help of everyone here today, over 4 incredible years, we achieved more for the people of North Carolina than any administration in history. And Mark knows this. They all know this. North Carolina lost half of its manufacturing jobs after the twin disasters of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever, which I terminated, and China's entry into the World Trade Organization. But after decades of false promises and bitter betrayals from other politicians, I ended NAFTA. They said I couldn't do it. And Mexico was not happy, and Canada was not happy. And I replaced it with the USMCA. That's Mexico and Canada, the best trade deal we ever made in our country's history. A giant win for North Carolina, as you all know, and the workers and farmers and manufacturers. In fact, the deal is so good that Mexico and Canada are right now trying to renegotiate the deal with the Biden administration. Don't do it. Don't do it, Joe. Don't do it. Don't allow it to happen, because they took advantage of us for 30 years. I withdrew from the job-killing Trans-Pacific Partnership, would have destroyed your state. To protect American workers, I placed stiff tariffs on foreign aluminum and steel and saved your steel industry, saved your aluminum industry. You wouldn't have a steel plant anywhere in the United States right now. I put 50% tariffs. China was dumping steel all over the place. I don't think they like me too much. We live by 2 simple but critical rules: buy American and hire American. Buy and hire. And I stood up to China like no president in history, taking in billions and billions and billions of dollars in tariffs and taxes. No other president took in 10 cents. They never did anything. They came in and they raped and pillaged our country, and we never did anything. And we then gave $28 billion to our great farmers, because our farmers were hit hard during the negotiation. You know, China said, we're not going to do anything. They thought they'd outbluff me and say, we're not going to do anything for the farmers. And the farmers came in. I'll never forget, they came to the White House. And I said, don't worry, we're going to help you out. I'll get some subsidy for you during this. Or, sir, we don't want subsidy. Only group that ever said that to me were the farmers. We just want a fair playing field, a level playing field. I'll never forget that. I had 32 farmers in. They said, all we want is a level playing field. And I made the best deal ever made for farmers and manufacturers, and that was the deal with China. But then when COVID came in, I don't talk about it. I don't even talk about it. But it's been an incredible deal for the farmers. We wanted to do, I asked Sonny Perdue, the Secretary of Agriculture, how much have they hurt us, and what kind of numbers have they done? Sir, they've hurt us $12 billion the first year, about 14 to 16 billion the second. So I said, that's okay. So I charged China $28 billion, and I gave it to the farmers, $28 billion. And we had hundreds of billions left over, hundreds of billions of dollars which came into the Treasury. We fought for North Carolina and we won for North Carolina. And this November, we're going to fight and win for North Carolina once again. One of the first things we will do is to stand up for parents' rights. It's time to finally and completely break the radical left's corrupt education cartel. Think of it. I'm standing up here, I guess as a politician, I'm a politician. I never thought of myself as a politician, but I guess I am, right? But think of it, I'm actually talking that we're gonna stand up for parents' rights. Can you imagine saying that like 10 years ago? They'd say, he said he's gonna, I mean, of course he's gonna stand up for parents' rights. Today it's like politically, it's somewhat politically incorrect to even say it. We are standing up for parental rights. Can't believe I have to even say it. Can't believe I have to say it. Our children are captives to unhinged Marxist educators who are pushing inappropriate sexual, racial, and political material on our children from the youngest possible age. At long last, every part and every parent in America must be empowered to opt out of indoctrination and send their child to the public, private, charter, religious, or home school of their choice. They're going to do that. In addition, we will get critical race theory, another beauty, out of our schools, out of our military. I took it totally out of our military. They put it back in. And out of every part of our federal and state and local governments. We will also keep men the hell out of women's sports, right? Keep men out of women's sports. We're gonna keep men out. You see those records that are being broken at numbers that nobody ever could think of? The weightlifters are hitting, you know, if they picked up 1 ounce, they'd be thrilled after years. But we're breaking records by 150 pounds. We're breaking the swim records at numbers. 1/8 of a second she won it. You know the story, I've told it often, I won't bother telling it tonight. But 1/8, he says, tell it. 1/8 of a second. But he broke the record, this giant man. She's looking over, she said, who is this? She doesn't remember swimming against her. And she looks at this giant, he had a wingspan like Wilt, the stilt Chamberlain. And he broke the record by 38 seconds. She just wanted to break it by 1/8 of a second. And no teacher should ever be allowed to teach transgender to our children without parental consent. Another one of our highest priorities under a Republican Congress will be to stop left-wing censorship and to restore free speech in America. We don't have it. We have fake news. We got a lot of fake news. And go out and sign up right now with Truth Social. How good is Truth Social? It's doing good. They're constantly trying to kill it, these fakers. It's doing great. It's a hot platform. I think it's the hottest platform. And I wouldn't say Twitter's doing too good. He just said it's killing Twitter. I wouldn't say Twitter's doing too good right now. But Truth. Sign up for Truth. We want the truth. The radical left Democrat Party is not a 50% party within our country. They're against God, guns, oil, law enforcement, voter ID, tax cuts, regulation cuts, the Constitution, and they're against our founding fathers. Other than that, I really think they're terrific, aren't they, Uncle Sam?
Okay, so we've been listening to former President Trump kind of rifle off a litany of his opposition to Democrats and on some of these issues here. Really honing in on one particular one there. You heard the former president really go after the hot button culture war issue of transgenderism and some of these transgender issues, especially regarding education. That's going to be a hot button issue going into the midterm elections, no doubt. But we just wanted to let you listen into the former president there. This is his first campaign rally since the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago on August the 8th. He's really supposed to be stumping on behalf of Ted Budd, who's the Republican nominee for Senate there. We didn't really get many name checks on Budd, or we heard from Budd earlier, but there you can see President Trump doing what he always does. But this is juxtaposed as well with what's happening right now outside the White House, an Elton John concert going on as we speak. We heard from President Biden and the First Lady. They are honoring Sir Elton John the pop legend on his farewell tour as it stops through Washington, D.C. Fortunately, we cannot show you any of the concert because Elton John's songs obviously have a lot of copyright to them, but we just wanted to show you some of the sights outside of the White House on the front lawn there. It looks to be very, very cool. We're going to take just a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here. When we come back, we'll be getting all the latest updates on the war in Ukraine. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
The West calls it a sham. The Russians say it's democracy in action. Ukrainians in Russian-occupied territories heading to the polls today to decide whether to remain part of Ukraine or join with Russia. Moscow is hoping for a high voter turnout that would legitimize the referendum. But most experts say this is about manufacturing a victory for Vladimir Putin after heavy losses on the battlefield.
This is not a military effort he's taken here. This is a political effort, and it's trying to demonstrate some degree of success to his domestic audience.
And that audience is growing frustrated as the losses pile up. More than 1,400 arrested at anti-mobilization protests in Moscow this week. Morale is also low among reservists, reporting for duty after Putin's mobilization order, with many saying they were given little warning before being deployed.
I didn't expect it. I went to the kindergarten with my daughter and they told me in the street.
Of course I'm ready to protect the motherland, but not now. Not this time for sure. It's not my war.
Meanwhile, the fighting continues here. Ukraine making gains around the Russian-held city of Kherson as part of a broader counteroffensive in the south. The Pentagon says it will keep supplying the Ukrainian military as it retakes more ground, shrugging off the threat of more Russian troops in the fight.
It does not affect the department's commitment to continue providing Ukraine with the support that it needs.
Russian media is reporting up to 1 million troops could be mobilized. That number is 3 times higher than the original number announced by Russian President Vladimir Putin. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thanks so much. Right now, let's bring in national security expert Hal Kempfer, as we always do, to talk about these latest developments. Hal, good to see you on this Friday. Let's continue, though, talking yet again about these referendums that are happening in parts of eastern Ukraine. My question is, after they are held, after the votes are tallied, if you will, then what?
Well, Andrew, the votes have been tallied, if you will. They basically, I think the joke is that they were deciding yesterday before the referendum began, should they win by 92% or 94%? And it really is the old Soviet election stuff where they have an election to say they have an election. The problem is Medvedev, the prime minister, who went back and forth, if you remember way back when, with Putin, when he would say, "I'm not the president now, I'm the prime minister." Yeah. Anyway, he's still there, and he came out and he basically made it very clear that this is all about being able to claim those areas as sovereign Russian territory, and then of course going into saber rattling with nuclear weapons, to saying that as sovereign territory, we'll protect them with nuclear weapons. And that's really what it's about. The problem they have is their conventional forces. The forces on the ground can't hold the ground. I think somewhere someone has done a truth to power briefing, and I think it's out of desperation that Putin probably asked for that. And they realize that they simply can't hold the ground. That explains all their actions, pulling families out of Crimea, moving Kilo class submarines out of Crimea. There's just all the telltale signs that they expect that withdrawal to never end using their conventional forces. So a lot of this stuff that we see with this is to, as was mentioned, claim some sort of Pyrrhic victory, if you will, that they are having some success. They won this referendum. It's now sovereign Russian territory. But the other side is to have some pretext for using nuclear weapons. And I'm not saying they are going to use them, but they want to have some sort of pretext where they can claim that they would use them. And that, of course, would be, as they've said before, to protect sovereign Russian territory. Now they're just expanding what they consider sovereign Russian territory. But if you look at it, they were sending police officers around knocking on doors, pulling people out of their homes, getting anyone to vote because, well, frankly, there wasn't that many people that wanted to vote. And the referendum itself is a sham, but even the sham was starting to look like a sham because nobody was showing up to vote. So they've been basically using very hard, very heavy police tactics, if you will, just to get people to show up and cast a vote.
Yeah, you've kind of seen those videos kind of going viral on social media of really just forcible voting, if you will. But then you've also seen the videos going around on social media within Russia of a lot of these, young, able-bodied men who are getting the conscription orders kind of as they go about their daily lives in Russian cities all across the country. And most, Hal, are very, very shocked. They don't really know what to do. And then you and I were talking last night that they're not going to get that much training either. This is about 15 days worth of training. They don't know where in Ukraine that they're going, but they're going to get there very fast, and that's what we've seen.
Andrew, more and more is coming out today on what this is. And it looks like this was about as well planned as everything else they've done militarily with Ukraine. It was some sort of last-minute thing where they just threw it together. They don't have the barracks. They don't have the training capability. They weren't ready for that many people to come in. It's just been a mess. And then this haphazard way where they literally are just going around seeing someone who looks about the right age and saying, okay, you're in. You're getting mobilized. And there's more and more reports that, of course, it's the term they use is reservists. And they're using that term about as loosely as it can possibly be used. I mean, better to say they're just mobilizing veterans, anyone who is ever in military service at some time. But the reality is they're actually just mobilizing people of the right age.
Yeah.
There's been numerous reports all over that they just go out there and they grab someone, whether or not they ever had compulsory conscripted service or not, and they're just throwing them in there. And you can imagine it'd be tough enough to pull someone who went through a year of training 10 or 15 years ago, most of which was just mostly hazing, if you know the Russian military system. And then you take them out there and give them 15 days of training. This epitomizes the term cannon fodder. And in the long run, I mean, if you walk it through, how are they going to employ them? Well, if they send them to Ukraine, they're going to, as near as we can tell, they're going to fall in on existing units.
Yeah.
These are demoralized, worn out, in some cases, viscerally angry units. In many cases, they were the ones that ran away from oncoming Ukrainian forces. And they're going to see these newcomers coming in who have virtually no training. And in every situation in the military, when that happens, they're looking at them saying, this guy can get me killed. he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah.
So there's a lack of trust, and in many cases they will literally, it's a psychological thing. Sometimes they will push them into harm's way as if you have to join the club sort of thing, and they will get them killed.
Yeah.
I have a feeling politically this is going to come back and just really hit Putin in a way that he didn't expect.
Okay. Because, in addition to what you're saying, there's going to be kind of psychological effects of people who've never been to war before, getting there on the battlefield. And then you and I have talked about, the Russian troops that initially were there. We had so many reports of desertion, and you kind of, pair that with the scenes we are seeing on the border with Russia, or the border with Finland and other countries, of the lines of cars that are leaving Russia because flights may be sold out, maybe too expensive, and presumably how there's a lot of able-bodied men leaving the country because of just that.
And there are, and interestingly, the Ukrainians are doing something very clever on the information spectrum, if you will. They're telling them, they're watching whatever's happening, and they're seeing that Finland, which was letting Russians in, has now really starting to tighten up the number of Russians they let in. They've seen this exodus of military-age men buying any plane ticket they can to get out of there. Of course, the EU, the NATO countries are not letting them in, and they're kind of stuck. And what they're saying is, if you get mobilized or conscripted, here's what you do. You come to us with your weapons down, your hands raised, and you surrender to us. We will take care of you in accordance with international law and the Geneva Convention. You will not be harmed. And it's an interesting, some would say propaganda, but it's an interesting strategic communications point, because with those who have been put into service so fast, and because their training is so cursory, that message may actually resonate. And I could foresee where you might see a lot of these troops go forward, and you might see a very disproportionate number of surrenders. I mean, the surrender stuff has been pretty heavy anyway, but you might see it much bigger. And it's simply because of how they brought these troops into service and how quickly and haphazardly they put them on the front line. That message may resonate. And certainly if the Ukrainians follow through on what they're saying, and I would believe they probably would follow through because they've been actually pretty good about that, that you might see a lot of these mobilized troops surrendering. And that's going to cause a huge political problem for Putin. He may kind of understand this to a certain degree. I don't think he understands the full ramifications. And it's very possible when we look at this in retrospect, we may say this mobilization caused him as much political harm as the invasion itself, just because of how poorly it's being done.
Okay. Hal, it's Friday night. Let's game out some hypotheticals, some scenarios. Say the worst case scenario happens for Russia, in which either, Putin has to leave power in some capacity because of all of this pressure. Is there someone who is there? Are there people jockeying for that, kind of a second in command? Or could it be someone no one really has ever heard about?
That's a really good question. There's not a lot of history to pick from on this. Right. If you go back into Russian and Soviet history, sometimes it was who you'd expect, and sometimes it wasn't who you'd expect. I mean, there's a lot of people say they really didn't expect Khrushchev to arise from from Stalin's passing, and of course in the early 80s, as we like to say, it was about one a month. That for a while there, they just seemed to put him in. They put these very old, very unhealthy people in charge, and then they would die fairly quickly. They'd have to replace them, and that continued till Gorbachev came in, and he was much younger and much more vigorous. But I don't know. I think you might see someone who is more predictable step up immediately.
Okay.
But I think the immense pressure is going to be on to really fix this thing and to basically get the economy back going and get Russia back into the community of nations. And with that, it's going to take a huge transition. I would not be surprised if whoever's in charge decides to have a personal audience with Navalny and talk about where they're going to go going forward. I'm not saying they're going to put him in charge, but I'm saying they're probably going to have to talk to him, because they're going to have to reach out in ways that they're not reaching out because those sanctions are not going to go away. Just removing Putin doesn't get the sanctions away. A lot more things have to be done.
Hal, you're always straight with me, so correct me if I'm wrong. Am I being off base by even asking the question, or is this some type of distinct possibility? I don't want to be, here in the West, wishful thinking or kind of a proponent of that, but many and that I have been speaking to and listening to really don't know what a Russia without Putin looks like. So tell me if I'm off base here.
No, I think you're projecting, you're looking forward. And actually, I think this is something, I mean, look, I'm a veteran of Iraq, and one of the great criticisms of Iraq was we didn't look forward enough. There was a thing called Phase 4, if you will, and which is what do we do once we liberate Baghdad? And as has been history has said, we weren't really prepared for that as we should have been. All right. One of my, one of the greatest leaders I've ever worked for, General Anthony Zinni, would have said you're absolutely spot on, because you're thinking down the line. You're trying to see where it's going to go. You're not just looking at the problem in front of you. You're looking 2 or 3 levels out, and that's what I hope we're doing as a government. I hope we're doing it not just as the United States government, but I hope NATO and the European Union and a variety of other allies that we have around the world are looking at what will happen beyond this. I could tell you years back, there was organizations that used to do this. They did it very well, and they would try to, as we say, look into the crystal ball and see where things are going to be. I'm hoping that's going on now, because we need to start planning now for the if or when Putin leaves. And I'm with what's just happened with this mobilization, I think the when is much higher than the if when we look at that.
Okay, Hal, I want to put this up. This was from Trey Ying's story, this map. And so, I'm kind of in a devil's advocate mood here, because you keep hearing, Ukraine is winning. And then from Russian propagandists and proponents, no, Russia is winning. But Russia still controls a lot of territory in Ukraine. And so obviously Ukraine has had progress in its counteroffensive of, retaking a lot of that land. The red is a lot as well. They're in red. And so help me game this out, because Ukraine wants to take back all of that. And so that's going to take some time. And so, some who are just, born today might be coming into this war saying, oh, wow, Russia is winning.
Well, if you look at the map, and the map can be a little deceptive at times, it's not telling you the composition of the forces on the ground, where they're cohesive forces, whether they can hold the ground. If you look up in the Northeast, the thing I would point to is the incursions being made in Luhansk province. There's been some significant gains in there by the Ukrainians, and the fact that they have any of Luhansk oblast or province, the fact that they have any ground there is a real pushback to the Russians, because that was, that's one of their named objectives. But it's also the area that they said, look, we have now seized one of these, what they called independent Russian republics. And now, of course, they've lost part of that territory. They were never able to seize the other one, which is Donetsk Oblast. And the fighting there is pushing back as well. And the Russians appear very disorganized there. In fact, there's a report out that a Russian major general was seriously injured in another strike. And if you know how Russia operates with their very rigid top-down chain of command, when you take out a general, that really causes ramifications in ways that our forces wouldn't have the same ramifications. That's up in the Northeast. Now you go down to the south, the Southwest around Kherson. They're making steady gains. What they're not doing is they're not making unnecessary sacrifices of troops or units in order to do that. They know they have those Russians trapped. They've been shutting off their supplies, and they literally are just wearing them down. And what you're probably going to see there is something not unlike Kharkiv. Is when they break, they're going to break. Now, if they can move across, Kherson, they get across the Dnipro River and take the Kherson Oblast, that province sits right on top of Crimea. With what's happening in the Northeast, and if they can take the Kherson Oblast, they have literally cut off Crimea from everything except for maritime resupply. Russia does not have the maritime assets to keep that place afloat, so to speak, with just maritime resupply. They know it. The Ukrainians know it. What I would imagine they're going to do is push across the oblast. There is one bridge, one land bridge. They're going to probably let them use that for a while to let them flee as much as possible to the north and then cut it off. And that would be my guess on that. And at that point, the Russians have to look in the mirror and say, what are we doing here? Where are we? And it may not look that way on the map, but from a Russian operational strategic perspective, they've got nowhere to go. If that occurs, and that looks to be what I would assess is the Ukrainian game plan.
Okay, Hal, very lively discussion as always on this Friday. Appreciate your time. We hope you have a good weekend. We'll talk next week.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. Have a good weekend.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that conversation. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we spoke with an independent journalist earlier today who's based in Kyiv, Ukraine. My colleague, Christy Larson, spoke to him earlier this morning. We also have these live pictures still outside of the White House, President Biden and the First Lady with Sir Elton John and his husband, David Furnish, there. And I believe he just bestowed some type of medal on Elton John. I'm not entirely sure what type of medal, but we're going to replay this and re-rack it for you in 2 minutes. When we come back, we'll see you in just a moment. Okay, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. President Biden and the First Lady just wrapped up this concert by Sir Elton John, nonetheless, on his farewell tour as it makes its way through Washington, D.C. Just moments ago, the President and the First Lady bestowed an honorific, a medal onto Elton John. Let's watch that back.
Well, tonight, it's my great honor, and I mean this sincerely, to present the National Humanities Medal to Sir Elton John. Major Yang, please read the citation.
On it, sir. Good evening, everyone. The President of the United States awards this National Humanities Medal to Sir Elton John. for moving our souls with his powerful voice and one of the defining songbooks of all time. An enduring icon and advocate with absolute courage, who found purpose to challenge convention, shatter stigma, and advance the simple truth that everyone deserves to be treated with dignity and respect.
I think we surprised him.
I just said to the First Lady, I'm never flabbergasted, but I'm flabbergasted and humbled and honored by this incredible award from the United States of America. I will treasure this so much, and it will make me double my efforts to make sure this disease goes away. Your kindness, America's kindness to me as a musician is second to none. But in the war against AIDS and HIV, it's even bigger. And I can't thank you enough. I'm really emotional about this. Thank you.
And by the way, it's all his fault that we're spending $6 billion in taxpayer money this month to help AIDS fight HIV/AIDS. Hello. This is David, his husband. I'm sure he's easy, no problem, right? None. Anyway, we're going to get a picture. Come on, David, get in there. Enjoy the evening, everyone.
Okay, so pretty cool moment there. President Biden surprising Sir Elton John there with the National Humanities Medal. And the Marine Guard there read out the citation. And Elton John giving a few remarks after his concert there in front of the White House on his farewell tour. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We want to continue, though, with some of our war in Ukraine coverage. Earlier today, we spoke with independent journalist Mark Savchuk. He's based in the capital, Kyiv, Ukraine. My colleague, Christy Larson, spoke to him about how the counteroffensive is playing there in the capital. Are Ukrainians somewhat emboldened now and confident about the progress on the battlefield? Let's listen in.
Raging on for 7 months, and we've known that it will continue on as they now prepare to head into some winter months. That update last time was brought to us with Mark Savchuk. He is joining us here once again on Live Now from Fox as we continue to keep you up to date on the very latest. Mark, we appreciate you being on here with us. We know that things have been so hectic, especially with some of the recent things that have been happening, like Vladimir Putin trying to send even more people into your country. What were your thoughts when you heard that announcement being made?
Hello. Well, first of all, it wasn't a surprise for us at all because in about late March, it became absolutely obvious that the forces that Putin has mobilized is not going to be enough to fulfill their strategic goals. And actually, in 6 months, not only there were not enough resources to achieve the goals, we were actually starting to turn the tides on the battlefield, and we have conducted an incredibly successful offensive. And it became absolutely clear if Putin didn't throw in additional manpower, then we would have started to attack regularly and Russian forces would have been retreating constantly, and the fate of this offensive would be over. So it was a desperation move, but this was also a desperation move that we we thought that this would happen at some point, for sure. And, his speech of partial mobilization is absolutely, it's a BS. They are trying to mobilize absolutely everyone they can possibly can. Their problem is the military machine that can only push through the training a certain amount of people. So basically they have the same problem as we do. It's just on a much higher numbers. They also need to find 300,000 bulletproof vests. They also need to find 300,000 helmets, etc., etc. And given the fact that they may have enough machinery or firepower, but given the fact that we have seen cases that they are already fundraising for some equipment for their regular forces that should have been completely supplied 100% by the government, and they are already undersupplied. That means that these 300,000 people that they're mobilizing right now will have serious issue with enough supplies, military gear. But actually, President Putin doesn't really care. For him, it doesn't matter how many hundreds of thousands he will kill, literally, in Ukraine, because it's a question of his personal power. He will literally be forced away from presidency and probably be killed by his own people if he doesn't do something in Ukraine. So he's absolutely desperate, and that's why he's mobilizing as quickly as possible. I mean, you already see in videos that they are literally grabbing people on the streets, and I'm not exaggerating. You have reports from students in unis where they actually say that people from military came in and they have literally started drafting people in the university. So these people are already on the planes going into military bases where they will be given a 2 weeks training, and they will be sent here. And there are like huge number of alcoholics. There is like a person who is 64 years old. He has problems with his heart. So he is not only older than the line where he should be accepted in the military, he has also health conditions that he shouldn't have been drafted into the army, but he is. And obviously this person will simply die, and probably not even from bullets. He will just simply die because he will have a heart attack and have nobody who will attend to his health. Which is why we're saying that this mobilization is not going to win the war for Putin. It will obviously make problems for us. It will obviously increase casualties that we endure, unfortunately. Obviously, we will have to rely even more on military aid, which the West will have to step up, because, I mean, we are going to be fighting additional 300,000 Russians in the next few months. So obviously we need more weapons. I mean, but if you're mobilizing literally people from the streets who are not soldiers, it will not turn the tide of war, because we want to fight. We want to kick them out of the country, and the people who are mobilized to come back to come here, they don't want to be here, most of them, and so they will be very bad soldiers. So we will win, but obviously we will need much more resources to do that, because this becomes quite literally the biggest war since Second World War.
And you keep talking about this number that Putin had announced, this 300,000, but there are media reports from Russia saying that it could be much higher, even up to nearly 1 million people. Is that something else you're hearing there in Ukraine as you continue to prepare?
If you listen carefully to what I said, I'm not mocking, I'm just repeating. They will mobilize as much as they can. It will probably be even more if they can sustain it. Their limiting factor is logistics and supplies. They would have mobilized 3 million, but the thing is that they probably don't have enough equipment for these people. Putin doesn't care how many people he kills in Ukraine. He really doesn't. He absolutely doesn't. If he has to bury 1 million people, he will. This is how Russia operates. This is how empires operate. They don't value the lives of people. They absolutely don't care. Look at the Russian people. They don't protest. You know, people will say, oh, there were protests in Moscow. Literally, you're going to say to me that 140 million country will have protests of a few thousand people across the whole country? This is nothing. This is a drop in the ocean. This is just people who don't want to die. That's it. It's not a protest of the nation. They don't care. They literally don't care. Because, well, I understand that it might be offensive to someone. We literally think that Russia is a nation of slaves, because only slaves will be completely not interested in the fact that their own sons, their fathers, will go to die in another country for a war that is completely made up, because there's absolutely no threat to Russia by NATO, by Ukraine, by anyone. But Putin understands that if he doesn't do something in this war, he will literally die. So he is doing this war just because he wants to stay in power. That's it. That's the only reason why this war is still on, because he understands that he will literally be dead as soon as he loses the war.
Well, and as you mentioned, too, you know, first when they were lining up along the border, and then once they did invade, you know, Putin in his mind thought it was only going to take a couple of days. Obviously, yes. He did not know the spirit. He did not know the power, and he did not know the allies that Ukraine had. And now he's been searching desperately for his own allies, whereas in Ukraine, you guys have been getting some support. But obviously, as you hear more people being mobilized to the country and more equipment going to be coming in and fresh troops coming in, I'm sure you, too, are thinking ahead, as we've talked about before, to these winter months, what kind of equipment you're going to need.
There is two sides of the story. One is civilian, and the other one is military. Obviously, right now, the bigger priority is the military, because, as I've said, look, Russian forces are going to diminish in quality step by step. As the more people they mobilize, the more ancient their weapons will be. Their tanks won't have like thermal sights anymore. They will be literally fighting with the Soviet army from 1980s. And I'm not exaggerating. This is literally the army that we're going to see, because Ukrainian army have decimated their regular troops. We have completely decimated the first tank army, which is one of the basically the best tank army they had. It is located near Moscow, so it should have been the army that they used to attack and break the lines, most elite guys. Then they have airborne like divisions and stuff like that were dropped on Hostomel airport on the 24th of February. Those are the most elite units they have. They are all completely dead by now. So, and those were the best trained and the best supplied troops they had. Right now, we have destroyed more than 2,000 tanks, more than 4,000 APCs. Now, the numbers that I'm telling you are larger than the entire army in Europe. If you take into account Italy, France, Germany, United Kingdom, we have destroyed more equipment, thanks to your help, than all those army combined. Yes, of course, I understand that the Russian tank is not the same as German tank. I'm not trying to say that those are quantity exactly the same. I'm talking about the quality and the, I'm sorry, not the quality, but the quantity. The quantities that we have destroyed are absolutely insane. They're literally insane. That is exactly why we're asking for additional military aid, because we're literally fighting one of the largest militaries in the world. And it's not because they're so good, it's because they're sitting on this huge heritage of the Cold War. Because during the Cold War, they have made thousands of tanks, tens of thousands of APCs, which is absolutely insane number. But we are incredibly lucky because Russia has been neglecting to look over their army. And we right now know that their actual supplies are less than they state. We don't know by how much, but because their army is corrupt, obviously their equipment that is ready to use is much less than what they say on paper. That obviously doesn't mean that they're close to being to be broken. Absolutely not at all. Ukraine will need still much larger aid from the West. We are asking for tanks. Unfortunately, Germany doesn't want to give them to Ukraine, and we honestly think that Germany's reaction of not to give heavy weapons to Ukraine after Putin has declared general mobilization is actually a sign that they're basically playing on Putin's sides. That's literally, I can't really explain what the hell is going on. All the countries pitch in to help Ukraine because we're fighting this huge battle. It's very soon, unfortunately, it's going to become literally the biggest military conflict, since, I wouldn't say this since the Second World War, but since maybe Korean or Vietnam War, because, they have already committed 190,000 at the beginning of the war, and they are mobilizing right now 300,000. So very soon we will have a military force of 500,000 already being deployed to Ukraine. You can see the size of this. The fact that in 6 months we have destroyed more than 2,000 tanks and more than 4,000 APCs, and it's just getting started. It's just getting started. It's going to get much worse from now on.
And knowing that too, I know we've talked about your guys' preparations for these next few months as the temperatures start to drop. It might be harder to get into some of those areas as well. Right now, we have a lot of our leaders, world leaders, meeting together at this summit for the United Nations. They've been also talking about lending more support and maybe even calling Putin on his bluffs on if this is really going to be something that they can pull through or not. So what are you looking ahead to here in these next few months as you guys are continuing to just prepare, and it is a lot of that aid that still needs to come your way?
Yeah. So absolutely, we need what Ukraine needs is obviously a very united position. So it's not going to be good if only US says that Ukraine, we have your back, we will be with you, we will help you all the way. It's not about just USA. I think President Biden has said it best. He said that Russia thinks that it can just invade some another country and say that this belongs to us right now. Because what will prevent it saying tomorrow that Warsaw is actually a Russian territory, or that sometime in the past they controlled some another country, I don't know, like Austria, or the states at the Baltics, like Estonia, Latvia, we were occupying these territories 60 years ago, and we want to occupy them again. It's a huge problem. In 21st century, we don't do this anymore. No, we should completely ban and punish anyone who does invasion on sovereign nation, other nation. And calling it their territory now, like what Putin wants to do at Kherson Oblast, Lugansk Oblast, and Donetsk Oblast. He just wants to say we will hold the referendum. Obviously, the referendum is a complete sham. People will tick something, but it doesn't matter what they tick. The decision will be made in Kremlin, and he will simply say that these lands are now Russia. That's it. If we accept that, then different countries, for example, China, will wake up one day and say, I think I like that area over there. And given the fact that I have a very large military and I can invade it, and if nobody will do anything to me because I'm so big and powerful, then I will simply invade it. So if we let this conflict go, then you will literally see wars popping up all over the world. And I think President Biden just clearly understands this, and this is exactly why Russia must lose this war and return back to its its borders, and like borders of Ukraine have to be completely liberated. We're not talking just about Ukrainian democracy and just about Ukrainian freedom. We're talking about actually about the global security. If you allow countries to change borders, then you are on the verge of the Third World War, because what will stop other countries doing exactly the same, saying we have a large army and we like that country over there. And that's exactly what will happen. So we are waiting for a unified position. We hope it will emerge. That's number one, to just say that, look, Putin, no matter what you do, you can mobilize like 3 million people. We don't care. We will give Ukraine how much weapons they need to fight for their freedom. Next question is, of course, sanctions on Russia. Look, the world must stop buying Russian oil and gas. It's just as simple as that, because this war will continue as long as Putin has money. In the first quarter of 2022, Putin received more than 100 billion euros from Europe. Of course, I understand that it's impossible to get rid of Russian oil and gas in one day like that. I understand that. This is realism. But look, it has been more than 6 months in this war right now. We understand where it all goes. Literally, Putin says, I will mobilize as many people as I need to actually conquer Ukraine. Well, when we have a situation like this, countries in the world have to make a decision. Again, we're talking about global security here. This war will continue unless we keep on buying Russian oil and gas. So we have to stop that, because we need to basically, like switch off the plug from the Russian economy so that they can't afford to do war. As simple as that. So they just run out of money, and he will have to secede. And then I think another good thing that you said is that we need to call his bluff. Obviously, he's trying to terrorize the world with nuclear weapons. Again, it's a big question. Look, the whole world is now terrified that Putin can use nuclear weapons. I'm sorry, but Ukraine has clearly said to the world that in 2014, after annexation of Crimea, that Putin is crazy. His main opposition rival, Boris Nemtsov, who was shot in Moscow, said that Putin is completely mental. And what the West did? Nothing. They kept, not only they kept buying more oil and gas from Russia, subsidizing their military budget, they have Germany has agreed to build a Nord Stream 2, an underwater pipeline to sell even more gas to Russia. So obviously right now we are at the point where we may see the use of nuclear weapons, and I'm saying this as a person who lives in Kiev, in a probable target of Russia. And so it's a question of the world, do they want to see a nuclear war? And if the answer is no, they need to destroy Russian economy so that he doesn't do it. There is a question if he will give the order. Well, even if he does give the order, there are other generals and people in the military who understand what will happen after the use of nuclear weapons. And I'm absolutely convinced that allies, including US, have said to Russia, look, guys, if you use nuclear weapons, this is game over. We can't risk nuclear war. And I'm sure that even China will absolutely refuse any kind of trade if Russia uses nuclear weapons. Why? Because every single country has a nuclear doctrine which clearly states in which cases the country will use nuclear weapons. And if they invade Ukraine, they have already invaded Ukraine. If they use nuclear weapons during the invasion of another country, that will clearly mean that Russia is breaking their nuclear doctrine, because it doesn't say that they use nuclear weapons as offensive. It says that they will use nuclear weapons only if there is a threat to their statehood, meaning that someone is invading Russia effectively. So it means that the leadership is completely out of control. It means that all these military doctrines and nuclear doctrines that are specifically written so that other parties in the world know what kind of threats there are and in what cases the country will use its nuclear weapons. And we have a rogue nation that can clearly, just wake up one day and say, I want to bomb Europe or I want to bomb China. or I want to bomb Washington. Nobody can say for sure what will Russia do tomorrow. So that is why I think that, if Russia does use nuclear weapons, this will automatically mean that, it's the end of the story. So basically, I don't obviously know what the response is going to be, but I'm sure it will be quite significant. And I think we'll see the demise of Russia literally within days after that, because, it's either that or we have a mutual annihilation everywhere. And I just think that even China, who is very light on Russia, doesn't want that, because they have a huge economy. They're a huge trading partner with with the EU and USA, and they just don't want to lose that. They have created so much wealth in the past 20 years, and to lose all that because Putin has gone mad, I'm absolutely obvious that China doesn't want that.
Yeah, and obviously you pointed out what is the most important thing right now is these world leaders need to do something now, because their actions that they're taking right now against this war in Russia, Ukraine is also going to have a ripple effect for time to come. Yeah. So we do appreciate you giving us a lot of insight again here today. Mark Savchuk joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you.
Okay, hope you enjoyed that conversation there. Mark's doing some great work in Kyiv and keeping us up to date on the progress of the war. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Friday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break, though. When we come back, we'll be giving you the latest updates on what's shaping up to be quite a large storm. That, of course, is Tropical Depression 9. Remains to be seen on if it will turn into a named hurricane over the weekend. We'll have more on that in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. So, Tropical Depression 9 formed this morning in the Caribbean, and much of the Florida Peninsula is already included in the cone of uncertainty for the system that's likely to become a major hurricane named Ian in the days ahead. This tropical depression joins 3 other systems currently roaming the Atlantic basin, including there you can also see the trajectory of Hurricane Fiona, which will pummel parts of Canada this weekend. Also, you cannot see the trajectory of Tropical Storm Gaston near the Azores and Tropical Storm Ermine over the far eastern Atlantic. So as of this evening, Tropical Depression 9 was in the central Caribbean Sea. It was centered around 400 miles southeast of Kingston, Jamaica, and around 700 miles away from the Cayman Islands. So the tropical depression had maximum sustained winds of about 35 miles per hour and was moving west-northwestward at 15 miles per hour. Fox Weather's Robert Ray, has the latest from here stateside.
Fiona churned up large swells along the East Coast on Friday. The storm continuing its trek through the Atlantic Ocean on its way to eastern Canada. Forecasters there expect the worst of the conditions to occur by Saturday afternoon. But up and down the eastern U.S., rip currents and strong surf will be an issue for beaches throughout the weekend. Waves could reach heights of up to 10 feet.
We were watching it from days ago. Where is it coming? Where is it going to track? How close is it going to get?
Early Friday, Fiona brushed past Bermuda, dropping heavy rain and whipping up high winds. According to the local power company here, about 70% of the island woke up without electricity. Officials opened shelters and closed businesses ahead of Fiona's arrival.
I have lots of water, snacks, canned meat, not so many perishables, mostly non-perishables I purchased for the storm.
And in Puerto Rico, hundreds of thousands are still without power or running water, 5 days after Fiona made landfall. Full restoration is expected to take several more days. The Biden administration has hundreds of FEMA and other federal officials on the ground to help with the recovery efforts.
Is that the Puerto Rican people have been able to open commerce because of the swift response that they, with us, have executed.
And another system brewing in the Caribbean could be a major storm by early next week. In Bermuda, Robert Ray, Fox Weather.
Robert, thanks so much. Let's see, though, how some of the eastern seaboard in New Jersey, parts of Canada, are going to be experiencing the kind of remnants of Hurricane Fiona as it moves northward. Let's go out to Fox 29 in Philadelphia with this story.
That hurricane is still hundreds of miles into the Atlantic and no threat to the U.S. mainland. But that doesn't mean Fiona isn't causing some waves down here at the shore. The lifeguard stands have been put away for the season at the headquarters for the North Wildwood Beach Patrol. But for surfers, the season has just started.
With the risk of the rip currents and strong surf, we're really asking you, please do not enter the ocean this weekend.
The chief of the North Wildwood Beach Patrol says visitors may be tempted to swim this weekend, but conditions could be downright dangerous. And with throngs of people starting to arrive for this weekend's annual Irish Festival, officials are sending out a warning to beachgoers to stay away from the water.
You want to sit on the beach with your sweatshirt on, late September, hang out with family, friends, that's fine. We just don't want to see you enter that ocean.
That warning most likely won't stop these surfers from catching waves this weekend. After all, this is what they've been waiting for.
We were watching it from days ago. Where is it coming? Where is it going to track? How close is it going to get?
North Wildwood surfers like Mark Z live for Atlantic hurricane season. The more storms, the more waves.
Now this is the time. This is the surf season, September and October, because of all the hurricanes that are out there that come up the coast and give us a nice little push.
It's heavy, it's big out there, it's clean. It's probably the best waves he's had all season.
Now the Beach Patrol tells us it will have an emergency response team on standby for any potential rescues, but they do stress there are no lifeguards on duty and you are swimming at your own risk. In North Wildwood, Chris O'Connell, Fox 29 News.
Chris, thanks so much. Okay, let's listen to the latest update by the National Hurricane Center and the National Weather Service about Tropical Depression 9. It's not named yet. Forecasters think it's going to be Ian. Later into the weekend, we'll be tracking all of its developments as it moves through the Central Caribbean. Let's listen to this update from earlier today, though.
Hey, welcome back everyone with your 11 a.m. update on several systems in the Atlantic. The tropics have really gotten heated up here. And for those of you tuning in for newly formed Tropical Depression number 9, I'll be right back with you. But first, we need to give you an update on Hurricane Fiona. So just look at the big picture first. You can just see where everything is. So here is Major Hurricane Fiona, Tropical Depression number 9. But first, let's zoom in on Fiona. You can still see a well-defined well-defined satellite presentation indicative of a major hurricane. Bermuda is right here, so it's passing just north of Bermuda. Their conditions should be on the improvement for the rest of the day. Now, in terms of where Fiona will go over the next several days, turning more towards the north and unfortunately impacting Atlantic Canada with some pretty substantial impacts this weekend. The red area is areas under a hurricane warning, meaning hurricane conditions are expected. The blue area here, tropical storm warning, so tropical storm conditions are expected. And for you here in Canada, you really got to wrap up your preparation by sundown today. So if you're watching us from Canada, please go ahead and wrap your preparations soon. Switching gears, we've talked about this all week, and it may not be intuitive why we have to talk about this, but with a major hurricane like this over the open waters of the Western Atlantic, it churns up the seas substantially. And those waves then propagate to the west and strike the east coast of the United States, producing substantial rip current risk. And you've seen this map all week, and it's gotten substantially more red on here. And now basically the entire East Coast is at a high risk of rip currents. So please, if you're going to the beach this weekend, it'll be blue skies, nice conditions, but the rip current risk will be substantial for everybody basically along the east coast of the United States. So check local surf conditions, please, before you enter the water. Now, a lot of you are tuning in probably to hear about newly formed tropical depression number 9. And this is a big IR picture so you can see where you are, proximity to the continental United States. And if we zoom in here and look at the visible, we've talked about this all week. It was the absence of a low level of circulation that really prevented us from initiating advisories because the predictability was so low. Now you can see that a low-level circulation has in fact formed. Persistent showers and thunderstorms, this is what fuels the system. And so now we can go ahead and initiate a forecast for this system. And you can see why the predictability has improved by waiting for it to actually form. Earlier in the week, there were some models, I know you were all looking at them, there were some models that showed a substantial threat in the western part of the Gulf of Mexico. Those scenarios don't seem as likely now. It now appears that it will be in the eastern Gulf of Mexico where we'll see the greatest threat of a hurricane, most notably Florida. So I'm a Floridian too, so I'm going to speak to you candidly. Don't panic. We are still in the early stages of this event. This is a 5-day cone. This is the 5-day forecast. So we have some time. That said, if you are watching us from Florida, and I practice what I preach, I did it last night, you really need to start going through your hurricane supplies, making sure you have everything on hand. You pull out all of your emergency supplies, make sure you have everything that you need on hand. Top things off if you need to. Make sure you're ready to go. So fill up your cars with fuel, get all situated for a possible event. This is the cone that shows where the center is forecast to go, not the impacts. So don't get too infatuated on the cone over the next couple of days. Generally speaking, the depression is going to move off to the west-northwest over the next day or so, most likely becoming a tropical storm, at which point it would acquire a name, then turning more towards the north, moving over really warm waters here in the northwest Caribbean Sea, crossing western Cuba, and then potentially impacting Florida. Unfortunately, it could impact Florida as a major hurricane. Category 3 is the current forecast. But again, we have a lot of time. This forecast can and will evolve. For those of you going into the weekend, it's very, very, very important, we're all active on the weekends, that you not tune this out. You've got to check back for updates daily because this forecast can and will evolve. In terms of timing, this is a timing graphic. Think of this as when you should have everything completed, done, wrapped up in terms of preparation. Florida Keys, South Florida, you really need to be done by sunset Monday. Let me say that again. Preparation in the Florida Keys, South Florida, really needs to be completed by sunset Monday. because conditions could start spreading over the area overnight Monday or Tuesday morning. So have everything bundled up as you go into the weekend. You now know how much time you have to execute your hurricane plan. So think about that. For North Florida, if impacts were to spread that far north, it would be more likely to come late in the day on Tuesday. So I want to end with this. It is important that you take this threat seriously and begin to execute your hurricane plans in a calm and orderly fashion while there's still time to get ready. Don't panic. There's still a lot of time. Just move through your hurricane plan slowly and calmly. Also, rest assured that we'll be providing you constant updates, including this live briefing, every day at this time. If necessary, we'll start doing 2-a-day briefings. But for now, we will see you right back here at the same location at the same time tomorrow. And that is it from the National Hurricane Center.
Okay, so let's put up our X-Red weather system right now just to get a sense of the trajectory of Tropical Depression 9. That's what it's known as right now. It's forecast to strengthen into a major Category 3 hurricane with possible landfall in Florida. That's according to what you just listened to, that representative from the National Hurricane Center. So there you can see where its path might lead. Through Cuba, upwards to central Florida. So right now it's kind of located east-southeast of Kingston, Jamaica, has maximum sustained winds right now 35 miles per hour, but forecasters think it will grow. So throughout the weekend here, we will keep you up to date on this storm. We know we have a lot of viewers who do watch us from Florida. And of course, our East Coast Bureau of LiveNOW for Fox is located in Orlando, Florida. So I'm Andrew Kraft. We're just a little bit after the 7 o'clock hour here on this Friday night. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we have some sports headlines to get to, some major updates as well on the immigration crisis. And then, of course, we'll be going out to Chicago for an update on that really grisly, terrible scene in Oak Forest, Illinois, where 4 people were found dead in a home. It was burned out. Authorities were involved. We'll have an update from Fox 32's Casey Cronus as well. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. On this Friday night, I'm Andrew Kraft. We wanted to get some sports headlines for you. If you're a big tennis fan, you probably were watching the Laver Cup there in London. We got the news that Roger Federer has lost his last match of his career there in London. This is a tweet from the U.S. Open tennis account saying, "All of us right now," and some tributes after the match. His doubles partner, Rafael Nadal, also tearing up. This comes just about a week after Roger Federer announced his retirement from the sport. He bid adieu tonight with one last contest before he heads into the retirement at age 41 after a superlative career that spanned nearly 25 years and included 20 Grand Slam titles and a statesman's role. He wrapped up his days as a professional player with a loss in doubles alongside his longtime rival Rafael Nadal for Team Europe in the Laver Cup against France's Tiafoe and Jack Sock of Team World. The truth is that the victors, the statistics, and the score did not matter and were all so entirely beside the point. The occasion was, after all, about the farewell itself, or better, the farewells plural. Federer's to tennis, to the fans, to his competitors and colleagues, and naturally each of those entitles farewells to Federer. This is from the Associated Press here. So both Federer and his doubles partner, Rafael Nadal, they lost their match to France's Tiafoe and Jack Sock of Team World at the Laver Cup match there in London. And what a moment to witness there. So I just wanted to update all of this sports headlines as we always do here on Live Now from Fox. But right now, let's move on to some of these other top headlines here. Of course, the immigration battle brews still. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis now facing lawsuits from some of these illegal migrants that were flown to Martha's Vineyard. Fox 13 in Tampa has this story.
Governor DeSantis is facing another lawsuit over flying migrants from Texas to Massachusetts. Just last night, a lawmaker from South Florida filed for an injunction to block any future flights. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, is here to explain the latest legal challenge and how it compares to another one filed earlier this week. Craig?
Sure, these flights are being scrutinized and challenged on separate, unrelated claims. We have this new suit that focuses over alleged violations of the state budget law compared to the prior lawsuit, which was filed a couple of days ago, that relates to claims by the migrants that they were misled. A Texas sheriff is investigating Governor DeSantis' flights of migrants, and the migrants are suing on claims of fraud. They claim they were promised jobs and up to 8 months of cash assistance that did not exist in exchange for boarding the flights from Texas where they were staying. Separate from that, Democratic State Senator Jason Pizzo is also suing the governor and other state leaders in the claim that these flights and any future such flights violate state law. His suit notes the state law authorizing relocation of migrants that Republicans and Democrats supported specifically requires the migrants be unauthorized aliens as defined by federal law and relocated from the state of Florida, which the suit contends the governor may have violated on one and possibly both counts. The migrants were in Texas, not Florida, and by accounts had never been in Florida when the governor's contractors found and picked them up. And according to the migrants' attorneys, the federal government granted them asylum hearings, which, if true, would mean they were processed and paroled into the system, and therefore would not be unauthorized aliens as defined by federal law, but rather legally present awaiting their hearings. In addition to that, the lawsuit also cites this moment in the governor's interview with Sean Hannity in claiming another possible violation.
All migrants were put up in hotels, given accommodations, they were fed, they were showered, they were offered haircuts and any other services that they were needed, correct?
Yeah, not only that. The lawsuit claims that is already too much, that spending state money on hotel stays, haircuts, meals, and more goes beyond what is authorized in the budget. The suit also notes the relocation program has to have at least 2 bids and states the plaintiff has no indication there were in fact 2 bids. Well, the governor's office has responded to this lawsuit in a statement which reads, quote, Senator Pizzo, who filed the lawsuit, never misses an opportunity for his 15 minutes of fame, and that he is challenging an action on an appropriation that he voted for, to which Senator Pizzo agrees, which takes us to the back and forth we keep hearing over whether or not the governor followed the guidelines of the budget in ordering these flights.
Craig, how much has the state spent so far on these flights?
We don't know. We can't confirm it. The number we keep hearing is $1.5 million. We know that the state has committed $1.5 million. We don't know if those are actual expenditures and what's been done so far, or other plans still in the works. The total budget, again, is $12 million, of which the state, we know, has committed $1.5 million. That may or may not represent all the expenditures so far.
All right, Craig Patrick, thank you for updating us.
Okay, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa there. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. When we come back, we'll be getting an update on this story out of Oak Forest, Illinois, not too far from Chicago, where police in suburban Chicago responded to a domestic incident. Early today, they found 3 gunshot victims who were mortally wounded outside a home. They later found the body of another person believed to have shot them inside the home a short time later. We'll be going out to Fox 32's Casey Cronus after the break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this Friday night. This was the scene earlier today in Oak Forest, Illinois, in suburban Chicago. 4 people dead in a domestic disturbance there, and the house also caught on fire. This was a very grisly scene. Joining us now from Oak Forest, Illinois, is Fox 32's Casey Cronus. Casey, good to see you. What a horrible story. What more do we know at this hour? Give us the details.
Andrew, just an absolutely tragic situation that unfolded here in Oak Forest early this morning, just around 6:30 a.m. Now, what we have learned that a family of 6 lived in the home where this all unfolded. The 2 youngest siblings, a 12-year-old and a 14-year-old girl, the only people to survive. Just before sunrise in the 5500 block of Anne Marie Lane, neighbors on the usually quiet street were woken up to chaos.
Structure fire with an active shooter.
Those nearby describe hearing screams, then gunshots.
The following departments are due to respond: Markham, Hazelcrest, Madison with engines.
When police got there, they say 2 victims were found in the driveway with gunshot wounds. A 3rd victim, who had also been shot, was in the street.
According to what we have been told, the wife was trying to get out of the house and she was shot.
Emergency crews performed life-saving measures, but none of them survived.
Shortly after, there was a knock on our door.
A neighbor tells us one of the children ran to her home, keeping her sheltered during those terrifying moments.
You have this little girl crying, not knowing if her family's alive or not. It just makes me sick to my stomach.
With the suspect still home, police ordered those nearby to shelter in place. At one point, another child was sent out of the home and made it to safety. Soon after, police say a fire started from inside the house. A fourth person believed to be the suspect was later found dead inside. The family members who died are 22-year-old Brianna Rodriguez, 20-year-old Emilio Rodriguez, 43-year-old Lupe Gomez, and 44-year-old Carlos Gomez.
I'm heartbroken, and I'm pretty sure the entire community is too.
Area schools were also placed on lockdown as police responded. Oak Forest High School's homecoming parade was canceled as a result. The district confirms Brianna and Emilio were alumni. Despite the tragedy, the school held its homecoming football game and is making counselors available for students.
I was really looking forward to doing that, and then this tragic event happened, and now the whole mood of the town is just mellow.
Now, neighbors tell us that Carlos Gomez was a Marine. They also tell us that they could sense there were potentially some issues between Lupe and Carlos, as there were prior domestic incidents at that home. Court records show a domestic battery charge against Carlos Gomez in 2008, and then in 2016, Lupe Gomez filed a restraining order against her husband. Andrew?
You know, Casey, give us a sense. Oak Forest seems like a very small-knit Chicago suburb. It seems like, you know, everyone kind of knows everyone in that town. How is this going over? This must be such a shock.
That's right. The community is on edge here tonight. A lot of people still really stunned by what unfolded. You know, in that neighborhood when we were on scene, some of the neighbors were getting a bit heated, just unfamiliar with the media presence there, unfamiliar with the police presence there as well, as they tell us, you know, nothing like this has ever happened in their neighborhood before. A very nice, quiet neighborhood, mind you. And so people here just really shocked, really stunned. Again, the school canceled their homecoming parade today, partially because the school was on lockdown at the time when that parade would happen. They did choose to move forward with the homecoming football game tonight, being that there was no threat to the community, but again are offering support to students and staff who knew those two alumni that previously graduated from the school district.
Casey, last question for you. Of course, now we'll have to figure out the why. What happened and why did this happen? But are we expecting to hear from Oak Forest Police anytime soon? We didn't really hear from them on camera at all today.
That's right, Andrew. Oak Forest Police today said they will not be speaking on camera, and we are unclear if and when they will. We are hoping for some type of on-camera update as soon as tomorrow, but they had told us earlier when they released their press conference that they would not be doing any on-camera interviews with us today.
Okay, Fox 32's Casey Cronus there. Casey, thanks for bringing us this story, this very tragic story. Have a good weekend.
Thank you, Andrew. You too.
Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Live Now look there at the U.S. Capitol in Washington. When we come back, we'll be talking about the midterm elections. Both Republicans and Democrats had pretty big events today as the road to November marches on. 46 days left till November the 8th. We'll be back in just a moment.
In Pennsylvania, the Democratic House Majority Leader and the Republican House Minority Leader offering reasons their parties should be the ones in charge.
Because the true details of Republicans' agenda are too frightening for most American voters.
They have no plan to fix all the problems they created. So you know what? We've created a commitment to America.
This week, Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy and House Republicans rolled out the GOP's Commitment to America. It's a policy platform they plan to follow if they win back control in November, focusing on the economy, safety, and government accountability.
It's not like we have to reinvent the wheel, but they broke the wheel. We're here to fix it.
House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, whose job Leader McCarthy is eyeing, called the commitment an extreme MAGA agenda, saying that it's, quote, far too dangerous for our families and for our democracy.
Their new platform, which isn't frankly new, as long as slogans are short on details, which is usually the case.
A Real Clear Politics generic congressional ballot found the parties are neck and neck, the GOP at 44% and Democrats at 45%.
I think we're going to have closely divided chambers no matter what happens.
Here in the nation's capital, Democrats want to remind voters of former President Trump and January 6th. The committee investigating the insurrection will hold another public hearing next week. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much. Okay, let's let you listen in to many of these House Republicans today talking about what they are calling the Commitment to America. I have a statement in from the American First Policy Institute. They issued this saying the policies of the left have failed the American people in just about every way that matters. Today's release of the Commitment to America provides America First solutions to the problems hurting hardworking people, from sky-high gas and grocery prices to securing our border, stopping rampant crime in our cities, and respecting the voices of parents in the education of their children. Let's listen in.
Well, thank you, Guy. First of all, thank you. Do you not believe America is exceptional? Well, I want to thank Ray and the whole DMI team and family. Thank you for letting us come in. Thank you for what you do and wake up every single morning to go to work. You know, Ray didn't tell you this is a 24-hour job. They're working this shift each and every day. And that's what the people dream about in America. To all the members back here, and what we're going to roll out today is a commitment to America in Washington. Not Washington, D.C., but Washington County, Pennsylvania. And you want to know why? Because it's about you. It's not about us. We've spent the last year and a half, all the Republican members in conference, going throughout the country listening to the challenges, fighting what the Democrats have been doing. And we want to roll it out to you, to the entire country, to know exactly what we will do if you would trust us and give us the ability to take a new direction for this country. What the commitment is a plan for a new direction. You know, I've watched this one-party control. And as we went across this country listening, we heard the same thing, kitchen table to dining room table to inside the factory. Can I afford it? Can I afford to fill up my tank? Can I afford the food, the milk? Can I find baby formula? You know, I ask everybody across this country, could you afford to give up 1 month of your wages? 1 month of your wages. The sad part is these Democratic policies has already taken 1 month of your wages. So now the struggle that you have is you're living through 12 months with only 11 months pay now because inflation is so high. We warned the Democrats not to do that American Rescue Plan, but it wasn't just us warning them. Larry Summers, a Secretary of Treasury Democrat, told him don't do it, you'd bring inflation. Steve Ratner, a Democrat advisor to Obama, calls it the original sin of inflation. And then we watched what they did to our communities. Defunding of the police. We got crime problems from Portland to Philadelphia now. With DAs and prosecutors that look the other way. We've watched what's happened to our border, the millions of people who are just walking across. People on the terrorist watch list. But now we're watching it create every community to be a border community. Fentanyl, the #1 killer of Americans between the ages of 18 and 45. That poison starts in China and comes across our border. Do you realize it's killing 300 Americans every day? It's like an airliner crashing each day. If that happened 3 days in this country, we'd say it's a crisis and we'd change it. But the White House tells us it's secure. Then we watched a Washington that uses their political power to go after people for their own political beliefs. We watched children get a lost learning left behind. That's what happened with the Democrats, because they control Washington. They control the House, the Senate, the White House. They control the committees. They control the agencies. It's their plan, but they have no plan to fix all the problems they created. So you know what? We've created a commitment to America. And we're going to talk about it today. We want an economy that is strong. That means you can fill up your tank. You can buy the groceries. You have enough money left over to go to Disneyland and save for a future. That the paychecks grow, they no longer shrink. We have a plan for a nation that's safe. That means your community will be protected. Your law enforcement will be respected. Your criminals will be prosecuted. We believe in a future that's built on freedom. That your children come first. They're taught to dream big. And we believe in a check and balance, that government should be accountable. No longer special interest. We should work for you, not the other way around like it is today. You know, we walked through this facility, and as we toured this country, too long China has too much control of our supply chain. We're going to bring that back to America. So if you're like everybody else we hear, whether you can afford it, whether you feel safe, the challenge of your children getting lost behind, or a government that's run amok, who has a plan to change that course? We do. The Democrats have no plan for the problem they created. If you trust us, hold us accountable. We're putting it out to the entire country. This is what we'll do. But on that very first day that we're sworn in, you'll see that it all changes. Because on our very first bill, we're going to repeal 87,000 IRS agents. Our job is to work for you, not go after you. Our job is to make America stronger. We believe America is more than a country. America's an idea. We can secure our border. We could become energy independent, where your price of gas is lower. We can build an education system that has a parent's bill of rights, that you have a say in your kids' education. And we could be a check and balance on the rein in this government that's going after the individuals. If you believe like us, join with us. Because this job won't be easy. We'll get it through the House. We need your help to get it all the way to his desk. You know, the president last night already attacked me in this plan. Maybe if I caused that much damage, I'd try to change the discussion too. But you know what? I welcome it. I challenge the president to join with us. Let's go across the country and let's debate what his policies has done to America and our plan for a new direction. And let's let America make the decision for the best way for this country to go forward. So join with us, and thank you for what you're doing. This is just a small microcosm of all those who worked on it. We are so blessed in the Republican conference to have so many bright minds that were out there listening. And we're very fortunate to have an amazing whip. Many of you know him, Steve Scalise. He's kind of a tiger. He comes from Louisiana. And he's going to continue to fight for you. Let me give you our whip, Steve Scalise.
Well, thank you, Kevin, and thank you, DMI, for opening up this beautiful facility. It's great to walk around and see Pittsburgh steel workers making real things in America. That's what we want more of. Obviously, the threats that we've seen over the last 2 years to the American dream, to the ability for people to be able to think maybe my kids can have a better opportunity than me. That is at risk right now. And it's at risk because far left policies have led to record spending. When you see every bill that comes out of Congress, not hundreds of billions, but trillions of dollars of borrowed money, new taxes, 87,000 IRS agents. You know, all of my years in Congress, I have never had a single phone call from anybody saying, Steve, please add more people to the IRS. If there's 87,000 people needed in America, it's at the border to secure America's border, not over at the IRS to go after small businesses and hard-working families. So we could have just sat back and said, look at how bad their policies have been, give us the majority and it'll be different. That, to us, isn't good enough. We wanted to lay out a bold conservative vision to show the country there's hope again. There's not just one direction that's far left, that's big government socialism, that's wrecking this great country. There is a better way. The commitment to America is going to show the country, if you give us a Republican majority in the House, these are the things we will do. We will bring bills to the floor. We will have great debates to solve the problems that Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi created. You're concerned about it, inflation like us? We have a plan to reduce inflation. You're concerned about high energy costs, not just at the pump. Gas prices are too high, but this winter I heard it's going to be a little bit cold in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We have a plan to lower energy costs, to get us back not only to lower energy costs, but energy independence. We shouldn't be buying oil and natural gas from Russia or Iran or Saudi Arabia. We can make it right here in America, like you make steel in Pittsburgh. And that's what we're laying out, how to do it, how to secure America's border. It was not that long ago that we had a secure American border. And it's not like we have to reinvent the wheel, but they broke the wheel. We're here to fix it, and we have a plan to do just that, and we're proud to write it down on paper. And if Joe Biden doesn't like this plan, I think it's about time Joe Biden has to be asked the question, Mr. President, if there's a bill put on your desk to lower energy costs, will you sign it or veto it? And if you veto it, I think now the country understands what's at stake. We're going to give him that dilemma. We're going to give him that opportunity to wake up like we do to fight for the American people, not to make things harder for the American people. That's what the commitment to America is all about, to show people that, once again, there can be hope, there can be opportunity, so that when you wake up, it's not just to go to work for yourself, it's to go to work to make sure your kids can have a better future. And there's nowhere else in the world where that opportunity exists. And if they ruin that opportunity in America, there is no backup plan. We cannot let this great nation fall. We're not going to let this great nation fall. America can rise up again, and you're going to see that with this commitment to America. And I appreciate the opportunity to come and present it here with all of my colleagues and the leadership of Kevin McCarthy. And we've got a great team. You're going to see a lot of my colleagues talking about the different parts of this we put work into. But our conference chair who leads that effort and helping us all stay on focus of what this is all about is the Congresswoman from New York, Elise Stefanik.
Well, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve, and of course, thank you to DMI as well as Congressman Guy Reschenthaler for hosting us in his beautiful district today. I'll tell you, I represent a district in upstate New York and the North Country that looks a lot like where we are in Pennsylvania today. And what I hear from my constituents is people are struggling. Families are struggling to make ends meet. Whether you go to the grocery store, whether you're budgeting in preparation for those home heating bills that are skyrocketing this winter, or whether you struggled this past year to fill up your tank of gas. People feel that they are working harder than they ever had before, but they're falling further behind. And the American people are smart. They know that it's a direct result of the failed policies of one-party Democrat rule in Washington. And there is a better way. We are here to help, and this is our commitment to America. These ideas came from the American people. All of our members listen to their constituents. I always say the best ideas come from my constituents directly. And when it comes to an economy that's strong, making sure that we stop the trillions and trillions of reckless government spending that we have seen under Democrat rule, that will immediately help lower the cost of goods as we seek to rein in inflation. Unleash American energy independence to lower the price of gas, lower that price of home heating bills. How about a nation that's safe? You see the headlines, whether it's on local or national news every day. We see crime skyrocketing. That is a direct result of Democrats' one-party defund the police policies and rhetoric. And let me tell you, whether you're in New York or whether you're in Pennsylvania, we proudly back the blue. Let's give all of our law enforcement officers a round of applause. That's why in our commitment to America under A Nation That's Safe, House Republicans will immediately ensure that we hire 200,000 more police officers across this country to make sure that our communities are safe. We will go after the radical leftist prosecutors, DAs, who are refusing to abide by the rule of law and are prioritizing the criminals rather than the law-abiding citizens. In our commitment, we also have a future that's built upon freedom. I am proud to be the newest mom in Congress. I am a mom to my one-year-old Sam. And I will tell you, moms and dads across this country, they know that parents are the primary stakeholders in their kids' education, which is why we will pass a Parents' Bill of Rights. And then lastly, a government that's accountable. We work for you, not the other way around. We work to serve the American people. And what we see with a Democrat controlling both the House and Senate is they feel entitled. They feel like it's the other way around, that you work for them. Not so in a Republican majority. We will hold this administration accountable. We will make sure that we are conducting oversight. We will root out the corruption and return it to the people's house. So join us in supporting the commitment to America, a new direction. Democrats have no plan. House Republicans have a plan, and it's our commitment to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we've been listening in to leaders of the House Republican Conference, led by the Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, the Minority Whip, Steve Scalise, and the House Conference Chair, Elise Stefanik. We're going to be moving away from this. We're going to stay with politics. We're going to take a quick commercial break. You're going to be hearing from some House Democrats afterward. We'll also be getting some more updates on the economy, on midterm prospects, and some business headlines. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look there at the White House, where earlier tonight, Elton John concert on the front lawn. Elton John coming out to perform for many of these D.C. politicos who were there in attendance, including the president and the first lady and many lawmakers. President Biden bestowing on Sir Elton John the National Humanities Medal as he stops in D.C. on his farewell concert tour. But in the meantime, let's get an update from Fox's Lauren Blanchard on where the midterm elections are shaping up. President Biden speaking today to members of a prominent teachers union in Washington, D.C., talking about the midterm prospects.
46 days to the midterms. We need to be crystal clear about what's on the ballot, because there's a heck of a lot at stake.
The countdown to Election Day is on. In Washington, D.C., President Biden knows the polls could not be tighter. An NBC News poll shows a dead heat at 46% on who voters believe should control Congress.
It's a fair fight. I think history still shows that the edge strongly goes to Republicans.
Republicans are rolling out their platform if they were to control one or both chambers.
I will promise you this. If we get the majority, we will secure this border.
The GOP says they have a plan to fix the border and lower inflation, which they blame on Democrats.
They control the House, the Senate, the White House. They control the committees. They control the agencies. It's their plan. But they have no plan to fix all the problems they created.
Democrats say the Republicans are offering empty promises.
Don't give me a commitment, do it. I don't want to hear your words. What I want to see is your action.
Democrats have tried to focus on abortion rights, gun control, and tying Republicans on the ballot to the MAGA agenda and former President Trump.
Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you can't condemn what happened on January the 6th. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection.
Former President Trump is also on the campaign trail. He's in North Carolina, stumping for one of his picks for the Senate. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thanks so much. As you know, we got the inflation numbers for the month of August last week. We got the news this week that the Federal Reserve Chairman, Jerome Powell, raising interest rates yet again for a third time this summer by 75 basis points. Right now, let's get a report on some of these recession fears amid this economic uncertainty with Fox Business's Madison Allworth.
Stocks tanked Friday, closing out a brutal week. Fears of a global recession are driving the sell-off days after the Federal Reserve raised interest rates for the fifth time since March to try and cool the economy.
I don't think we're quite in a recession yet, but I do think the market's going to be difficult going forward.
There are signs some industries are already struggling. FedEx, for instance, is hiking shipping rates next year over concerns that worldwide demand is weakening.
It's not just US, by the way. It's Eurozone, UK, Canada, Australia, South Korea. No country can rely on exports for growth. So this is very much a global problem.
And the Fed expects the unemployment rate to rise to 4.4% by the end of next year, a loss some economic experts say of about 1 million jobs.
We're getting ourselves in deep trouble, and that fairly soon a lot of layoffs are coming.
Still, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is optimistic the unemployment rate won't reach that high and that inflation will drop.
2% is the goal, and perhaps we don't get there next year, but I certainly expect to see inflation come down.
But that's not stopping Republicans from slamming Democrats.
These are more painful rate increases, but they have the headwinds of an unlimited amount of federal spending that Joe Biden has green-lighted with House Democrats.
House Republicans released their midterm agenda on Friday, which accuses Democrats of wasteful spending. President Biden slammed the plan as a thin series of policy goals with little to no detail. In Washington, Mala Rivera, Fox News.
Madeline, thanks so much. Okay, let's get more of some of these business headlines in your Fox Business Brief.
Boeing agreeing to pay $200 million to settle charges from the Securities and Exchange Commission that they misled the public about the safety of the 737 MAX following 2 fatal crashes in 2018 and 2019. Former CEO Dennis Muhlenberg will also pay $1 million.
Boeing says it has made changes across the company in response to the 737 MAX crashes, including improving its safety processes and transparency. Jeep fans paying through the nose to get the keys on the new two-door Jeep Wrangler. Buyers are paying almost 25% above list price to get one. That comes out to more than $8,000 extra. The sticker shock is due to high demand and supply shortages. Thrifty parents are coming up with new ways to cut costs at Disney World. Videos posted online show parents sneaking older children into the park in baby strollers. Prices for a single-day Disney park ticket now climbing to nearly $160. And Apple Music set to take over as sponsor of this year's Super Bowl halftime show. Apple taking over sponsorship from Pepsi, who had its name on the halftime show for the past 10 years. Over 120 million viewers watched last year's halftime show. This year's big game kicks off February 12th in Glendale, Arizona, and it's on Fox. That's business. I'm CJ Papa.
Okay, CJ, thanks so much. Including news about who's going to sponsor the halftime show. News today came out about who might possibly perform at the halftime show. Possibly one Taylor Swift, although we're getting conflicting reports on whether or not that is going to happen. But if you're a Swiftie out there, you can look forward to that. In the meantime, let's keep with some of this politics news. We showed you some of the House Republicans. Let's show you some of the House Democrats. They were in Pennsylvania today. This is House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer speaking with some of these union steelworkers in Pennsylvania.
Thank you for talking about the important work today that's been getting done by the Biden administration and the Democratic majority in the House. You know, the things we talk about today aren't just words, but they're real concrete examples of legislation that's benefited millions of Americans and has made a real difference for our members right here in Pennsylvania. So thank you for that. I got to tell you, we're tired of the false promises and empty solutions and, you know, partisan sound bites some politicians use to try to win the support of the labor movement. Union steelworkers here in Pennsylvania have heard time and again as politicians say one thing and do another. And you know what? That's exactly what's happening not far from here today. It really makes me angry that Representative McCarthy comes to our hometown, my hometown, to tear down the legislation that has benefited the millions of working class individuals in an attempt to salvage the campaign of some poor candidates. Representative McCarthy, who will today be surrounded by Representatives Mike Kelly, Guy Reschenthaler, and others, will try to convince us that they have a plan to save us, a plan to save working people. Well, do us a favor. Get back on your plane, Mr. McCarthy, and go back to California. We already have a plan that's working. It's called the Bipartisan Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. It's called the American Rescue Plan, and it's called the Inflation Reduction Act. All three of these bills passed because of the strong support from the pro-union Democratic majority and the President Biden's administration. Just here in Pennsylvania, we expect to receive approximately $13.2 billion over the next 5 years in federal highway funding for highways and bridges because of this infrastructure bill. That is about a 40% more than the state's federal aid highway funding under existing law. The first steel beams to rebuild the Fern Hollow Bridge that collapsed not far from here arrived in July this year. That is happening because of federal dollars, $25 million to be exact, that have been allotted for the rebuild. The Army Corps of Engineers recently received $850 million to rebuild the 86-year-old Montgomery Lock and Dam just 30 minutes north of here. Without that rebuild, engineers say the dam had a 50% chance of failing before the end of the decade. That would cripple commerce on the Ohio River. Because of the Inflation Reduction Act, we're investing in our manufacturing industry, making ourselves globally competitive and less reliant on supply chains from China and other actors. The act will provide $40 billion to the Department of Energy to create more energy-efficient mills and industrial projects. Thankfully, included in the American Rescue Plan, there was a special financial assistance program. Now, we in the labor movement refer to it as the Butch-Lewis Act. This program will prevent not just workers in Pennsylvania from seeing their pensions cut, but it protects a retirement system that supports 10 million retired Americans. Most importantly, through the Build America, Buy America provisions contained in these bills, American manufacturers and American workers were made a priority, the way it should be. Now, everything that I just mentioned, you know who voted against this? You know who voted against the $13.2 billion for Pennsylvania's roads and bridges? Against the $25 million to replace the Fern Hollow Bridge? The $850 million that's going to be used by the Corps of Engineers to replace the aging Montgomery Lock and dams? The $40 million to make our manufacturers less reliant on foreign supply chains? Against securing the pensions of 10 million working Americans and putting American taxpayers and workers first with Buy American provisions? You know who that was? That was Representative McCarthy, Mike Kelly, and Guy Reschenthaler. They voted against their constituents, against Pennsylvania workers, against our members, and against all the investments I just mentioned. We are tired of the faux patriotism politicians who roll up the sleeves on their expensive dress shirts, pretending to be blue collar, all the while voting against the American worker. As a union, we've seen plans come and go, but results are what really matter. The Democratic majorities in this Congress have voted to have faith in American manufacturers and invest in American workers. Also to defend our seniors' pension promises, all the while investing in this country. If we stay the course and keep this working majority going, we could do more to improve Pennsylvania and make jobs safer and fairer. This includes reauthorizing and improving the largest federal jobs training program, the Trade Adjustment Assistance Program, a program that has benefited thousands of working Pennsylvanians who have been adversely affected by trade. That's something you're not going to hear Representative McCarthy talk about today. A working majority in Congress will ensure Medicare pays for hearing loss. Why does that matter to us? 75.9% of hearing loss cases have occurred in the manufacturing industry. Now, we work hard every day as a union to reduce that hearing loss, but we all must support our retirees who work for generations to build this country. A working majority will improve our labor laws. Today, 71% of Americans now approve labor unions, the highest approval since 1965. But yet, employers regularly violate labor laws. It's time to strengthen workers' rights, and it's time to pass the PRO Act. And we'll do that with a Democratic majority, a pro-union Democratic majority. We could do more if we send the right people to Congress. Our union counts votes and holds elected officials accountable. We know who has had a plan from the start and delivered results. They're not bringing their plan today. They've been bringing that plan and executing it for the last 2 years. Record low unemployment, a renaissance in American manufacturing, the most significant infrastructure investments in more than a generation, legislation defending our retirees, in a majority, a Democratic majority that has made American workers a priority again. Let's keep getting results and send candidates who support labor to Congress. Mr. Leader, thank you for all the work you've done. You've been there for us your entire career, and we thank you, and we're going to support you this November.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bernie. It's good to be in the House of Steel, the House of Labor. People working for other people to make sure that they have the kind of opportunity and quality of life that we expect people to have here in America. And the people who have led that and accomplished that are our friends in organized labor, who fought and bled and been deprived, and yes, some have died, to make sure that we had the right to organize in America and that we would make the lives of working men and women in America who make it in America, manufacture it, and make it as they do. I am so pleased to be here. I want to thank Darren Kelly, Tom Conway, Mayor Ed Gainey, County Executive Fitzgerald for what they are doing to help people make it in Pittsburgh, make it in Pennsylvania, make it in America. I'm here standing proudly next to Pittsburgh steelworkers who have been building America for generations. These workers are a living bridge to those who in past decades produced the steel from which cities and towns grew, who forged the material in which our workers made the products in America that enabled them and their families, as I've said, to make it in America. I want to thank United Steelworkers for inviting me here today. I want to recognize Representative Connor Lamb, who has been a champion for Western Pennsylvania and for working families and for all he has done during his time in Congress. He reminded us, as these steelworkers have, that union labor built America and will continue to build America long into the future. Less than 20 miles away from here, as you said, 20 or so miles, you may know better the exact mileage from here, Kevin McCarthy and Republicans are standing up, making a commitment to America. They made a contract with America. Donald Trump said he was going to do infrastructure in America. He said it in 2016. He said it in 2017. He said it in 2018. He said it in 2019. He said it in 2020. It never got done. So they're here with words. I don't know who else is here other than the two members of Congress that have been mentioned who voted no on almost all the legislation that is making a difference in the lives of working men and women and our country. Their new platform, which isn't frankly new, as long as slogans are short on details, which is usually the case. That's because the true details of Republicans' agenda are too frightening for most American voters. Vote no. Claim credit and vote no. Details matter, however. Over the past 2 years, our Democratic House majority has been focusing on the details and putting people over politics and delivering results. Together with President Biden and Senate Democrats, we're building a table of security and opportunity for American workers and their families while ensuring that American businesses can compete and grow. First, we enacted the American Rescue Plan. You talked about that. To help businesses and schools reopen safely. It put money into people's pockets who had been assaulted by the pandemic and were struggling to support themselves and their kids. Every Republican voted no. It also provided states with funding to hire union labor for state and local projects that help communities grow. Every Republican voted no. The result has been the fastest economic recovery in our history, with nearly 10 million new jobs created. Donald Trump, 4 years, net 2.8 million jobs lost. Joe Biden, 18 months, 10 million new jobs. The fastest job growth in American history. There are more Americans working today than before the pandemic. Last year, when we enacted the bipartisan infrastructure law to create millions of good union jobs and other jobs as well by repairing our roads, and those other jobs, by the way, we've also provided legislation, which sadly the Senate hadn't passed, to make sure it's easier to organize. The PRO Act, we passed some months ago, as you know. We see a good union job by repairing our roads and bridges, expanding public transit and high-speed internet, and upgrading our electric and water infrastructure. That's what we promised, and that's what we did. Pittsburgh, of course, is a city of bridges. Just a short drive from here, the Fern Hollow Bridge collapsed in January, injuring 10 people. The president just talked about money that's coming to redo that bridge. Just 14 weeks later, in early May, construction began on a new bridge funded with that $25.3 million from the bipartisan infrastructure law. Every Republican save 13. There are 212 of them. So 199 Republicans voted against that bill. Notwithstanding that almost 40% of the Republicans in the Senate voted for it. But Mr. McCarthy, Mr. Scalise, said don't vote for that bill to their members. And they didn't. So when people cross that bridge, they ought to think of that when they feel safe going across that bridge. It's one of 1,000 bridges across America being rebuilt and upgraded soon to be repaired thanks to the legislation we enacted. Words and deeds have to go together. Words alone don't give jobs. Words alone don't get kids to school. Words alone do not get people health care and good wages. Words alone don't do that. It takes votes, and the Republicans have not given those votes. I'm proud that the Democratic legislation is making it possible to rebuild those bridges, including the Fern Hollow Bridge. Leader McCarthy and 199 other House Republicans voted against fixing and upgrading America's infrastructure.
Okay, you've been listening in there to House Majority Leader Steny Hoyer, the Democrat from Maryland, talking about the perceived benefits of the infrastructure law that was signed into passage by President Biden some months ago. And of course, many are campaigning on its passage. Though in this event with United Steelworkers there in Pennsylvania, Steny Hoyer going after Republicans who voted against it, while at the same time claiming the projects that it will fund in their respective constituencies and home districts there. So how did these competing events by House Republicans and House Democrats today in Pennsylvania about some of these policy ideas, some of these visions for America going forward, as we are 46 days from the midterm elections? This is, of course, the top prize here. Who will be in control of Congress? Will Republicans take back majorities in the House and the Senate? Will Democrats keep them? It remains to be seen. Okay, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll be going out to the White House. We'll be listening in to White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre. Things got a little bit heated with some of the reporters in the briefing room today. We'll also be highlighting some of the other top stories we'll be tracking and monitoring for you over the weekend. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Live Now look at our XRAD weather system here as we are monitoring the trajectory of Tropical Depression 9. That's right now what it is called. But forecasters with the National Hurricane Center believe it could grow into a Category 3 hurricane that's going to move to the Gulf side of Florida there. You can see over the weekend they believe it's going to strengthen. The other kind of moving purple line there is the trajectory of Hurricane Fiona, as it has unfortunately left Puerto Rico in its wake. It moved past Bermuda this morning. Now, though, it's on its way to northeastern Canada, Nova Scotia. And so Canadian officials, weather officials there, are bracing for really some of the worst storms they've seen in decades. Of course, we have you covered here on Live Now from Fox. We'll be speaking to some of our Fox weather folks as well as they are monitoring this storm. Also wanted to update you guys on some of the space stories that we are following. Remember that NASA's Artemis 1 moon rocket is going to be hopefully ready for its big moment next week. But these storms may keep it grounded for a while longer yet. The space agency continues to target Tuesday of next week, that's the 27th, for the launch of Artemis 1 from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, even though these big storms are brewing in the Caribbean. That storm could intensify, like I said, into a hurricane. So Artemis 1, it's the first flight of NASA's Artemis program of moon exploration. It will use a Space Launch System rocket to send an uncrewed Orion capsule on a journey to the lunar orbit and back. Remember, NASA previously tried to launch the mission back on August the 29th and on September the 3rd, but was stymied both times by technical glitches, the second of which was a leak of liquid hydrogen propellant at an interface between the SLS and its mobile launch tower. We'll also be tracking one of these other key space tests that's going to be happening next week as well, I believe on Monday, in the first of its kind Save the World experiment. NASA is about to clobber a small, harmless asteroid millions of miles away. A spacecraft named DART will zero in on the asteroid Monday, intent on slamming its head on at 14,000 miles per hour. The impact should be just enough to nudge the asteroid into a slightly tighter orbit around its companion space rock. So this would demonstrate that if a killer asteroid was ever hurtling toward Earth, that a mission like this could essentially move it out of its trajectory towards Earth so we could have some type of fighting chance. It's going to be a really interesting display by NASA, and we'll have it here on Live Now from Fox. Well, in the meantime, like I said, we do want to let you listen in to some of the White House press briefing in its entirety. Karine Jean-Pierre, the press secretary, taking questions from reporters in the briefing room as well. But for all of us here, we will see you same time, same place as always. On Monday, I will at least. But remember, we do have live coverage Saturdays and Sundays nonstop as well. So have a good weekend. I'm Andrew Kraft. As always, we will keep you informed live, raw, and unfiltered with all the top stories and major news from around the world and here at home.
Okay, a couple things at the top. So yesterday, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, a nonprofit organization representing more than 60,000 physicians, sounded the alarm about a nationwide abortion ban proposed by Republican officials. That would put doctors in jail for providing women with essential health care. Under Senator Graham's ban, doctors and providers could be criminalized and sent to jail for performing an abortion to save a woman's health, providing an abortion to a woman carrying a fetus with little to no chance of survival, offering critical care in the event of a miscarriage, or even treating a rape or incest survivor who has not complied with medically unnecessary delays or reporting requirements. The ACOG found that bills like Senator Graham's have no basis in science, that doctors would become less skilled if such a ban was in effect, and would interfere with patients' ability to get timely and critical medical care. Now, separately, Jen Klein, the Director of White House Gender Policy, released a memo discussing how, if passed and enacted, this bill would create a nationwide health crisis, threatening the health and lives of women in all 50 states. I've said it before and I'll keep saying it again. This extreme national ban and plan to criminalize doctors is wildly out of step with American people, and President Biden and Vice President Harris will continue to do everything in their power to protect women's reproductive rights and expand access to health care. Today, the White House hosted a Recovery Month summit and announced over $1.5 billion in funding to beat the opioid crisis and support people in recovery across the United States. This funding go to life-saving programs and policies like expanding access to the medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder, to distribute naloxone, to prevent overdoses, and programs to prevent substance use in our communities. President Biden recognizes the devastating impact the overdose epidemic has had on our nation, reaching large cities, small towns, tribal lands, and every community in between. That's why in his first State of the Union, he made beating the opioid crisis a key pillar of his unity agenda. Our major pillars of work to combat, other major pillars of work to combat this crisis include the Treasury Department's efforts to sanction traffickers and disrupt the global drug trade, and expand access to programs and treatments for people in need. To support these and other efforts, President Biden's fiscal year 2023 budget request calls for a historic investment of $42.5 billion for national drug control agencies. Tonight, as you all know, we will be welcoming Sir Elton John, the President and the First Lady. They look forward to hosting him at the White House for a spectacular performance on the South Lawn. The President and the First Lady will celebrate the vast contributions Sir Elton has made across his lifetime as an artist and an advocate, and they are particularly thrilled to welcome to the White House an audience of around 2,000 fans and comprised of teachers and nurses, frontline workers, mental health advocates, students, LGBTQ+ advocates, and so many others. Tonight's performance has been organized and in collaboration with and is paid for by the A&E and History channels, network channels, and will air on television at a later date. Now, this is, I think I could speak for the entire press team. This is a very sad day for the press team. It is finally happening. We are losing today, but not really losing, but Chris is leaving us today. Today is his last day at the White House as part of the press team. And we are also sad, as I said, to see him go. But we are also thrilled that he is staying in the Biden family and will be starting as the assistant to the Secretary of Public Affairs at the Department of Defense in the coming days. As you know, that is a very big job that Chris is about to take on. So we will miss Chris's good humor, his sharp political instincts, and his just easygoing demeanor. He's one of the most chillest, coolest cats that I know around town. Chris has been a leader on our team. We wouldn't have made it through this past year or so without Chris by our side and helping to lead the team, as I mentioned, from our earliest days here in the White House. And we know that all of you in this room will miss him as well. You've worked very closely with him. Chris has gaggled on Air Force One, spoken to all of you from this very podium, as you know, what has happened a couple times for him to have done that, and dealt with hundreds, if not thousands, of important stories incoming from all of you here at the White House. Chris, we are so proud of you. We will miss you dearly. As I know, this is an inside joke. We will see you later, pal. And so until we see you again, we hope you have some time to do your very, very favorite thing that I know that you love to do outside of hanging out with your wife, is play golf. Chris loves to play golf. I always ask him to tell me, to take me to play golf, and he still has not done that. But anyway, to help send you off to your next adventure, I know you're going to take some time off. You told me that you're going to hit the links. I don't know the lingos here, but we wanted to make sure that we got you something.
Thank you.
To do that for next year.
Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, thank you. All right, with that, it's all yours, Zeke. I know you're waiting. Thank you for indulging us.
If we can start with the Ukraine, the so-called referenda taking place in Russian-occupied areas there. Is the administration considering any additional costs to be imposed on Russia or those who are involved in organizing those referenda, new sanctions or other sorts of responses?
So a couple of things I do want to lean into as the votes are happening today, clearly over the next 5 days. We are prepared to impose additional swift and severe economic costs on Russia along with our allies and partners in response to these actions if they move forward with annexation. As we said in today's G7 leader statement, the United States will never recognize this territory or as anything other than part of Ukraine because it belongs to the people of Ukraine. We stand with our partners around the world in rejecting whatever fabricated outcomes Russia announces. As the president spoke about at the UN, as you heard from him very clearly, very boldly, these referendums are a flagrant violations of international law and an affront to the principles of sovereignty and territorial integrity that underpin the international system and are the foundation of the United Nations Charter. We will continue to stand firmly with the people of Ukraine and continue to provide them with historic amounts of security assistance to help them defend their territory, to help them defend their freedom.
And then on a different topic there as well, these dramatic scenes of Russian fighting age males who are subject to those conscription orders leaving the country. Would the president support providing political asylum to Russians who are fleeing their country to avoid serving in their armed forces?
So I don't have anything to preview for you as it relates to your question, Zeke, about what we would offer. But you know, we'll say this: what we're seeing in Russia, especially with the protests, and what we're seeing with Russians leaving their country, is that this is an unpopular war. We have to remember this is an unpopular war that was started by the Kremlin, a brutal war that was started by the Kremlin, an unprovoked war against Ukraine. That is why you have heard from this president. He's been very clear, especially during his UN, most recently during his UN address, that we will continue with our allies and partners to offer the assistance that Ukraine needs to fight against the aggression of Russia. So again, what you're seeing is not what Russia is doing, what Putin is doing. He's not coming from a place of strength. He is coming from a place of weakness. And now the Russian people are being very loud and clear. This is, again, an unpopular war.
Domestically, it's been several days now. The power is still out in parts of Puerto Rico. Does the president plan to visit? Could you update us on the plan to go there? And then separately, there's another storm that appears to be bearing down for parts of Florida next week. Will that affect the president's travel plans for Tuesday?
So your last question first. We are monitoring the forecasts in close coordination with the National Hurricane Center and also with FEMA. As always, FEMA has supplies and staged at various distribution centers across the country to deploy as needed. So this is the case here as well. As you remember, the president was also briefed at the start of the hurricane season. Some of your colleagues were there on preparedness effort and how we were going to move forward in this hurricane season. And we'll continue to maintain a forward-leaning posture throughout the remainder of this hurricane season. As far as the president's travel plans, I don't have any changes to read out at this time.
As well.
So just a little bit. So yesterday, as you know, the president joined the New York Governor Kathy Hochul and New York Mayor Eric Adams to receive a briefing from FEMA Administrator Criswell and Puerto Rico Governor as well. As you all know, FEMA Administrator Criswell was on the ground earlier this week to assess emergency recovery and response efforts. Yesterday, the president announced the federal government is covering 100% of the cost of debris removal, emergency protective measures for the next month month in this recovery. The president also increased critical needs assistance from $500 to $700 to support individuals and families with immediate or critical needs as a result of being displaced from primary dwelling. As of today, there are more than 900 federal response workers on the ground in Puerto Rico, supporting operations, planning, power restorations, debris removals, and urban search and rescue. And so we will continue to monitor what's on the ground and continue to help Puerto Rico, our brothers and sisters in Puerto Rico as best as we can.
Thanks. First, to follow up on the referendum in Ukraine, if Russia does annex these parts of Ukraine, could it put the U.S. in a more dangerous situation, especially if Ukraine uses American weapons in those areas?
So just to be very, very clear here, I spoke about this just now. We have sent a loud message, and our allies as well, about this illegitimate vote that we're seeing today across the next several days. We will never recognize this. If they go forward with the annexation, we will never recognize that. That's not just coming from us. That is also coming from G7 leaders, I mentioned. They put out a statement. And so we will continue to speak very forcefully about that. We will continue to be very clear. We know that these referenda will be manipulated. We have information that shows Russian officials setting targets for voter turnouts and approval rates for the referendums. For example, in some regions, they have reportedly already set the required figures for voter turnout and support for accession into Russia at over 75%. So Russia is rushing to conduct these sham, again, referenda, but these are not acts of confidence or strength. They are complete opposite. We will continue to speak loudly. Again, I don't want to get into hypotheticals. I'm about to answer your question. I'm not getting into hypotheticals, but we are making sure that we are loud and clear with our G7 leaders.
I understand that how the United States is not going to view the outcome of, like you said, a sham election, but if Russia views the outcome as now annexing more Russian territory, is there a risk of escalation? Their foreign minister said today they strongly urge the U.S. to avoid a situation capable of leading to direct military clash with Russia. So if they start saying that now American weapons are being fired into what they are considering Russian territory, does that risk escalation?
So what we've said this before, and we'll say it again, we do not seek conflict with Russia. Of course, we are attentive to managing escalation in this conflict, as always, as we have been for the past 6 months or more of this war, and so throughout this year. But to reiterate, there is only one country that is responsible for this war, and that is Russia. They are the ones who are causing this brutal war. They start this conflict and could end this at any time. Yeah, good.
Thanks, Kareem. What is the White House's take and the President's take on World Bank President Malpass's comments on climate change? And does the President still have confidence in Mr. Malpass?
So I'll take your, I guess I'll take both your questions first. So we disagree with the comments made by President Malpass. We expect the World Bank to be a global leader of climate ambition and mobilization as well, of significantly more climate finance for developing countries, as is the business of the World Bank. The Treasury Department, which oversees our engagement with international financial institutions, has and will continue to make that expectation clear to the World Bank leadership.
And with regard to the confidence that the President has or does not have?
Again, we disagree with the comments of the President. I'll leave it there.
I have one other question on today's news. The markets are falling, the stock markets are falling. The dollar is strengthening significantly, the pound has dropped. What is the White House's take on that and the broader implications for the U.S. economy?
So the stock market, as you've heard, say many times, is just one measure of the economy that shows how the economy is doing. And so we are always watching these different indicators closely, including the stock market. It's also important to look at what's happening on Main Street. This is something that we think is important, as you've heard us talk about, to also look at. We have one of the strongest job markets on record with 3.7 unemployment rate, and we've created 10 million new jobs in the president's 19 months in office. More people are looking for work, and we think those indicators are important as well. So because of the economic plan, the businesses are investing in America at record rates, and we are making more in America. And that is important to note as well. We always know, there's always more work to do, but the president with his economic plan, whether it's the American Rescue Plan that got the economy started, which we see this historic economy, or the bipartisan infrastructure law, which is going to create millions of jobs and fix our infrastructure, fix our supply chain, or it's the Inflation Reduction Act. All of these are pieces of the president's economic plan that we're going to continue to work through, and is going to make sure we don't leave anybody behind. But again, this is one of the strongest job markets that we have seen on record, and so what we are seeing, and I've said this before, you've heard this from Brian Deese, is a transition to a more steady and stable growth, and that's what we're currently seeing and in the process of moving the economy into.
Karine, protests are still underway in the wake of the death of Mahsa Amini in the hands of Iran's morality police. I know the Treasury Department yesterday issued those sanctions. Are there other tools the U.S. feels they have at their disposal to try to respond to this? And I was also hoping you could possibly speak to the president's personal response to it as well.
So Mahsa Amini's death after injuries, as you all know, sustained while in police custody for wearing an improper hijab is an appalling and egregious affront to human rights. Our thoughts are with Mahsa's family and loved ones. And as President Biden clearly stated at UNGA, he spoke to this, we need, and this is quote, we stand with brave citizens and brave women of Iran who right now are demonstrating to secure their basic rights, end quote. Women in Iran should have the right to wear what they want, free from violence or harassment. Iran must end its use of violence against women for exercising their fundamental freedoms. There must be accountability for Mahsa's death. Again, you mentioned the sanctions that was announced by the Department of Treasury just yesterday, and Treasury also designated 7 senior Iranian security officials as well, including Iran's Minister of Intelligence, for their roles in the suppression and killing of peaceful protesters since 2019. And so we will continue to use all available tools at our disposal to make sure that we pursue accountability.
And on this storm that's approaching Florida, I know that FEMA Administrator Deanne Criswell today spoke with Governor DeSantis. Does President Biden himself plan on speaking to the governor?
I don't have any calls to preview at this time.
Are you declining to say whether or not the president has confidence in David Malpass?
I stated very clearly where we stand on that.
Has the president or any of his advisors spoken with anyone else?
I don't have a call to preview at this time.
Thanks. Another one on Iran. Is this situation forced the administration to reevaluate its pursuit of a nuclear agreement?
So we have been very clear that our number one goal is to make sure that, look, I'll start here. We have concerns. We do. We have concerns with Iran, but the JCPOA is the best way for us to address the nuclear problem. And we have been very clear that our goal is to make sure that Iran never obtains a nuclear weapon. So as long as we believe pursuing JCPOA talks is in the U.S. national security interest, we will do so. We will continue to use other tools to address other problems with Iran's behavior, but we believe this is the best path forward to make sure that we have these negotiations.
UK Prime Minister Liz Truss is pursuing an economic program including tax cuts for the wealthy that's causing some economic headwinds. in that country? And is the U.S. Concerned about broader economic fallout from that plan? And are you monitoring what Prime Minister Truss is trying to push through there?
So I can't speak to the plan. I have not read it. I would need to speak to our team. I'm not going to really, at this time, speak to another country's plan on what they plan or not plan to do on their taxing the wealthy. So I'm just not going to respond to it at this time. Go ahead, Steve.
Thanks. A number of outlets matched the Washington Post report this morning that, in addition to the public warnings to Moscow, there have been private communications. What more can you tell us about the communications to Russia warning against the use of nuclear weapons?
So I'm not going to speak to any private or discussions at this time. We've been very clear. The president was loud and clear during his UNGA address about what we're seeing. We will not, the votes that we're seeing, this sham referendum is illegitimate. We've been very clear. I'm not, again, going to comment on private communications. Again, you've heard the president. He not only said it at UNGA, he said it during his 60 Minutes interview and his New York Times op-ed on Ukraine a few months ago. And so we've been very clear. And we have warned. We have actually warned about the sham referendum for many, many months. And so now we see the playbook of Putin, what he's doing right now. It is not, he is not moving forward with any strength here. This is weakness that we're seeing from him. He is losing ground in the battlefield, and this is a playbook of his that is not surprising. But we have been very clear about what if he moves forward with annexation, we will not recognize it, and we will continue to condemn those actions.
Can you share a little bit about what the U.S. assessment is of how serious Vladimir Putin is about his threat to use nuclear weapons? He has threatened it before, but of course it was at the beginning of the war, and the dynamics are very different now. So if you could just share a little bit about what your thinking is of how serious that threat is.
So we obviously take these threats very seriously, but we have not seen any reason to adjust our own nuclear posture at this time. Look, the consequences of a nuclear use by Russia, the president was very clear about this, especially during his 60-minute interview, would be disastrous for the world. And Russia would be a pariah on the world stage. But again, we are not seeing any reason to adjust our own posture, but we take this threat very seriously. Move around. Go ahead, Peter.
On the Iranian president who was here in the U.S. just recently, why did the Biden administration grant a visa waiver for President Raisi to come to the United States, given the crackdown that we're witnessing take place in his own country?
Because he attended the UN. You mean the UNGA?
He was here as part of the United Nations.
No, I know. I'm just talking. You're talking about UNGA and specifically. Look, it is UNGA is an opportunity for, as we know, heads of states, global world leaders to come together and talk through their agreements, disagreements, how they're going to move forward, and that's what you saw. And everyone had an opportunity, as you know, to speak to the hall, but also to speak to the global. It was a global stage, and we believe everyone has that right to do that, as it is part of the UN Charter. I'm not going to speak any specifically on his visa.
For clarity, though, there was no engagement between the United States and Iran while he was here. While it comes with the ability to do that, we did not take up that opportunity to engage with them directly.
I don't have anything to share on that front. We have been very clear and forthcoming on who he engaged with, who the president engaged with while he was in New York this past week.
To this effect a little bit earlier, but we've heard from the State Department that the U.S. is doing what it can to expand internet access for those Iranians right now to still have access to the outside world. Is there anything beyond that the United States is doing presently to help those protesters and others in that country?
So I don't have any more to share on what else we've been doing, but happy to clearly update folks if we have more on that piece. Okay.
That's great. Do we have any updates on the process to get a permanent U.S. ambassador in Moscow? Obviously, John Sullivan, who was there, had to come back. Do you know where you are in that process? Have you submitted a name to the Russians?
So I don't have anything we don't have anything to update you on that piece.
Is that hindering your ability to effectively do foreign policy, the fact that you don't have a Senate confirmed ambassador there?
No, not at all. We have been very effectively. I'm sorry. I might have misunderstood the question. What was the question? I appreciate that. So what was the question?
I'm asking where you are in that process, because there's a you have to submit credentials and they have to come back, and it's a bureaucratic process to get that.
Got it. So
I was wondering if you had timing.
So yeah, she's asking me where we are with the process. So we have announced someone. I don't have anything, an update on the process. Yeah. Do you have another question?
It's been answered a little bit, but I was going to ask. I think you've addressed this, but so you're taking the timing of these referendums in Ukraine being held by Russia as a sign of insecurity, not confidence, right? You're saying that this is not Putin thinking he can permanently hold these areas, and that's why he's having these referendums. You're interpreting it as this timing as the opposite. He's feeling insecure, and that's why they're holding them now.
Yeah, we've been very clear on that, and we've actually have been saying for months that this is an action that Putin would take. This is part of his playbook, doing these sham referendums, these illegitimate voting process. So we have been very clear on that, that he would take this action. But again, we saw the G7 statement earlier today. You heard from the president at UNGA. He's been very clear as well. These are sham referendums. We will not recognize any, if they move forward in this fashion, we would not recognize any annexation of Ukraine. Ukraine belongs to the people of Ukraine, plain and simple.
So the Federal Reserve is saying that the economy will significantly slow down to growing just 0.2% for the entirety of this year and then 1.2% for next year. Is this the stable growth the president is moving us towards?
You're talking about what he said yesterday?
Yeah, it was the projections the Federal Reserve came out. They projected the economy would grow at just 0.2% this year and 1.2% next year, which is pretty slow growth. And I'm just curious, is this the stable growth that you're talking about?
So, I mean, I talked about this a little bit already, how we're coming off of last year's historic economic growth. A lot of that is because of the work of this president and Democrats in Congress passing the American Rescue Plan, which puts us in a position where we saw the most stable growth, strongest growth that we have seen in modern history. So it's no surprise that the economy at this point is going to slow down, is going to cool off just a bit, as the Federal Reserve takes action to bring down inflation. So the Fed's projection, as you mentioned, of growth over this calendar year implies growth between 1% and 2% in the next 2 quarters. So our goal is to bring down inflation. That's what we have been doing for the past several months, making sure that we're doing everything that we can to give the American public a little bit more breathing room without sacrificing all of the historic gains that we made this past year and life-changing economics gains this country has made over the last 19 months, this past year and a half. So given the encouraging initial signs that we have seen on inflation and the continued strength of growth in the job market, so we believe the transition remains possible. We believe that we will get to a strong and stable growth. We believe that we will see that cooling that you hear economists talking about.
On inflation, one more if I could. Americans are making tough choices related to inflation, and last week they saw the president do the celebration during the Inflation Reduction Act when core inflation rose for the first time in 5 months on that day. This week there's another celebration 48 hours after the Fed chairman said there'd be more economic pain. Is that optics of those two celebrations insensitive to what Americans are going through?
So the president has always, when he talks about the economy, has made clear to understand what the American families are going through, what the American people are going through. He understands that the economy and inflation in particular, high cost, is giving some pain, to your point, to Americans. That is why we passed. That is why Democrats in Congress passed Inflation Reduction Act. By the way, no Republicans supported that. And as you know, you've heard me say it many times, you've heard the president say it many times, it is going to lower costs when it comes to prescription drugs. It's going to lower healthcare costs and energy costs. And it is one of the most historic investment to fight climate change. As we are talking about extreme weather, I've gotten multiple questions on Puerto Rico and what the people of Puerto Rico, our brothers and sisters, are going through, what may happen. in this hurricane season. A lot of that is going to be helped by the work that this president has done, bipartisan infrastructure law, again, the Inflation Reduction Act. So we are doing the work. We're going to continue to do that. We're going to continue to work. We've seen gas prices go down for 14 weeks straight, and that, again, is because of the work that this president is doing. So yes, we understand what the American people are going through, but our job, the president's job, is to do everything that he can in his power to give Americans a little bit more breathing room. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you tell us a little bit about Tuesday's trip to Florida? Is the president going to be going after DeSantis a bit? Is he one of the MAGA? Well, he's not really in a way, but if you see what I mean. Is he part of the MAGA or the alternative MAGA scene that the president's going after? And also, could you just come back to the president's re-election decision? Because
you like asking me that question, Sebastian.
You were asked this like a few months ago because everyone was going crazy over, is he going to? You said yes, he is. That was meant to stop the whole thing, but
no, I said that. Look,
you said it's way too early.
Wait, hold on. I'm going to answer your question. Okay. I'm at the podium, right? There's a Hatch Act. I have to be very mindful when talking about 2022 and even 2024, which is a worlds away. As you all know, you cover this media cycle, changes every second. So look, the president was clear even during that 60-minute interview, and I've been clear, he's been clear multiple times, that he intends to run. He said that. He said that in that same interview, that he intends to run. I have to be careful as I'm standing in front of you. Don't want to get more into that. But the president's goal right now, as we look at today, as we look at the next coming days, is to make sure that we continue to deliver for the American people. That is why we talk about the Inflation Reduction Act. That is why we talk about CHIPS Act. That is why we talk about bipartisan infrastructure legislation. And not just him. You hear it from the vice president. You hear it from his cabinet secretaries. It is so important to make sure that the American public understands what we have done here these past 19 months, and that's going to be our focus. As it relates to Florida and Governor DeSantis, look, I don't have anything to preview at this time on what the trip will look like. We will share more as we get closer to the day. Look, we have talked about this as well. You know, when it comes to extremism, when it comes to behaviors that is inhumane and cruel, that is what we're seeing from Governor DeSantis. That is what we're seeing in specifically to how he is using people who are leaving communism, people who are trying to get away from political persecution, talking about Venezuela, Nicaragua, Cuba. They are fleeing those countries, and he is using families, children, and women as a political ploy, as a political stunt. We will continue to call that out, but as far as what that day will look like, we'll share more as we get closer. Okay, Karen.
Thanks, Corinne. Back to Puerto Rico. When the president said yesterday that the federal government would cover the 100% of the cost for the next month of the efforts down there, do you have an estimate of what that cost is going to be?
No, that's a good question. We don't have an estimate at this time, but the president is committed. As you know, you heard him from speaking from New York yesterday. He is committed to doing everything that he can for Puerto Rico. He has spoken to the governor several times. Our team has been in touch with the governor and local officials throughout this time. And so he's committed to doing everything that he can. And this is how he sees his role. He's done this multiple times when we've seen this extreme type of weather, these disasters hit communities. And as president, he's going to continue to be a loud voice in that and use the resources of the federal government to make sure that we help the people of Puerto Rico at this time.
On Iran and the internet, has the administration heard from any American tech companies that will move forward with offering internet services in Iran? And is there any way to estimate how much of an impact that will actually have on the Iranian people?
So let me go back and just say, look, we are aware of what the Iranian authorities are doing in blocking Instagram and also WhatsApp, as well as slowing down or stopping access to the internet in general, as you all are asking. If accurate, this is shameful. But also not unsurprising. step in the wrong direction by Iran's government to prevent the world from watching the Iran government crack down on peaceful protesters. That is what is happening here. We continue to work with private sector and Department of Treasury to identify additional measures that we will support and facilitate the free flow of information to the Iranian people. As I just mentioned earlier, the Department of Treasury took action just yesterday, and we will use what is available to us to make sure that there is accountability. I'm going to go back a little bit because I haven't been. Go ahead. And then I'll come back up.
Thank you. Two quick ones. First of all, on this weather, have we been in contact, has the U.S. been in contact at all with our Canadian neighbors about what I believe will technically not be a hurricane, but the major storm that's supposed to hit the Atlantic provinces, Canadian Maritimes, in the coming hours?
Clearly, that's something that we are monitoring from here. We would have to check in with our friends at NSC, our colleagues, to see if we've been in close touch with Canadian officials. But that is something that FEMA is continuously monitoring as well. And when we have any updates on that, we're happy to share.
And then the second thing is we're a week away from the end of the government's fiscal year, and is there any reason why anyone should be concerned that there might be a lapse in funding, or is the President and the White House confident that whatever is going back and forth with Senator Manchin's permitting bill and the rest of the CR negotiations, that will all be worked out by next Friday?
So we have, we believe, and I've said this before, there's still time for lawmakers on the Hill to enact a short-term funding bill by the Friday deadline. We remain confident that Congress will get this done, so we can continue to deliver vital services, to your point of your question, to the American people. So we encourage for that to happen. We have continued, I've mentioned this before, to stay in close touch with Congress in a bipartisan way. But we believe we have been here before. We were here just last year during this time, and we think that there's still time to get something done. And we'll call on them to act. Okay.
Great. I just want to follow up again on the World Bank president. You said that you disagreed with the comments that he's made, but in terms of having confidence in him or supporting him, there are reports suggesting that some in the administration have tried to oust him. So, given that context, does the White House still support him or have confidence?
So removing him requires a majority of shareholders. So that's something to keep in mind. The U.S. believes the World Bank must be a full partner in delivering on the aggressive global climate agenda, poverty reduction, and sustainability development. Again, Treasury will hold Malpass accountable to this position and support the many staff working to fight climate change at the World Bank. But again, removal will require a majority of stakeholders here. So it is a partnership. That's how we see this. Okay, Peter.
Thanks, Corinne. Following up on your topper, does President Biden favor any limits on abortion?
We've been very, very clear here. Since you're talking about my topper, I was talking specifically about Senator Lindsey Graham.
And your position on his plan is clear. 15 weeks is unacceptable.
I was speaking directly to what Republicans are trying to do.
So
they are calling for a national ban, which takes us backwards. Which will
weeks, right?
It's a national ban which will take us backwards and will put at risk the health of women. And here's the thing about this, Peter, it's not just national ban on abortion. We're talking about privacy, we're talking about contraception, we're talking about marriage. That is what extreme Republican officials are trying to do. That's what we're speaking to. I'm not going to get into specifics here. I'm just going to lay out what they have said that they're going to do.
Why not get into specifics? The Republicans are saying we don't want abortion after 15 weeks. Why can't you say how many weeks a president thinks the limit
as you
should
know, Kevin McCarthy put out the GOP agenda.
I'm not asking about Kevin McCarthy. I'm asking about Joe Biden and his position on abortion. How many weeks?
Peter, I'm answering your question. What Republicans are trying to do is take us backwards. They're trying to take away the rights and freedoms of Americans. That's what we're calling out, and that's what we're going to continue to call out. House Republicans oppose a pharmacy bill that would deny women essential medications. As of September, 166 House Republicans have signed onto a heartbeat bill that would decide abortion at the federal level, even though 28 of those members have since said decisions on abortion should be left to the state. And this week, a Michigan GOP official said he wants to ban contraception. So we should really listen to what Republicans are trying to tell us. And that's what we are speaking out against, and that's what we're going to talk about the national ban that Republicans are continuing to push when majority of Americans do not want that.
We are all covering the Republican plan. I'm just, why can't you say how many weeks for Biden? But no,
go ahead. I answered your question. Go ahead, Courtney. I did.
Why can't you say?
Go ahead, Courtney.
I wanted to ask you. The president announced that he was elevating Jennifer Klein to a more senior role. What does that do for her resources, for her portfolio? What's the purpose of doing that, especially when you're dealing with so many gender issues that you've been talking about?
So Jen Klein, who, as you know, is a colleague of mine, and I've worked closely with her as well as our team here, has been leading on the Gender Policy Council since the beginning, since day one, and she has had all the resources available to her. She has worked diligently on delivering the agenda of this president. It is a, as you know, a historic office that deals with such an important issue as we talk about gender rights, as we talk about equality. So I wouldn't say there's going to be any differences, really. I mean, she is really an assistant to the president, as the role, as her new title lays out. She runs an office here. And again, she has had all the resources that have been provided to her. She works closely with multiple agencies across the federal government to make sure that we live up to what the goal of the gender policy is. And so again, she is. We're very happy for her. This is well deserved for Jen, and we are lucky to have her in that role.
You also provide an update. I know the Justice Department had a task force that some of the White House folks were participating on, responding to the Dobbs decision, how you were going to proceed with litigation or whatever it is you wanted to move forward. Can you provide an update on that group's work?
Yeah, we can go back to the GPC and our other partners to get an update for you on where we are.
Just another follow-up on the World Bank. If a majority of the stakeholders wanted to oust President Malpass, would the United States support that?
I'm not going to get into hypotheticals. I've said already that we condemn the words of the president. But again, was just laying out what the process would be, but I'm not going to get ahead of what that process is potentially going to look like. If there is a majority, again, this is a partnership. This is not something that we will just do on our own.
And then in New York this week, did any of the president's discussions with other world leaders touch on the proposed oil price cap for Russia? And can you give us any updates on what was discussed?
Yeah, that's a good question. We don't have anything to read out for you on that particular issue. It is something that the president has led on. As you know, it came up when he was in Europe very recently, and it is an issue that we feel that is important in dealing with really giving another kind of blow to Russia, but I don't have anything to read out for you at this time on any further conversations and where we are in that space.
There's videos out there of a drunken man in Russia brawling and resisting going to the front. Do you, in light of this conscription order, so do you assess that Putin is going to have trouble producing 300,000 members of the armed forces, or do you think he's going for far more than that? And is he capable of doing it?
Look, I can't speak to what he's capable of doing or not doing, but I can speak to what these acts, these announcements and his speech laying out what he wants to do, right? Whether it's a 300,000 more personnel. Look, again, this is not an act of strength. This is not coming from a place of confidence. It's really quite the opposite. What we're seeing from Putin is weakness. He's been losing on the battlefield. He has not made any gain, as we have known this past couple of weeks. They have not been able to achieve any of their goals, and they are losing their positions again on the battlefield. So what we are seeing is Russia that is scraping for personnel to throw into this fight, and we are seeing thousands of Russians protest against this mobilization, against this brutal war and unjust war that Russian forces are carrying out in Ukraine, and on President Putin's whim, on his orders. So again, this is not a strength or confidence here that we're seeing. This is coming from a place of weakness. It is up to Putin to see what he's capable of doing. But we were seeing from the protests, right? We're seeing very clearly that people are protesting in the street because this war is incredibly unpopular. This war, again, that Putin has started, that Putin put onto the people of Ukraine.
There's a report out of the UN today about potential or alleged war crimes in Russia, including sex crimes of very young and very old Ukrainian people. In light of what the president has said, calling Putin a war criminal in the past, what is he doing now?
So we're engaging the Ukrainians to learn more about what's happening on the ground. We have been clear that war crimes Russian forces have committed need to be investigated, and that Russia needs to be held accountable. So the recent discovery of mass graves in Izum is horrifying, as are the atrocities Russia has committed in Bucha and many other places throughout Ukraine. We've been very clear about that. We have been working closely with Ukraine on this issue and welcome Ukrainians' perspective on this process, how we move forward. We are also supporting a range of international and national efforts underway to document war crimes and atrocities committed by Russian forces in Ukraine, including through International Criminal Court and investigation through the UN Human Rights Council, the OSCE Moscow mechanism, and the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's Office. We are helping document, preserve, and analyze evidence of war crimes and atrocity through our Atrocity Crimes Advisory Group for Ukraine, the State Department's Conflict Observatory, and the Department of Justice War Crimes Accountability Team. It is past time for this war to end, and it is up to Mr. Putin to end this war. This war was started by the Kremlin. He can end this war today if he chooses to. He can end the brutality that we're seeing in Ukraine if he chooses to. and it is up to him. He can end this today. Gosh, I'm trying to see who I have not called on. Oh, go ahead.
In Ukraine, 2 Americans who were captured while fighting Russia and Ukraine were released this week. They arrived back on U.S. soil today. What involvement did the U.S. have in that prisoner exchange? Is there anything else that you can tell us about that? And has the president spoken yet to either the men or their families?
So I don't have anything to read out on any conversation that the president has had specifically with these two Americans. The United States welcomes the negotiated prisoner exchange between Ukraine and Russia, which includes the 2 U.S. citizens, as you just mentioned, captured while serving in Ukrainians' military. We are appreciative of Ukraine, including all prisoners of war, regardless of nationality, in its negotiations, and we look forward to these U.S. citizens being reunited with their families. We also thank the Crown Prince and the government of Saudi Arabia and the Turkish government for facilitating the exchange of prisoners between Ukraine and Russia. We once again reiterate the State Department's travel advisory warning U.S. citizens not to travel to Ukraine, and that those who do participate in fighting in the fighting, they face a significant risk, and the United States cannot guarantee their safety. We've been very clear about this from the very early days of this war. We continue to encourage Americans to devote their energies toward the many other opportunities that exist to help the country of Ukraine and also the people of Ukraine.
On another topic, really quick, the president over the summer was considering declaring a public health emergency over abortion rights. He was also at one point thinking about taking executive action when it comes to Dreamers, and he was also considering declaring a national emergency over climate. Can you provide us with a status update on potential executive actions relating to those items?
We don't have any updates on those particular items, and when we do, we will be happy to share them.
What's the President Biden message to the people of Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua that are now on their way to the U.S. border or thinking of coming to the U.S. border?
Yeah, and we have said this before. Secretary Mayorkas has been very clear on this as well. It is a dangerous journey. We understand the political persecution. We understand what the people of Ukraine. I'm sorry, Ukraine. I was just talking about Ukraine. What the people of Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba are going through. But again, these are very, very dangerous. This is a very dangerous journey. We recommend that they don't put their lives at risk. But again, what we're seeing, how they are being used as political pawns, is something that we're going to continue to call on. It is inhumane. It is unacceptable. How folks who are fleeing, again, political persecution, who are fleeing communism, are being treated. And that is something that you'll continue to hear President Biden condemn. You'll continue to hear us condemn. What Republican governors are doing is unacceptable. It is shameful. And not only that, it is causing chaos and confusion. And that is not how we fix the system. If we want to fix the system, the president put forth on his first day in the White House a legislative solution, a comprehensive immigration reform to deal with these very issues. In the meantime, we're going to continue to work with our partners and our allies in the region, in the Western Hemisphere, because this is indeed a new type of migration that we're seeing. We're seeing a jump from those 3 countries by 121% in just a year, and that is a different scenario that we're dealing with. So we're going to that is causing havoc across the Western Hemisphere.
I have a follow-up to that. President Biden said last week that it's not rational to send these people from Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua back. Does that mean that President Biden is in some way, or the White House, someone encouraging them to come to the U.S.?
What the president is saying is that these folks, these mothers, these children, these families are leaving a country because of communism. They're leaving a country because of political persecution. And he was saying that they should not be used as a political pawn by Governor DeSantis or any Republican governor. That's what he was speaking to. He was calling out the inhumane nature of the way that they were being used because of for a political headline, because of someone's political future. And so he's going to continue to call that out. It is, again, I'll say this again, it is inhumane. You hear the president talk about this many times throughout his career, not just as president. It is important to treat people with dignity. It is important to make sure that, that folks who are fleeing communism are not treated this way. And so we'll continue to call that out. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks,
About being home and the fact you got presidents of unions standing out there with other unions, I tell you what, man. I was going to say, if you have a seat, take one, but they don't have any seats. Look, Deja, that was a great. She's pretty good for someone last year in college, you know. Deja, just remember me. When you're president, and they say Joe Biden's in the outer office, promise me we won't say Joe who when I come in. Hey, folks, how are you? I'm going to talk about more than just the NEA today, because, and I've told your president, I want to come back and just talk pure education as well. But I want to talk a little more broader. And Becky, thanks for hosting us. I appreciate it very much. 46 days to the midterms. We need to be crystal clear about what's on the ballot, because there's a heck of a lot at stake that's on the ballot. Right now on the ballot, there's Social Security. It's on the ballot. You all have paid every paycheck you got, you paid it. You paid into? Holy mackerel. Anyway, but there's a lot, really, truly, there's a lot in the ballot. My dad used to have an expression. He'd say, Joey, don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative. And we have a real alternative here that this is not going to be an election that isn't of significant consequence. Gun safety for our kids and gun violence on the ballot. The idea that you start school this year and kids in many parts of the country are learning how to duck and cover rather than... No, I'm serious. Think about it. rather than talking about reading, writing, and arithmetic, is a very different circumstance. It's not right. It's not who we are. It's not who we should be. And folks, look, the survival of our planet is on the ballot. And that sounds like hyperbole, but it genuinely is. Well, I tell you what, the thing that we found out, and everybody found out, there's not a lot of total climate deniers anymore after they've seen what happened this year. But guess what? We got a lot to do. You got to say hi to me. We go back a long way. She was 12, I was 30, but anyway, this woman helped me get an awful lot done. At any rate, but right now, and it's not hyperbole to suggest right now democracy itself, this is on the ballot as well. Folks, I believe America is at an inflection point. And I apologize to, I'm a labor guy. I've spent a lot of time with all of you, not all of you, but with the labor movement since I got elected in my whole career. And I apologize if I repeat some things, but I think we're really at an inflection point. It occurs every 3, 4, 5 generations. It doesn't occur every election. And by inflection point, I mean that these moments, these are going to determine the shape of everything to come after, what we do now. What we do in the next several years is going to determine what this country looks like in 25 and 30 years. It's that consequential. Now, 46 days to choose, 46 days. And the path offered by Democrats is contrasted with the one offered by the MAGA Republicans. And by the way, not all Republicans are MAGA Republicans. So I want to make that clear. And for years and years, I had a reputation. I remember I got beat up in the campaign by saying that I wanted to unify the country and unify the parties. I used to be able to do that. But things have changed a whole bunch. The MAGA Republicans control the Republican Party right now, and that's self-evident. That's self-evident. So there's a lot at stake here. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that right now. Earlier today, after opposing and obstructing everything we tried to do to stop progress for the last 2 years, the House Minority Leader, Kevin McCarthy, went to Pennsylvania and unveiled on what he calls a commitment to America. That's a thin series of policy goals with little or no detail that he says Republicans are going to pursue if they regain control of the Congress. In the course of nearly an hour, here's a few of the things we didn't hear. We didn't hear him mention the right to choose. We didn't hear him mention Medicare. We didn't hear him mention Social Security. So let's take a look at what Kevin said today. He said Republicans want to, quote, preserve our constitutional freedom. That sounds great. I'm for doing that as well. We all are. But look at what they've actually done. The MAGA Republicans just cheered and embraced the first Supreme Court decision in our entire history, the first one in our entire history, that just didn't fail to preserve a constitutional freedom. It actually took away a fundamental right that had been granted by the same court to so many Americans, the constitutional right to choose. And now nearly half the states in the United States of America have either passed a ban on abortion or will shortly. And in many states, abortion is already banned even in cases of rape and incest. A fundamental change. Already 166 House Republicans have signed on to a bill that would ban abortion nationwide. And the senior senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham, has proposed a national ban on abortion with criminal penalties put on doctors and put them in jail if they, in fact, violate the ban. So in 46 days, America's going to choose. If Republicans win control of the Congress, abortion will be banned. And by the way, it will be initially banned, but if they win Congress, I will veto it. But think what's happening. They're banning it in the case of rape and incest in many states. No exceptions. And they're trying to criminalize it nationwide. But if you give me 2 more Democratic senators in the United States Senate, I promise you, we're going to codify Roe. We'll once again make Roe the law of the land, and we'll once again protect a woman's right to choose. And the power to get this done is in the hands of the American people, especially the women of America. And no, really, Justice Alito said the women can decide the outcome of this election, paraphrasing some quote in the actual decision. Well, he ain't seen nothing yet. I don't believe the MAGA Republicans have a clue about the power of American women. Let me tell you something. They're about to find out. And folks, Kevin McCarthy also talked about, quote, longer, healthier lives for Americans. Again, sounds great. Who's not for that? Well, just look at what the Republicans are doing. Already, 158 House Republicans have signed on to a Republican budget that will cut Medicare and Social Security. Already. The man in charge of electing Republicans in the U.S. Senate, Senator Rick Scott of Florida, has proposed a plan to put Social Security in the chopping block every 5 years. De novo. No, I know this sounds like, but I really mean it. Look, go on the internet and check it out. They've laid out the platform. It means every 5 years, according to, if they succeed in the Senate, the Congress will vote to either cut, reduce, or completely eliminate Social Security or bring it back exactly as it is. What do you think the prospects of it coming back exactly as it is? You've been paying into Social Security ever since you got your first paycheck. Well, then there's Senator Ron Johnson of Wisconsin. As my mother would say, God bless his soul. Look, he thinks waiting 5 years is too long. He wants to put Social Security in the chopping block every single year. If Congress doesn't vote to keep it, it goes away. An affirmative requirement to vote to keep it. Now think of that. It's not just Social Security he wants to put up. He wants Medicare, Medicaid benefits. Every federal budget, every federal benefit gets up and has to be voted on every year. De novo, just from scratch. So in 46 days, Americans are going to face a choice. If Republicans control the Congress, Social Security will be on the chopping block. But if you support the Democrats, I promise you this, Social Security will be protected, period. And I won't let any MAGA Republican take it away. Leader McCarthy talked about wanting a nation that's safe. Well, let's look at what Republicans have done to make it safe. They voted against virtually everything we've done to reduce crime and keep communities safe. The American Rescue Plan, it was when we first got in office, we passed it. You know what it was designed to do? An awful lot of mayors and governors and county executives, they didn't have a tax base because I was left with an economy that was in distress. So we said, here you go. We're going to give you this money so you can make sure you can keep your schools open. You can make sure you keep police departments open. Make sure you keep your hospitals open. Make sure you keep the fire departments open. And guess what? Every single Republican in the Congress voted against that. Every single Republican voted against it. Now look, we're in a situation where now the MAGA Republicans are calling for defunding. They're defunding the FBI. Now let me tell you something. I don't think, and I know some of you weren't happy with me, I didn't think we should defund the police. I never believed that and said so at the time. But I sure in hell don't think we should be funding the FBI either. And then there's the day we'll never forget on January 6th. What happened on the 6th? Law enforcement was attacked, assaulted, brutalized, and stomped on, and later several died. Some lost their lives because of that day. The MAGA Republicans didn't side with law enforcement. They sided with the insurrectionists. And they still do. Don't tell me you support law enforcement if you can't condemn what happened on January the 6th. Don't tell me that. You can't be pro-law enforcement and pro-insurrection. You can't claim to be a party of law and order and call the people who attacked the police on January 6th patriots. That's what they're called. And you can't claim to be for a safe America if you take orders from the NRA. Look, we just passed the most meaningful gun safety law in 30 years in this country, but most Republicans voted against it. Some, thank God, joined us and we passed it. And sided, but most sided with the NRA. After Buffalo, Uvalde, Newtown, El Paso, Parkland, Charleston, Las Vegas, Orlando, I went to every one of those places. I spent hours and hours and hours with those families. Not a joke. Not a joke. Hours with them. I know what it's like under different circumstances to lose children. But lose children like they lost their children? Enough. We've had enough. It's time to pass the assault weapons ban. Look, I support the Second Amendment. I have 2 shotguns. I'm not. The only thing I really do is really target practice. I haven't done that in a long time. But here's the thing: there's no justification for a weapon of war. None. The speed of that bullet is 5 times that comes out of the muzzle of most weapons. It can penetrate your vest. And by the way, as I pointed out when I got it passed the first time as a senator, in Delaware, we're a big gun-owning state. A lot of duck hunters, a lot of hunters. And I'd be going, and I literally went up and down the streams campaigning and going to the people who were who belonged to the NRA and others. And I'd say, how many deer out here are wearing Kevlar vests? You know, no, but I'm seriously, think about it. What in God's name do you need an assault weapon for? It's an assault weapon designed to kill people, to defend America, to defend people. But folks, look, it's way out of hand. I've taken on the RNA and I beat them before and I plan on doing it again. And folks, we can do it again. Our children should be in a situation of learning how, as I said, to read and write, not duck and cover. So in 46 days, if you want to save for America, America faces a choice. Republicans will once again side with the NRA and put American families and children at risk. And I mean, some Democrats as well, and there's some Republicans who support us. It's not down the line, but it's the part of their platform. Democrats will ban assault weapons once and for all, God willing. Kevin McCarthy also talks about there being for a strong economy. But look what the Republicans have done. When I came to office, the economy was flat on its back. Millions out of work, food lines that stretched for miles. Remember seeing all those food lines? People in nice-looking automobiles waiting for an hour and a half just to have a box of food put in their trunk? In the United States of America. In the United States of America, that was happening. All across America. The most anemic job performance since Herbert Hoover was in place. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. So we acted quickly. We passed the American Rescue Plan. which lifted this nation from economic crisis to economic recovery. And every single Republican voted for it. Nearly 10 million more jobs have been created since I've been president, the highest number of jobs in that period of time of any president of the United States of America. We have a 3.7% unemployment rate, the lowest in more than 50 years. A record number of new small businesses created, and over 668,000 new manufacturing jobs in America. The American Rescue Plan helped keep teachers, police officers, firefighters, first responders on the job. It provided the money needed to get schools open. And it was a big reason we have been able to vaccinate over 220 million Americans. More to do. And the infrastructure law we passed, we did get some Republican help for that. But that infrastructure law is the most significant investment in America since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system. Now, some Republicans voted for it, and some were critical. But the truth is, there's a lot more Republicans out there taking credit for the new bridges and those buildings that are collapsing than actually voted for it. I love going by, and they're, and this is a great thing. I voted against it, but this is a great thing. But folks, in addition to inheriting a failed MAGA Republican economy, we also confronted a global pandemic and Putin's war in Ukraine. And that's driven the global inflation we see today. That's why it's so important that we pass the Inflation Reduction Act, which I proposed from the beginning but didn't get passed till this summer. This law will cut costs for families, help reduce inflation at the kitchen table, the way we always measured inflation. And my dad was a graceful, hard-working guy. He worked a lot his whole life. And my dad used to talk about whether inflation or the situation of a family that have breathing room is at the end of the month when you paid all your bills, did you have a little bit left? Just a little bit left. So there's more than one way to deal with the inflation of a family, to lower the price of the things they have to deal with. Because that's what folks at home think about. How much are their monthly bills? How much do they have to pay for the necessities? This law is going to give them just a little more breathing room, as my dad would say. We pay more for our prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Well, for years, so many of us, for a long time, and many of the unions in here, every one of the unions here, have been trying to fix this problem. For years, Big Pharma has blocked us in Medicare from negotiating drug prices. But not this year. We beat Big Pharma. Finally beat them, first time. Big Pharma lost. And folks, now Medicare will have the power to do what so many Democrats and many Republicans in the past talked about doing, lowering prescription drug prices. They pay billions of dollars, they can negotiate lower prices like other countries do. And the seniors, we passed a law saying beginning in January, no senior, no matter what the cost of their prescription drugs, cancer drugs or whatever drugs they have, and some of them can be $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year. No senior will have to pay, no matter what the cost of their drugs, more than $2,000 a year. Beginning in January. And if you're on Medicare and you have diabetes, the cost of your insulin, instead of being 30 to 40 to 50 times more than the cost to make the insulin, it costs $10 to make that insulin. 10. And package it. But now, you cannot charge any senior, and we should make it for everybody. They voted down the other piece, but every senior will not have to pay more than $35 a month for the cost of their insulin. We wanted to cut the cost of insulin for everyone, including the hundreds of thousands of children who have type 1 diabetes. But look, folks, imagine being the parent of a child who had type 1 diabetes. You had no insurance and you had no coverage. You have to look at that child and know that if he or she does not have access to that insulin, it will fundamentally affect their lives in ways that are going to be damaging for the rest of their lives. Imagine the feeling. My dad used to say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. And he'd always end by saying it's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. Well, guess what? The Republicans blocked limiting that cost to $35 for kids. As I said, it only costs $10 for that prescription to be made and packaged. Drug companies are charging families more than 30 times as much for that drug on a monthly basis. And a lot of people just can't do it. Imagine, I said, being that mom and dad, needing that insulin. It has to be there. I was down in Virginia at a function and met a mom who said they have to ration the insulin. I mean, it's wrong. It's not who we are. We're going to fix that as well, I promise you. Folks, bottom line, this law is going to lower energy costs as well. Gas prices, I know I got criticized for going on the stockpile. Well, guess what? Gas prices are down $1.30 a gallon. And in 41 states, plus the District of Columbia, the average gasoline price is less than $2.99. Look, the law makes the biggest investment ever. We invest in climate crisis. $369 billion to deal with the climate crisis. And it makes the tax code fairer. In 2020, 55 of the biggest corporations in the country paid $0 in federal income taxes. And they made $40 billion. It's not right. So we put a stop to it. And by enacting a corporate minimum tax at only 15%. Today, the days of big profitable corporations paying nothing in federal income tax is over. And guess what? Every single Republican voted against the Inflation Reduction Act. And when it actually comes to actually doing something about inflation, Republicans said no. And they said time and again that the first chance they get, they're going to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. And here's what else Republicans are, in terms of their fiscal recklessness. Donald Trump and Republicans had no problem enacting in his 4 years a $2 trillion tax cut that overwhelmingly benefited the top 1%. And they didn't pay for a penny of it. And it massively increased the federal deficit. Meanwhile, you know, we always say the Democrats are the big spenders. We brought down the deficit. $350 billion the first year and nearly $1.5 trillion this year. And the Inflation Reduction Act is going to reduce it another $300 billion because over the next 10 years, because Medicare can pay less for the drugs they have to buy for the seniors. So I don't want to hear it from Republicans. They're the ones who blew up the deficit. They're the ones, when we're the ones bringing it down. And now, thanks to the historic deficit reduction act, we can afford to cancel $10,000 in student debt and $20,000 if you're on a Pell Grant. For tens of millions of Americans making under $125,000, it's a game changer. And Republicans are already looking for their hand-picked judges to deny relief to those hard-working Americans. They will not succeed, in my view, but that's what they're looking for. And finally, with a straight face, Kevin McCarthy says the MAGA Republic is going to restore faith in our elections. As we say in my faith, bless me, Father, for I have sinned. Restore faith in our elections? MAGA Republicans refuse to accept the results of the 2020 election and the will of the people. 81 million people voted Democrat for president last time. Even though they lost court case after court case after court case after court case after court case. Even in front of Trump-appointed judges. And recount after recount proved the results were accurate. It's become a litmus test in their party to pledge loyalty to Donald Trump by buying into the big lie. Now, I'm serious. You all see it all on television. Look, the fact is that a lot of them, I've had 6 Republican senators who I've known for some time, come to me, and I gave my word I'd never mention names, and I never will, separately, telling me that they agree with this, that, or the other thing that I was proposing, but if I voted for it, it would cost them their election because they'd lose a primary. Well, you see what's happening. You see the mega Republican program being adapted by all these folks in the primary, and then once they get out of the primary, they're trying like hell to figure out how to get out from under that. No, I'm serious. You can't let the integrity of our elections be undermined. Democracy can't survive. It cannot survive. Not a joke. Can't survive when one side believes there's only two outcomes to an election. Either they win or they were cheated. That's not democracy. And that's where the mass majority of MAGA Republicans are today. They don't understand what every patriotic American knows. You can't love your country only when you win. Only when you win. So folks, in just 46 days, democracy will be on the ballot. Americans will have to choose between the MAGA Republican platform, who have embraced extremism and the big lie, Democrats, independents, and mainstream Republicans who believe in the rule of law, rejecting the will of the people and accepting the results of a fair and free election is what we're about, not what they're about. Let me close with this. As I said earlier, my dad used to say, don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative. This November, you have to choose to be a nation of hope, unity, and optimism, or a nation of fear, division, and darkness. I believe America will move forward to the future, a future with possibilities, a future in which we can build, dream, and hope. I know we can because I know this nation like you do. I know the American people. I know their courage. I know their hearts. I know our history. That's why, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, and those of you who know me, no one ever doubts I mean what I say. The problem is I sometimes say all that I mean. But all kidding aside, I've never been more optimistic. We're the only country in the world that's come out of every crisis stronger than we went into it. It's not just about building back to what it was before. We have a chance to build back in a way to make it better for everybody. Everybody. And I want to get back to the time when I'm debating Republicans who are conservative as heck but believe in the institutions. Believe in the institutions. Have a fair and square fight about what we're doing. Think the court and the Congress and the presidency are independent branches of government and should be treated with respect. That's what I'm looking forward to. We just got to remember who in God's name we are. We are the United States of America. And there's nothing beyond our capacity, not a single thing we can't do, and we do it together. And the way to do that is start with the unions, to do it together, together, together. May God bless you all. May God protect our troops. And I should have started off by saying, excuse my back when I'm speaking. I apologize. Thank you all very much. God bless you all. Let's keep it going. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We've had many visitors today. I'm sorry to put this off. Thank you very much for being here. It's a very busy time. As many of you may know, I just returned from the G7 meeting in Berlin over the weekend, and a trip to Europe that included a visit to Armenia. The visit to the G7 meeting of heads of parliament was one that was focused on the situation in Ukraine and on democracy in our countries. What was exciting about it was that the Speaker of the Ukraine Parliament joined us with a report and a list of requests, but the members of the G7 were very, very enthusiastic, strongly supporting, ongoing support for the fight for democracy in Ukraine. One point that I wanted to bring up with you that I found interesting is when I was there, over the course of this weekend, I've met with 3 heads of state. And one of the all three of them had spoken to Putin in the last few days, within this week. All of them said he's in it for the long haul. But what was interesting, let's see if you think so, is that they said that, he's running out of people. And up until now, he had been sending people to Ukraine from the poorer southern parts of Russia. So there was not a lot of public opinion in Moscow or St. Petersburg or among the educated class in Russia in opposition. His disinformation was keeping, maybe they believed it, but they were not objecting to it. And what they said is he's running out of people from southern Russia, poorer people, less educated people, and the people that he's going to call on now, their families will have an objection to body bags coming home. I always had confidence in the moms, wherever it is, to put an end to war because they don't want to see their children risking their lives unless it was for the right reason, a good cause, freedom, democracy. And sure enough, he does this 300,000 call, and you see the reaction in the more sophisticated areas of Russia. People leaving the country, people protesting, and some of the protesters being sent to jail. And that's where Putin was going next for some of his call-ups to jail. And now they're going to jail. That's the rumor. But it was interesting that these leaders there had that perception that the minute it went north, it was going to be a different situation. So public opinion in Russia is an important element of how long this lasts. Public opinion in Europe, too. Public opinion in terms of needing energy sources so that they don't have a cold winter or high cost that are unsustainable for their families. And the Europeans were firmly, quickly acting to reduce that impact on their populations. And then many of the countries are also having a severe ban on visas for Russians coming to Europe. And that's one place where the, shall we say, more middle-class people in Russia are feeling the pain that they were having to pay a price for this, and that Russia's reputation and theirs was being affected by it. So much for that. Then we went to Armenia, and we were greeted with thousands of people on the street for America. It was very sad to be at the memorial of the Iranian genocide, but we went with our heads held high because we had finally gotten it to be recognized as a genocide. And then just coincidentally, before we went, the Asteroids invaded Armenia, and that caused quite a discussion about where were the Russians to help the Armenians in their relationship with that. So it was an interesting time. But whether you're talking about Ukraine, or you're talking about Armenia, or you're talking about Taiwan, you're talking about democracy, you're talking about integrity of borders, and you're talking about America's role in the world being very, very respected. And we're very proud of our president for the role that he played in bringing people together, listening to them, having collaboration, not condescension. Thank you, President Biden. When we're speaking of democracy, we were very proud that yesterday the House passed the Presidential Election Reform Act in bipartisan fashion. It ensures that the Vice President cannot reject official slates of electors or delay the count. That is a fact, but it removes all doubt and ensures that, limits the type of objections raised during the certification to those outlined in the Constitution, not just anything you can think of, but what are the legitimate concerns that somebody might raise, and requires a majority of each chamber to sustain an objection. What it also does, though, is to say if somebody has an objection, it takes a third of the members to bring it forth, and then a majority for each chamber to sustain it. And then On the state level, it requires governors to submit election results to Congress in a timely fashion and makes clear that states cannot change the rules after the election. Change the rules governing election after it has occurred, preventing these radical state legislators from altering outcomes. With this bill, Democrats are defending America's freedom, our democracy, and again, to enjoy the vision of our fathers with the destiny for democracy. We hope for Senate action soon so that we can get together and come forth with a bill, bipartisan, the law of the land. Now we get to people over politics, the legislation that we have passed in terms of lowering cost, prescription drug prices, for one, and health care. Secondly, increasing wages, the CHIPS Act and other legislation, including the Inflation Reduction Act, to create good-paying jobs. And again, the issues that relate to our safety of our communities, one bill that we have on the floor right now. Oops, I didn't put my watch back on. Again, we want to break the cycle of violence. So we have legislation about mental health justice, breaking the cycle of violence, Victim Act, that is Val Deming's bill. These bills will be voted on separately on the floor, but they're coming up under a rule right now. Again, build on the funding that we secured in the rescue plan, the bipartisan legislation to build the infrastructure of our country in a green way. And we, again, are very proud of the work that our members have done. Joyce Beatty, the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, Josh Gottheimer, and many others who have worked together to bring this legislation to the floor. So what's interesting about this is the Republicans just keep revealing themselves. Democrats want women to respect women and women's right to choose and make decisions about family and the rest, and the Republicans that want to criminalize women's health care. We are strongly in our legislation support, not our legislation, our agenda supporting Medicare, and part of our bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, was to enable the Secretary of HHS to negotiate for lower prescription drug prices and have a $2,000 cap on what seniors would have to pay out of pocket. I think you see on TV ads from ARP and others who were so helpful in the outside mobilization to get this done. The Republicans say they threaten to repeal the lower cost of prescription drugs in their agenda. Criminalize health care, threaten to repeal the lower drug prices for seniors, and also, as one of their former speakers have said, Medicare should wither on the vine. So these are kitchen table issues, cost of drugs, Medicare for seniors, and the rest. And again, they're endless in their assaults on democracy, and that's a big difference between us. And not to talk politics, but that's one of the things that's at stake in the election. I can talk more specifically about what they have said and what they have done on that if you wish, but I do want to talk again about democracy, and that is respecting the right to vote and not undermining or jeopardizing the integrity of our elections, which are fundamental to our democracy. So their extreme agenda that they'll be putting out makes it harder for Americans to vote, would purge eligible voters from the rolls, gives extreme MAGA state legislatures absolute power to change the rules of elections at whim, including after the election, and on that same election, and insert extreme MAGA allies to disrupt polling places and vote counting. This has a chilling effect on whether someone will go to the polls if they fear for their safety. They know what they're doing. And just, we harken back to January 6th. It was so sad in so many ways, and I'll never forgive them for the trauma they caused for the young people in the Capitol, the staff, press, others. The trauma that they caused for them and our members and the rest. But I will never get over the fact that after all was said and done, and what they saw as an insurrection incited by their president, that still 147 Republicans voted to overturn the results of the election on January 6th. Well, it was into the morning now of the 7th. The extreme MAGA agenda is dangerous for families and for all of the American people. And again, any questions?
Madam Speaker, have you been briefed on Puerto Rico and the hurricane damage there, and what vehicle might be the vehicle for getting aid to the island?
The Puerto Rico issue is very close to the hearts of many of us. And when the former president was in office, he stood in the way of aid going to them after Maria, now almost 5 years ago. And so now they have another natural disaster. And the way the process works is that FEMA, in order to spend the funds, has to assess the damage. And that's the process that they're going through now. We know that they're well-funded, FEMA is, but if they need more, we want them to have more. We think that there are opportunities in community block grant, disaster relief, that's a separate, special category, that could be used for Puerto Rico once the determination is made, assessment of the damage. That's just what the process is. There are other challenges in terms of the permiso and all of that we really have to address, and it's heartbreaking to see the entire island shut down in terms of electricity, many people, water, and the rest. But this is close to the heart of many of us, and certainly on the minds of all of us.
Are you concerned at all that the funding from Hurricane Maria, a lot of the funding that was allocated for infrastructure rebuilding after Hurricane Maria went unspent?
Yeah, that's what during the Trump years. We'll see how we can free that up, but we have to. And when we do, the laws that we have passed with the infrastructure bill and the rescue package and all the rest will serve to enable, and CHIPS, the training that is necessary for the rebuilding. It just doesn't happen like that. You need human resources to rebuild, and you need training for that to happen. So we're looking at that across the board.
After Maria, there were some assistance regarding Medicaid and nutritional assistance to Puerto Rico. Additional to the assessment of FEMA regarding the damage in Puerto Rico, there were some measures regarding, Medicaid, nutritional assistance.
Yeah, we have plenty we need to do.
Be included in this year?
Excuse me?
That kind of assistance will not be included in this year.
Well, that's one of the challenges we have in resolving the CR. So you might want to talk to your Republican friends about that. Yeah. What do you got?
Wider question on the CR. We're about a week from the shutdown.
Yeah.
What is the plan here? How will you respond to the request for $12 billion in Ukraine aid and for COVID funding? And when will the House act on it?
Right now, again, you know more about the Senate machinations than I do, but my understanding is the process will begin today, and they will, because of Rosh Hashanah, Monday and Tuesday, they can't take it up until after sundown on Tuesday. That will start the further process. The notice is now, but the process starts then. We would hope that as quickly as possible, they would come to agreement, send it to us. We are prepared to take it up. We have same-day authority already built in, so we don't have to delay it in any way for procedural purposes. And hopefully that will happen on Tuesday night, and we'll have an idea of how long they will take. If they don't, we will have to start it over here. That's really what it is. Yes, ma'am.
President Joe Biden had an interview on 60 Minutes where he didn't commit to running for re-election, and I'm wondering if you think he should run in 2024, or do you think the party should put someone else forward who might be better?
President Biden is the president of the United States. He did a great service to our country. He defeated Donald Trump. Let's not forget that. If you care about the air we breathe, the water we drink, the education of our children, jobs for their families, pensions for their seniors, any subject you can name. I'm not going into politics about whether the president should run or not. Yes, ma'am.
On the CR,
yes.
Following up, the Senate is wrestling with career reform
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Do you think there is any version of permitting reform that you or your caucus here could support? And in particular, could a bill that contains a fast track for the Mountain Valley Pipeline, could that pass in the House?
Let me just say that, as I say to you and I say to my members, let's see what happens in the Senate, and then we will deal with what we have to do in the House. But I'm not speculating on what we don't know that they will send over. My understanding is that the legislation was made known today, was it?
Last night.
Yes, last night. Okay, I haven't read it myself yet, but because we've been busy on what we're doing here, but I will. And I wanted to just recall to mind that we passed historic legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act, which helps to reduce inflation, helps reduce the deficit because of how the bill is written, reduces the cost of prescription drugs for seniors on Medicare. This is historic. We have been trying for decades to do this. 6 for 06, when I was leader and we were running to win the House, and we did, 6 for 06 was one of our 6. 6 was prescription drugs. We said, we promise we'll pass these 6 bills if we win. We passed 5 of them, became law. 1 of them did not, because it could not achieve the 60 votes in the Senate. So since then and for a long time, we've been trying to get that done. This is historic, and it makes a big difference at the kitchen table of America's working families. And we extended the subsidies for 3 more years for lower costs for the Affordable Care Act. And we saved the planet. We're saving the planet with record $360 billion to save the planet and generating jobs and cleaner air and cleaner water and jobs and security for our country. As part of that, this agreement, which I think was, I'm willing to support, yes, but we'll have to see how it comes back from the Senate, and there may be room for negotiation. But I'm not walking away from $360 billion in support for saving the planet for our children, and again, lower prescription drug prices for our families. I think that's it.
Support the agreement that Senator Manchin made with Senator Schumer. That's the agreement you support?
I said I support it, yes. I've said that right from the start. There's no question. Yes, Jake.
Question. I wonder what you think John Gibbs, who's running for House in Michigan, said that women don't possess the characteristics necessary to govern.
Wait a minute, I want everybody to hear what you're saying. Please, speak up. What did he say?
Men were smarter. I'm not adopting this position as my own.
I just want them to know what that candidate said.
Think logically about broad and abstract ideas in order to deduce a suitable conclusion without relying upon emotional reasoning.
Is that what he said? I thought he said that the passage of the 19th Amendment made us a totalitarian state when women had the right to vote. Didn't he say something like that too? And didn't he? And didn't he also be part of a movement to repeal the 19th Amendment for women to have the right to vote? What do I think of that? I think I hear something like that every day around here, when people say that women shouldn't be able to make their choices about contraception or their own reproductive health. That's a sign of disrespect for women. What he's saying is outrageous. I don't think many members of here would subscribe to that. But the insult to women's intelligence is one that exists in many forms around here. Thank you all very much. We're going to go up for our vote now.
I'm very touched. Thank you. I'm extremely touched. Thank you all. Oh, thank you. I see so many friends and former colleagues. We are actually current colleagues on so many of the issues that you're working on. Thank you. I'm so honored, and I see so many of the attorneys general that I served with. I was just talking, Dustin, about you. I see so many of the folks that I served with, Doug, over the years, and it's just an honor and a joy to be back with you, with DAGA, so thank you. General Ford, thank you for that incredible introduction and for your leadership. I remember that day so vividly when we sat down at that restaurant and had a really, for it being the first time that we sat down, we just went right into the issues. I remember that so clearly, both of us feeling a sense of the urgency of that moment and the responsibility that we each had at the time and clearly still do. But you've been a friend, you've been an extraordinary leader in Nevada and of course a national leader. So I thank you for the introduction and all that you do. Thank you. And so the co-chairs of DAGA this year are, of course, General Ford and General Jennings. Where is she? There you are. I, of course, have such fond memories of DAGA and my time being a member of DAGA, including when I co-chaired DAGA with the then Attorney General of Delaware and our dear and departed friend, Bo Biden. He and I co-chaired DAGA together, and often with a lot of the other friends here, would talk, felt like almost on a daily basis, of the responsibility that we knew we had as attorneys general to do, as you said, General Ford, to do justice in America. And when I look at the folks and the leaders who are in this room and the responsibility, dare I say the burden, that we carry to do justice in this moment, I think the work has never been as important as it is right now. And so I thank you all, because I know firsthand the significance of your work. You, of course, are your state's chief legal officer, and most of you serve as your state's top law enforcement official. In that capacity, you swore an oath to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of your state. And you swore to defend your state against all enemies, foreign and domestic. You represent your state both in civil cases and in criminal cases. For many of you, as the top law enforcement officer, that means working very closely with your state law enforcement community to support investigations and combat threats to public safety. As attorneys general, you share a fundamental belief in the principles of fairness, equality, and justice. And every day you fight for those ideals. Your work makes real the promise of America in so many ways and in the lives of so many people. And as I said, that cannot be more true than it is today when so much is at stake. At this moment in our nation, some of our most fundamental rights are under assault. As attorneys general, you are fighting on the front lines to defend our rights. In particular, let's talk for a moment about consumer rights. The right to live for any hard-working person without fear of fraud and predatory economic practices. Many of us worked together on those issues over the years. You are on the front lines fighting for women's rights to make decisions about their own bodies and voters' rights to participate in our democracy. Understanding your work and your leadership on these issues and so many more, today I'm going to address some of those fights. So as attorneys general, it is your obligation to serve as guardians of the health, safety, and well-being of consumers, as I said earlier. For example, when I was Attorney General of California, we defended, a lot of us did it together, the homeowners of our state, for me, the California homeowners, from predatory lending practices during the foreclosure crisis. Another example of the work that I did with so many of you here is when we led a multi-state, or I think at least 9 of us, to investigate and successfully sue Corinthian colleges, which was preying on students who were simply looking to build a better life. And now, as Vice President of the United States, the work continues for me with you to protect consumers. Since taking office, we have taken on the issue of racial bias in home appraisals by writing new rules to regulate the home appraisal industry and by better educating homeowners of their rights. We have also taken on the issue of medical debt, which we know is exacting a heavy burden on so many people in our country. So we've taken that on in part by fighting to remove medical debt from consumer credit scores, because people shouldn't have to have their credit score damaged. So much of their credit score determines their economic health and well-being in terms of their ability to move forward. And it shouldn't be damaged just because they endured a prolonged length of sickness or illness. And this year, our administration finally finished the job for Corinthian students, canceling almost $6 billion in outstanding student loan debt, delivering relief for over 500,000 Americans. As state attorneys general, you play an essential role in protecting the consumers of our nation, working people who are simply trying to build a better future for themselves and their families. People who have a right, born out of their hard work and their dreams, to be able to buy a home or get an education or just make a purchase without being the subject of predatory practices. In recent years, some of you have prosecuted individuals and companies that have price gouged consumers who are just trying to buy life-saving medical supplies. Others have empowered consumers to report telemarketing scams and robocall harassment. And so many of you have fought to protect our seniors from scams and other predatory practices. All of this work, just offering a few examples, all of this work has a direct impact on the economic health and well-being of so many people. And members of DACA, you are also, of course, leading the fight to protect the freedom of women to make decisions about their own bodies. So, as we all know, earlier this year in the Dobbs decision, the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in our land, I say to a room full of attorneys, took away a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America. I mean, think back to when we were in law school. Think about that. Could you have ever imagined that in our lifetime that would happen? Such a fundamental right as the ability of an individual to make personal decisions about their body and their life. That just happened. That just happened. A right that had been recognized for almost half a century. And immediately, of course, following Dobbs, extremists, so-called leaders, that's what I call them, extremist so-called leaders across our nation began to pass and enforce laws to criminalize doctors, nurses, healthcare providers. I mean, think about those folks, why they entered that profession, their sense of calling and duty to heal and help. And these so-called extremist leaders are passing laws to criminalize these folks, passing laws to punish women. And in the face of this, as it relates to the work of attorneys general, Dobbs also intentionally shifted the fight for reproductive rights to the states. So as the chief legal officer of your state, you, because I've been watching you, are bravely defending reproductive freedom. I met with many of you in my office at the White House, and we discussed the innovative strategies that you have used to defend women's reproductive freedom. You are taking on rightly the crisis pregnancy centers, launching public education campaigns, because I don't think I have it here, but I'll show you all a map of the United States right now in terms of the patchwork of different laws in different states on this issue and the confusion it is creating, and the need then for some of the most trusted elected officials to clarify the state of the law. And in the midst of the vast amount of confusion, the need of you as the truth tellers to sort out fiction from fact and combat misinformation and disinformation, which we all know often creates a situation that is ripe for predatory practices. You all are convening attorneys pro bono in your states, the law firms that sometimes you are up against, but often work with, convening pro bono services to ensure women can access reproductive health care. You all are filing legal challenges to state abortion bans, like right here in Wisconsin, where our host, where are you, Josh? Josh Cowell is working with Governor Evers to challenge an abortion ban. Listen to this. With the limited resources every attorney general has, our friend here has to use his resources to fight a ban that was passed in 1849, before women even had a right to vote. And somebody's trying to push the legitimacy of that law, and he has to fight against it. Josh, our administration has your back. And we all know this is just the beginning. I'm sure everyone here read the Dobbs decision and concurring opinions. When Justice Clarence Thomas said the quiet part out loud. With Dobbs, we know, if there was any question, we now know marriage equality is on the line. Many of you supported me when I was Attorney General of California, and I refused to defend Proposition 8, which banned same-sex marriage. You all may remember, Daga, that in my race for Attorney General, I was running against, in the general election, a Republican who said he would support Proposition 8, which sought to ban same-sex marriages in California. You'll remember that on election night, he declared his victory. He didn't win. Right? Just that recently, we just fought for this. Attorneys General, Democratic attorneys general, stood by my side when we were fighting just in my home state of California, not to mention what you fought for. And in this year of our Lord, 2022, in the Dobbs decision, a justice of the United States Supreme Court says the quiet part out loud that marriage may be on the line, marriage equality. Says the quiet part out loud, the right to contraception is on the line. In Michigan, a candidate for Attorney General even compared emergency contraception to fentanyl. To fentanyl. And suggested, therefore, it should be banned. This is what we're dealing with right now, in real time. This is what we're dealing with. And so on every level, it becomes incumbent on us, those who sincerely took an oath, to protect and defend our Constitution and all of the principles upon which it was founded. The responsibility visits itself upon us to fight back. Earlier this year, President Biden signed 2 executive orders directing a whole-of-government approach to protect access to abortion care, the right to contraception, and the safety of providers and clinics. The United States Department of Justice is in federal court right now in Idaho and Texas, fighting to protect access to emergency medical care. And it comes down to this. Our nation was founded on the principles of freedom and liberty, principles enshrined in our Constitution. And guided by these principles, then, we all believe that a woman should have the ability to make the decisions about her body and her life if she chooses, in consultation with her faith leader, with her doctor, with her loved ones, but the government should not be making that decision for her. And it's interesting to note that in the Dobbs decision, and all of the folks who were the proponents of that decision said, well, we think it's just more appropriate for the states to decide. All right, let's just send it to the states. Check this out, and I'm sure you all have been following this. So while so-called leaders claim we should return the issue of reproductive freedom to the voters in the states, these same extremist so-called leaders are passing laws to make it intentionally more difficult for people to vote. Return it to the states. Let the voters there decide. While laws are being passed to ban drop boxes and restrict early voting. Laws that are making it illegal to give food and water to people who are standing in line sometimes for hours to vote. Undemocratic laws. Un-American laws. Earlier this month, our president, standing outside Independence Hall in Philadelphia, made clear, and I'll quote, "We are not powerless in the face of these threats. We are not bystanders in this ongoing attack on democracy." So DAGA, your work to protect voting rights proves that point. Together you have condemned these sham audits of our elections. Together 20 Democratic attorneys general filed an amicus urging the Supreme Court to reject constitutional or congressional maps that dilute the votes of Black Americans in communities around the country. Together you have fought to make sure all eligible Americans, no matter their party, can cast a ballot and have it counted, because you know the freedom to vote is a foundation of our democracy, and we must do everything we can to protect it, including, by the way, demanding that Congress pass the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act and the Freedom to Vote Act. Especially after, in 2013, Shelby took away the important elements, as we all know, of the Voting Rights Act. So, members of DAGA, today, our nation faces many threats to our rights and our freedoms, and we must stand united to uphold the sacred oath we have each taken. to protect the people of our nation, to support and defend these foundational principles that are now at stake, and to build a more just, more safe, and more equitable future for all people. Together, we believe in the promise of our nation. I know that, because I know you guys. I see so many of my friends, Rob. I know what we believe. We may see the worst of human behavior sometimes in the work that we do every day, but I know who you are, and I know you believe in the promise of who we are and the best of who we are. So in these moments that challenge us, let us stand together, shoulder to shoulder, in defense of our democracy and all that we believe. Everyone here was meant to be here at this very moment and to do what you are doing. So thank you all on behalf of the people of our nation. Your role is critical, and we're counting on you. God bless you, and God bless America.
We're always proud to be at Miami-Dade College. We're proud of the work you guys do. It's a unique institution, and we're proud to have been delivered. We delivered a lot in the budget for you this year with the Freedom Hour and many other things. And but it's good. I mean, it's, you know, when you're doing the budget. I think most people know the governor can line item veto out. So you can sign the budget and knock out a lot of individual appropriations. And we've been very strong with that power because we want to protect taxpayers. And so I think the record of vetoes before I became governor was 800 million. This past year we did 3.2 billion in line item vetoes. So those guys don't clap. They don't clap. But it's some things you're like, okay, I know they're going to do a good job with it, so we don't veto because we know that it's important. And a lot of these guys have actually done a lot of good work, and so a lot of times we're happy to do. There's some things you just can't do, you know, that are not right. There's other things you must do. Then there's some things that may be kind of nice to have, but you can go either way on it. But here, because of the track record, we look to really do it. So we're excited about what we're able to deliver. And I will just say, these proposals are great. We're proud of them. But I know the incoming Speaker, Renner, has even more proposals along these lines because this is a serious issue, and we want to make sure the state of Florida is leaning into it. Okay. Oh, Glenna. Hi. You were hiding back there.
That must mean you don't have any questions, right? Okay. Go ahead. Sure.
So, on the migrant flights, you have successfully riveted the nation's attention on mass migration.
I hear you.
Florida is not a sanctuary state. Do you think the process of what has been done, what you all are doing?
Yes, you want to. If you had done it with notice, if you had called your counterpart in Massachusetts and said, Governor, we're sending you 50 Venezuelan migrants, they'll land at 3 o'clock tomorrow, do you think that might have taken some of the teeth out of the blowback and criticism?
Absolutely not. You know how I know that? Biden has dumped people all over the fruited plain in the middle of the night with zero notice. There's small towns that are getting inundated with people with zero notice. And so that's not something that they've been doing. So the issue is just simply, we had a policy when Joe Biden took office that was working. It was orderly. There's a whole cottage industry that anyone that wants to get in should just claim asylum. Most of these people clearly do not qualify for asylum, so that is being abused. So when you have a process like Remain in Mexico, someone can still make the claim, but then this way, when it's denied, you're not going to get entry in the United States on that basis. Joe Biden reversed that policy, and he reversed many others. So now you have massive chaos that's happening, millions and millions of people coming across illegally. Yes, you have really serious things happening along the way to the border, which no one seems to care about. You have people that once they get in are basically destitute in some parking lot. They're not upset about that. They're not upset about all the fentanyl that's coming into this country and is now leading to record fentanyl deaths, and that would not be happening if we had a secure border. And yes, Maduro is releasing people from prison. This is being used strategically to weaken our country. So if you have criminal aliens coming in and they victimize Americans, those crimes should not have happened if we just had a secure border. So no one really cared about that on the national media perspective until 50 show up in Martha's Vineyard. And you got to ask yourself, you have to ask yourself on this, okay, why is that such a big deal, but it wasn't a big deal when 50 migrants died in some shed in Texas? Is it just because they didn't want their wealthy island to be having to be exposed to the unwashed masses, and they were offended that they actually had to deal with reality? So I think we have a situation in this country where we have a policy that is simply unjustifiable. But the people that support the policy are imposing the costs of that policy on other people. They don't want to have to pay any type of cost on this. And don't forget, this is an island that advertised to be sanctuary, and they said they didn't have the resources to take 50. Well, just imagine how all these other places across our country are having to be do. So it's chaotic. It's not the way you do business. Now everybody is talking about it. And look, they're busing to New York City, D.C., all this stuff. And that's not the solution, though. The solution is to recognize the policy has failed and to change the policy. And you could do that very easily in ways that have been proven to work. So hopefully we're going to be talking about this a lot more now. This was not an issue of concern even 2 weeks ago. Now it seems to be on the front burner, so we're proud of that. Yes, sir.
What was Florida's jurisdiction with respect to that specific matter? They were in Texas and then was in Massachusetts. How did you get involved?
So we got involved. Well, we have operations on the Panhandle, and we've seized about $500,000 worth of drugs. There have been arrests for human smuggling, but this is like 1 or 2 people come in at a time. And unfortunately, what law enforcement does is just release the migrant and only goes after the smuggler. So we have people, and many of them say they'd like to go to Florida. And so basically the contractor is identifying who they think, they didn't necessarily say that, but they're profiling. And then they come to the Panhandle, and then the flight is goes from the Panhandle in. But there's really no way that you could do this effectively, because remember, $12 million to relocate away from Florida into sanctuary jurisdictions. So that's just been the most effective way way to do it. And, you know, at the end of the day, part of the reason is if you have a law enforcement bust, all the transport is voluntary. So if someone's already in Florida and that's where they wanted to be, we can say, hey, you know, we'll do a bus and bring up somewhere, but they do not have to do that. Here, I think it's a much more sensible thing to do, and I think it's been effective. Yes, sir. Oh, well, right. I mean, yeah. We believe the regime in Venezuela is illegitimate. We believe that Maduro is a dictator along the lines of a Raul Castro, and I think he's done immeasurable damage to that country. I just met with Brazil's ambassador to U.S. today. They have absorbed over 1 million people from Venezuela because of what's going on. But here's the thing: Biden was asked, hey, how come you can't keep control of the border? He's like, well, I'm having to deal with Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. Are those new dictatorships? Have those not been dictatorships for a long time? And not only that, he's soft on all those dictatorships. It would be one thing if he was actually willing to apply pressure and then say it's causing people to need asylum, but he's coddling them. He's willing to go and play footsie with Maduro. He didn't lift a finger last summer when the Cuban people were rising up to take on the Raul Castro regime. And of course, he's going to be buddy-buddy with Nicaragua and then the new Colombian president, who's very leftist. So that's just the nature of what we're seeing here. I've been opposed to them playing footsie with Maduro the whole time, but nevertheless, kind of here we are. Yes, ma'am. It's not an expenditure. What it is the money is there, and then as expenses are done, it'll get drawn down. But that has not been put to use necessarily. And remember, there's a lot of other things that go on this, just other than just the transport. Yes, ma'am. I reject socialism outright. I reject. Marxism, Leninism, communism, any of these isms that have come out of a political theory that basically denies the worth of each and every individual, denies people's aspirations to reach for the stars, denies the fact that we have inherent God-given rights. And so we've seen this play out over and over again in different parts of the world, and unfortunately we have states in this country that have gone totally off the deep end with leftist governance. And what has that gotten you? And I think the great thing about here in South Florida is the antenna is very sharp when people are peddling this, and they realize that, you know, some of this stuff sounds an awful lot like some of the things they heard in their home country or in their parents' or grandparents' home country before it went Marxist. And so in Florida, we are very proud that because we have a spine that is infused with a lot of the freedom-loving people in this community, that is not going to happen here. We are going to remain the nation's refuge for freedom. We are. Yes, ma'am. So what it is there's, we have the policy is we want to voluntarily transport away from Florida so that we don't have to bear the cost, and that there's a vendor that is doing that for us. And so there have been people at the border, in the panhandle, you name it, to be able to make sure that policy that we've been charged with the legislature is being implemented. And so, obviously the Martha's Vineyard, there's a lot of other components to this that people, it's just fine because it's not like we need it to be reported on, but there's a whole host of other components where we show that we take this very seriously. Yes, sir. Well, what I do is I don't respond to just a news report, and I'm not saying that's not true, but there's a lot of news reports that aren't true, and we just have to understand that. And so the process we go by is if there is something that could be actionable, my staff will research that, they will present the set of facts, and then they will present it to me. So just recently we suspended one of the county commissioners down here and got there was the initial allegations. There's a lot of people that say that those are not founded allegations, and so he does get the presumption of innocence. At the same time, I have, as a matter of course, once there are formal charges brought, we have done the suspension. And obviously, if he's cleared of it, then we'll be reinstated. So that's just the process of it, but it's not going to be you read something in the paper and then all of a sudden you go and you do this. I mean, there's a certain standard that you have to do, and then there's also legal questions about it. Do you, prior to taking office, is that a basis to remove somebody? Clearly, the Florida Constitution, Article 4, Section 7, empowers the governor to suspend local officials, at the county level at least, who have breached certain duties, engaged in misfeasance, malfeasance, neglect of duty. But that really, I think, refers to their tenure in office. Could you go before that? Some people think you could. There's other people that think that you can. And so we look at all those and do it. But it's not something that you do lightly. And as you know, we've done a number of suspensions. We did the original Broward sheriff my first week in office. We just did a number of the school board members based on the grand jury report that we had convened back in 2019. They fought to keep it private. They fought to not allow it to be public. And so finally we got it and we made that. And I'll tell you what, the people that are on that Broward school board now, they're cleaning it up. They are actually doing what we need to be done. So all that is just to be said that these are things that you have to get a lot of information on, and then there's legal things because we want to make sure that they're legally sustainable. Okay, everybody, God bless. Great to see you. Which way? Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
Good afternoon, everybody. All right, before I get to your questions, I'd like to provide some important context on the department's ongoing efforts to take care of our people, which is one of Secretary Austin's top priorities. The Secretary cares deeply about our troops and their families and is grateful for all that they do worldwide every day to defend our nation. Through the course of his duties and during his travels, the Secretary has made it a point to speak with and hear from service members, to thank them and hear what's on their minds. Today, he issued a memo outlining a series of actions the department will take to improve how we support our service members and their families and to address in a comprehensive way issues that affect stability and family readiness. As Secretary Austin highlights in this memo, military families are the strong foundation of our force, and taking care of them is a national security imperative. Our military has some of the most advanced equipment, tactics, and warfighting capabilities in the world, but nothing is accomplished without the men and women who serve in our armed forces and the families that support them. Over the last 20 months, the Secretary has met with service members across the country and around the world. He's seen their dedication to the mission, but he's also heard from them about the extraordinary pressures they face. Some, such as the challenges of PCS moves and spouses having to search for new jobs, are enduring features of military life, while others, such as rapid increases in housing costs, are more recent. Today's actions are a direct response of what the Secretary has heard from our service members. Some of these initiatives are ideas that came directly from the force, and they reflect his commitment to the families who sacrifice every day in order to serve. The Secretary believes these efforts will only be successful if they're easily accessible to the audience that really matters, our service members and our military families. To that end, Secretary Austin met yesterday with Chief Master Sergeant Ramon Colon Lopez, the Senior Enlisted Advisor to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and the Senior Enlisted Advisors from each of the military services. Secretary Austin emphasized the sacred obligation that he and other DoD leaders have to take care of our people and the importance of communicating to the force about how to take advantage of the initiatives we're announcing today and our other efforts to support military families. In the months to come, you'll see a wide-ranging effort to provide information and raise awareness about resources covering housing, child care, grocery bills, job opportunities, and more. The Secretary's memo addresses 4 goals. First, making sure basic needs are more affordable to military families. We'll boost basic allowance for housing rates in 28 markets where we've seen average rental rate increases of 20%. And the Secretary has directed the department to review forthcoming 2023 BAH rates to ensure those rates reflect the dynamic nature of the current housing market across the board. We're surging funding into the commissary system to drop prices at the register so that military families see savings of at least 25% on grocery bills compared to their local marketplace. An investment that means military families will see lower grocery bills at the commissary in the next couple of weeks. Second, making moves easier for families. We'll extend coverage for temporary housing expenses while moving to give military families more flexibility through the move process, and will increase dislocation allowance payments for enlisted troops from E1 through E6 to offset personal expenses from PCS moves. Third, strengthening support for families with children. We continue investments in child care facilities, providing incentives to attract hard-to-find child care professionals, and expand a pilot program that provides free assistance for in-home child care. Fee assistance for in-home child care. Fourth, helping expand employment options for military spouses. We'll accelerate efforts to make occupational licenses that spouses obtain in one state transferable to other states, expanding directing hiring authorities for the department to employ more military spouses, and launch a new career accelerator fellowship program that matches military spouses with prospective employers, while also expanding the pool of companies that have made commitments to hire military spouses. These are not the first steps that Secretary Austin has launched to take care of our people. These actions follow an initial economic security memo issued last November, the Food Security Initiative that the department launched in July, the proposal for the largest military pay increase in 2 decades included in the President's FY23 budget request, and historic reforms to curb the scourge of sexual assault and to prevent suicide in our ranks. These are also not the last steps that Secretary Austin and DoD leaders plan to take. the Secretary is committed to working with service leaders, members of Congress, and with advocates for military families on additional initiatives and opportunities to take care of our people. And he'll continue listening to our troops and their families about the challenges and the pressures they face and the ways we can help. Taking care of our people strengthens our national defense. It's also the right thing to do. And Secretary Austin and the entire department are committed to meeting that sacred obligation to our troops and their families. And with that, I'm happy to take your questions. Let's go ahead and start with AP, I believe we have on the phone.
Hi, Pat. Thank you. Two things. One, there's been increasing rhetoric coming out of Russia on the threats to use nuclear weapons if Russian territory comes under attack. What is the Pentagon's comment on that? Has there been any changes to any posture at all, or any requests by any of the allies for increased protection in regard to those latest statements? And then I have one sort of little data question. I think you said the other day that there's 2.2 billion or so remaining in PDA until September 30th. All of that expires. I just wanted to double check. Does all of that expire if not used by the 30th, or is there any move that is extended? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Lita. In terms of the statements or the announcements coming out of Russia, it does not affect the department's commitment to continue working closely with our international partners and our allies on providing Ukraine with the support that it needs in their fight to defend their country. In terms of the money, for example, the USAI money is 2-year money, so that is available through September of 2023. In terms of the funding for the PDAs, I will get back to you on that question. Okay, let me go ahead and go to the room here. Tony.
Can you talk a little bit about the Pentagon's analysis of the 300,000 reservists, recruits that have been called up by Putin, in terms of where does this pool come from? Largely, where will it come from, and roughly how long will it take to give them any minimal training to be minimally combat effective and deployed? Any feel for that yet?
Sure. Well, I think you're seeing a lot of this in open press and in terms of what the Russians themselves have said in terms of where these forces would come from. And my understanding is these would primarily be reservists or members of the Russian military that had retired and were in an individual ready reserve type of status. All that to say, it's our assessment that it would take time for Russia to train and prepare and equip these forces. And I think it's important also to point out here that while in many ways this may address a manpower issue for Russia, what's not clear is whether or not it could significantly address the command and control, the logistics, the sustainment, and importantly, the morale issues that we've seen Russian forces in Ukraine experience.
A separate question. I'm going to follow up on Leah's question of the nuclear threat. To what extent has the nuclear that threat, veiled or whatever, inhibited the United States from sending over longer range weapons like ATACMS, tanks of some kind, other weapons? I mean, have the Russians basically got a strategic victory in that respect in terms of red lines that the U.S. now is afraid to cross in terms of weapons shipments?
So I think we've been very clear all along that our focus is on continuing to have a very open and rigorous dialogue with our Ukrainian counterparts and the international community in terms of our allies and our partners on what are Ukraine's needs. And we will continue to have those conversations, and we'll continue to think through not only what they need in the medium to long term, but also what they need now. So I don't see those conversations being impacted by this situation. You know, I think it's important here too to provide a little bit of context in the sense that if we go back in time a little bit, Russia invaded Ukraine and attempted to annex all of Ukraine, you know, by virtue of invading them, failed in that strategic objective. And so they scaled down the scope of their operational objectives. And even those aren't going well due to Ukraine's counteroffensive and the issues that I've highlighted in terms of logistics and sustainment. So by making these types of announcements about sham referenda or threats about attacking territory, it doesn't change the facts, operational facts on the ground, which are that the Ukrainians will continue to fight for their country. The Russian military is dealing with some significant challenges on the ground, and the international community will stand behind Ukraine as they fight to defend their country from an invasion.
Can I ask you one quick weapons question? To what extent is the providing of U.S. tanks, L1, A1s, or A2s, I guess it'd be A2s now, is that in the interagency debate right now at any level in terms of whether to provide or not?
So I'm not going to get into any specific systems that may be under discussion. Again, we've provided a variety of capabilities that the Ukrainians are using to great effect, and we're going to continue to have those discussions and look at a variety of capabilities in the days ahead. So thank you. Let me go ahead and go to Jim, and then I'll go back out to the phone.
General, just to be clear in your answer to Tony, you're saying that the Russian military still has these command and control, the logistics problems, the just supply sustainment, getting weapons to the places, and by adding 300,000 people, they're just compounding those problems.
I mean, that's speculation, but certainly if you are already having significant challenges and haven't addressed some of those systemic strategic issues that make any large military force capable, there's nothing to indicate that it's going to get any easier by adding more variables to the equation.
And just to be clear, if President Biden called up 300,000 reservists, he'd get a group of well-trained folks, who most of them in units, able to move out in like days, weeks, or months. That's not what the Russians are going to get, right?
Again, I'm not in the Russian military. I've never been in the Russian military. I don't plan to ever be in the Russian military. So I'm not going to speak for them. But I think we've seen some of the systemic challenges that they have in their force. And I think they will have their work cut out for them. Thank you. Let me go ahead and back out to the phone here. Let's go to Sangmin Lee from Radio Free Asia.
Yes, I have a question on the indication that Russia actually purchased weapons from North Korea. You mentioned before that you do have indication that Russia has approached North Korea to request ammunitions. So do you have indication that the purchase has actually occurred now?
Thanks for the question, Sangmin. So all I'll say is we stand by the information that we provided earlier, and beyond that, I don't have any additional updates to provide. Thank you. Buddy.
General, so I'm going to go back to your answer about the forces that were called for service in Russia. So is your understanding that these 300,000 are the troops that will be introduced into theater in Ukraine, or some of them might be replacing other forces that are ready to fight inside of Russia? And by that I mean, are you detecting any movement of new forces to enter Ukraine from the Russian side, or any indications that are certain units are preparing to enter Ukraine?
Yeah. So that's really a question for the Russian military to address in terms of how exactly they plan to use those forces. Again, I think in the context of the challenges that Russia finds itself in right now as it pertains to Ukraine, and as evidenced by the rationale that was provided by President Putin and others in terms of why they're calling up these forces, it's clear that it's intended to help supplement and augment the broader military as they conduct this their operations in Ukraine. But in terms of the specifics, Vadi, that's just not something I have insight into. And then Second part of your question, I'm sorry.
Has the Pentagon detected any new movement or indications that new units are being prepared to enter Ukraine?
Yeah, so what I would say, again, without getting into a high level of operational detail, is that we've seen indications of some small numbers of replacement forces being moved into Ukraine to essentially help the Russian military shore up some of their defensive lines, but nothing on a large scale at this stage. Again, the battlefield remains very fluid, very dynamic, and so again, this is something that we'll continue to monitor. I know obviously the Ukrainians are monitoring very closely as well. Okay, yeah.
Thanks for taking my question. Since President Biden's comments on Sunday night on Taiwan, has the U.S. seen any sort of military shifts by China in the Taiwan Strait?
I'm not aware of any activity that I would characterize as out of the ordinary at this stage. So, thanks. All right, let me go out to the phone line here real quick, and then I'll come back to Barbara. Idris.
Hey, Pat. You mentioned in terms of, I think you said it would take some time for them to train and equip the folks that they're mobilizing. Is there a sense of how long that would be? Are we talking weeks, months? Next year, and do you have a sense of how many folks have already been sort of handed the paper to start mobilizing since the announcement was made?
Thanks, Idris. So really, what I would say is time will tell. It's just something we'll have to keep an eye on, and I'm not going to speculate. And in terms of the current status of that call-up, that's something that I would have to refer you to the Russian Ministry of Defense on. I don't have any information to provide on that. Let me go to Barbara.
Can I come back and ask you a few questions on the food price initiative you laid out, if I may? And I understand you may have to take the questions, but are you talking about actually putting DOD budget or federal money into the exchanges and having them directly, this is my first question, sure, directly address prices and lower prices themselves? Is that what you're talking about?
Sort of. Let me just give you a little bit of context, and what I would tell you is that we're posting some fact sheets to our website on each of the initiatives that I laid out that will deep dive, that will provide you, and importantly, our military members and their families with a lot of additional information. But in essence, for the commissaries specifically, what we've done is we've changed the commissary funding model to ensure that the Defense Commissary Agency is able to provide savings by eliminating the requirement for them to earn a profit margin from higher prices to pay their operating costs. So in other words, they're able to now use that money instead to put into buying down the costs of food.
Okay, so let me follow up on that. Sure. Can you provide us with how much money are you talking about in total? How long do you expect to have to do this? Is there a means test, or is it anyone of any rank and income that is qualified to shop in a commissary can take advantage of these savings? Have you identified food products such as healthy foods that this will apply to, or does this also apply to junk food?
Can you define junk food for me? Can you define junk food for me?
I was going to say, however the U.S. military would define junk food. I'll leave that to you. Kind of really a much deeper look at the economics of it, because I think it's been quite a while since the federal government got involved in many years in controlling anything related to food prices. Are you worried the commissaries will have enough of a profit margin to stay in business? Are you worried that this now puts you in direct competition with the private food sector? But especially means test, how long, how much money? When will you know? What do you have to see in food prices to stop this, to call a conclusion to this effort? Just
Yeah, so there's a lot of questions there, Barbara. But again, I think the fact sheet that we'll be able to provide you will be able to answer some of the more detailed aspects. And again, that will be available online to everyone here afterwards. What I would say, first of all, is in regards to your question, who benefits from this? Anyone who can shop at a commissary will benefit from this. It will take effect. You will probably see within 2 weeks, because every 2 weeks is when the commissaries go and they will look at prices, and then they'll, was when they're buying their food and adjusting prices. But within 2 weeks, you'll see prices drop by 25% in the commissary, thus benefiting anybody who shops there. This applies to essentially, most products in the commissary, but in particular, it's going to affect staples like bread, milk, eggs, as compared to grocery stores that are off installation. And so again, a lot of this goes back to the funding model, and that previously the commissaries had to use a lot of the money that they were bringing in order to maintain a profit margin, in order to sustain themselves. They still have a requirement to pay for their own operating costs by law. They have to dedicate approximately, let's see here. Well, we can get you those numbers. Collect a surcharge of 5% to pay for commissary construction, equipment, maintenance. But the bottom line is, by reducing the overhead that it takes to run a commissary, we're now able to use those funds to help reduce the prices of the food in the commissary. And the key point here being for our military members and their families to be able to, address their needs and assist them.
Just one very quick follow-up. If they are reducing, at your direction, their profit margin, what guarantee do you have that they will continue to purchase enough food supplies for their customers, and that there won't be shortages because they won't have enough money, that they're going to want to maintain their profit margin and not put money towards these less expensive food prices, therefore perhaps having a shortage because they won't want to spend the money on it? What guarantees do you have from them that they will carry through on this and there won't be food shortages?
We're confident with the way that the commissaries are managed, that essentially by changing the funding model and going back to the model that had been used a while ago, we will be able to sustain, and there will not be food shortages associated with this. Again, we can go ahead and take your question. I don't want to spend, spend the entire brief on that. But the bottom line here is what our military members and their families are going to see is, in very short order, the ability to buy food at cheaper prices at the commissary, which is part of our commitment to taking care of our military families and those who serve. Let me go to Louis.
Quick follow-up on commissary questions and two Ukraine questions, if I may. Was this action prompted by the inflation triggers of recent months, or was this something that was already in the work previously? And it was
Absolutely not. So this is exactly like I said in my opening remarks. This is, and I'm not exaggerating here, this is really personal for Secretary Austin. He wants our military men and women to be able to come home, to put food on the table, to have the money in their pocket that they need to be able to live a healthy life, a comfortable life, while they serve our nation. And so this is one of his priorities. I mean, from day one, taking care of people. And so he has been working very closely with our leadership within the department, with the other services, to identify areas where we can move out and take actions like this in order to help our service members.
And when you talked about the assessment about the Russian mobilization, you said that it would address some of their manpower.
I said that our assessment is that it would potentially address some of their manpower issues.
Mr. Call had said a couple weeks ago, between 70 and 80,000 Russian casualties. Is there a more accurate assessment of the Russian casualty count since then?
I don't have any updates to provide on that.
And what is the latest operational update on the situation in Ukraine in terms of?
So broadly speaking, Louis, what I would tell you is that we continue to see Ukrainian forces conduct their counteroffensive operations in Kharkiv in the Kherson regions. The Russians continue to conduct operations in the Bakhmut area with the Ukrainians holding the line, but largely speaking, no significant updates for me to provide today on that. Okay, let me go back into the phone line, then I'll come over here to Carla. Do we have Ellen from Synopsis?
Hi, thank you so much. There have been a couple of calls from congressmen to have the DoD drop the COVID vaccine mandate in response to recruiting problems and in response to the president calling the pandemic over. I was wondering if the Pentagon has an official response to this.
So I don't have any specific comments to make in terms of congressional requests. Broadly speaking, what I would tell you is that the DoD still requires that military members be vaccinated. As we've said before, this is a readiness issue. It's a warfighting issue. If we have to deploy forces around the world, similar to the other types of vaccinations that we're required to have, we need to ensure that our forces are ready to go. Thank you, ma'am. All right, let me go to Heather, and then I'll come back to Heather at USNI. Heather Babb.
Carla Babb.
I'm sorry.
There is a Heather Babb, so I understand that.
Yeah. It's a problem with reading this in time. Okay.
It's okay, Babb.
Carla, and then
I
Heather.
just, real quickly on Syria, the attack that was thwarted near al-Hol by SDF forces, did the U.S. military have any role or have any input into helping the SDF with that attack? And if so, can you give us some more details on that?
Thanks, Carla. So what I would say is I'm not aware of any U.S. Or DOD involvement in that. I am aware of CENTCOM's statement on that, so I'd refer you to them, and they can provide you with some additional details on that. Thank you. Okay, now for real, let me go to Heather, USNI.
Great. Thank you so much. Two questions unrelated to each other. But the first is that there's been reporting on social media and in some outlets about a USB that appeared on a beach in Crimea. I was wondering if you can confirm that this USB did appear, and also if that was one of the USBs that the United States provided back in April. And then on the vaccine mandate, I was wondering if you're able to, and you might have to take this for the record, I was wondering if you know if the military, the Pentagon, actually have the ability to provide the FDA licensed Pfizer and Moderna shots, or if they're still using EUA licensed shots.
On your second question, we'll take that one and come back to you. In terms of the reports out there about a I think you called it a sea vehicle. Yeah, I don't have anything on that. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Just a quick question about another congressional question. Republicans are saying that moving the Taiwan desk from the East Asia office and into the portfolio of the new Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for China sends a signal to Beijing that we might be prioritizing their concerns over Taiwan's. What's the DoD's response to people who might hold that view?
Yeah, so what I would say, and I think we provided this to others as well, is that this was simply an administrative move within the department in terms of just helping to better manage it. No one should really read into it too much. Thank you. Courtney.
Just wanted to follow up on the question from a couple of days ago about the abortion services. The VA announced that they've provided their first abortion at a VA facility. Has DOD, can you provide any information about military treatment facilities? And is there any effort, I mean, is there going to be any attempt to provide that information going forward?
When you say provide that information?
If any military treatment facilities have provided abortion services to since the Dobbs decision?
I'm not aware of any. Again, Courtney, let me take that question for you. Yeah, and I don't have any updates to provide from the last time we talked, so thank you. All right, let me go back to the phone real quick, and then I'll come to you. All right, Sylvie from AFP.
Hello, thank you. I would like to go back to Putin's nuclear threat. Is it the assessment of the Pentagon that Putin has shifted the Russia's nuclear weapon use policy, and that it will apply to the Ukrainian territories that Moscow wants to annex?
Yeah, thanks, Sylvie. I'm not going to comment on Russian nuclear policy. What I would tell you is that from where we sit right now, we have not seen anything that would cause us to change our own posture. Certainly, we'll continue to watch this closely and take any kind of rhetoric seriously. But again, at this stage, we've seen nothing that would indicate that we need to change any approach from our perspective. Thank you. Okay, sir.
Ukraine asked for 4 MQ-1C Gray Eagles, and yesterday Secretary Austin got a letter asking the Secretary to review from Congress, asking to speed the review or to go over that review. In the last 24 hours, has there been any progress on looking at that particular case for Ukraine?
Thank you. First of all, what I would say in terms of congressional correspondence, it'd be inappropriate for me to talk about that from the podium, and we'll certainly respond to Congress accordingly. What I would say in terms of providing any kind of specific equipment to Ukraine, it's something that we're always discussing. We are aware that the Ukrainians have asked for Gray Eagles or have an interest in Gray Eagles. No decisions have been made in that regard. Deputy Undersecretary for Policy Baker recently, as you may recall, indicated that we are things that we're considering as we look into this include technology protection, survivability in the Ukrainian battle space, and so and then, of course, the other thing we have to think through, like on any system, are readiness impacts on our own force, and in this case, particularly the Army. So, again, no decisions have been made in that regard. I would highlight the fact that throughout the course of this conflict, going as far back to the first tranche of USAI, Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, we've been providing Ukraine with a variety of ISR capabilities. 22 Pumas, we've provided Scan Eagles, we've provided Switchblades, Phoenix Ghost, and so, again, we continue to maintain a robust dialogue with Ukraine and the international community about what we, the international community, can do to support Ukraine. But that's where we're at this point.
So on those couple points from Ms. Baker the other day, survivability and readiness impacts, going just off the top of my head, I think there are about 286 of those systems in the United States Army's arsenal right now, and they're going through a pretty costly tech refresh. So should the taxpayer be concerned about the survivability of those 280 some odd systems, or the 4 that the Ukrainian battle space, particularly costly for those systems?
Yeah, so let's not mix apples and oranges here. What we're talking about is security assistance to Ukraine. When it comes to the employment of U.S. military capabilities, again, I'd refer you to the Army to talk about their own systems. Certainly, we're going to consider a variety of options in terms of how we employ those kinds of capabilities, the operating environments that we employ them in. And just broadly speaking, as an airman, when we do employ aerial systems, it's more than just the aircraft. It's a variety of capabilities that are supporting those aircraft. So there's a lot that goes into employing any type of aircraft. So I just highlight those as factors that, like any system, we would have to take into account before we introduce it to the battlefield. Thanks. Okay. Let me go ahead here, and then I'll go back up to the phone. Yes, sir.
Thank you, General. Regarding to other area like Syria, do you have any communications or contact with the Russian counterpart to avoid any conflict between the two armies, especially, we have U.S. bases in Syria, and additional for that, we have even Russian troops there.
Yes. So we do maintain regular military-to-military contact with Russia, the Russian military, as it pertains to Syria. I talked about the other day about the fact that particularly the airspace there is contested. And so going as far back as the counter-ISIS campaign, the early days of the counter-ISIS campaign when Russia introduced forces, that has been a long-standing policy and approach. And I would encourage you to contact Central Command or Air Forces Central, and they can provide you with much more detail. Let me go out to the phone here. Laura Seligman, Politico.
Hey, Pat, thanks for doing this. Two questions. One, I just wanted to follow up on the questions about the mobilization, and I'm wondering if you could, if I could ask specifically, what does the Pentagon assess as the quality of the people that Putin is calling up? I know these are supposed to be former troops, but what kind of training have they had, and what kind of difference will they make on the battlefield? And then a related question, what is the Pentagon's assessment of what Ukrainian forces are going to need for the winter, and how are we helping them with that?
Yeah, thanks, Laura. In terms of the specific individuals that may be affected by a Russian partial mobilization, again, I'm seeing a lot of the same press reporting that you are that's coming out of Russia. And so I certainly would not want to speculate or generalize about specific individuals. I just don't have that information to provide. In terms of Ukraine and the winter, as evidenced by the PDA announcement that we put out recently, we do continue to communicate with the Ukrainians and our international partners and allies in terms of what their needs may be for the wintertime. And again, we're providing some winter gear, but we'll continue to have those conversations and support them as we head into the winter months here. Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Is the DoD going to launch an investigations to look into the accusations made against U.S. forces in Iraq of the killing of an Iraqi teenagers in Abu Ghraib recently by a bullet?
I don't have any information on that, so let me take that question for you. Thank you. Okay, let me do one more for the phone here, and then do last couple here in the room. Qasim from Anadolu.
Yeah, thank you very much, General, for taking my question. I was going to ask about this prisoner swap. Based on the information you have, could you just tell us how many other U.S. veterans are currently fighting in Ukraine, or are there any other veterans at the hands of Russians?
Yeah, thanks, Qasim. So I would refer you to the State Department in terms of the status of U.S. citizens overseas. That's not information that we track necessarily here in the Department of Defense. Obviously, our focus is on our actively serving military members. Thank you. All right, do one or two more here. Yes, Tony.
Your service this week made a big splash saying that the B-21 bomber is going to be rolled out in the first week of December. Did Secretary Austin have any hand in that decision to allow it to be rolled out? And should observers look at that as a less than subtle message to China of this new U.S. capability that later this decade will be flying?
Yeah, so the Secretary is certainly aware of the Air Force's announcement. I would refer you to the Air Force to talk through the specifics. Of course, part of this is the normal maturation of the B-21 program. And in terms of sending a message, I would just broaden the aperture here and just say, by virtue of the B-21 and the capability that it will provide to the United States military and to our allies and partners around the world, it certainly does send a message in terms of our ability to provide global strike anywhere, anytime.
Later this decade, obviously. Quick housekeeping. What's the status of the National Defense Strategy, which you control, versus the White House?
Thanks, Tony. I don't have any updates to provide for you now, but as always, we'll continue to make sure that when we do have something to announce, we will announce it. So, all right. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
continue to fall. We've also made it easier for consumers to send and receive payments. PNC, along with other owner banks of early warning services, developed and rolled out Zelle, a real-time P2P payment platform. Zelle provides consumers with a free and convenient way to send money to individuals and businesses. And despite the headlines, disputes within the Zelle network make up less than 10 basis points of all transactions. This is not true of other unregulated P2P platforms. In one instance, one of those platforms has 13 times, at least in the case of PNC, 13 times the amount of disputes as the Zelle network. Better, however, is not good enough, and scams in particular to continue to grow across our financial ecosystem. Scams are different than fraud, traditional fraud, in that a bad actor gets a consumer to initiate the transaction themselves. These scams are growing daily, and the industry, regulators, and legislators need to respond. It's not enough to apportion the blame after the fact. We need to stop fraud and scams before they occur. Secure networks like Zelle, real-time payments, and potentially FedNow allow for direct authentication with a host bank. They also allow members of the network to identify, close, and police against scam accounts. This is not the case with non-bank networks. These networks are not held to the same security standards as banks. When a scam occurs, banks like PNC have zero visibility into where the money went. We have zero visibility to get the money back, and we have zero ability to close that bad account. Banks follow the standards set under Gramm-Leach-Bliley, and we're regularly, if not continually, examined for compliance. Non-bank data aggregators are not subject to examination and supervision. Instead, they hold the financial data of tens of millions of U.S. consumers and rely on something called screen scraping to gather and sell that consumer information. 12 years ago, the CFPB was given authority based on 1033 of Dodd-Frank to end screen scraping, to secure data, and to stop the reselling of confidential consumer data through the fintech ecosystem. Essentially, they were given the authority to stop scams before they occur. This has not happened, and consumers are paying the price. PNC has had a social purpose since the day it was founded. As a service organization, we believe our success is directly tied to the success of our customers and communities. We succeed when our customers and communities thrive and when our employees feel valued and are rewarded for helping fulfill our purpose. Our commitment to our communities is reflected in PNC's outstanding rating under the Community Reinvestment Act, a rating that we have enjoyed since that was enacted 40 years ago. We also succeed by being diverse and inclusive, which starts at the top of the organization. Half of our independent directors and half of my direct reports are women or people of color. I am honored to be here today and represent the 60,000 employees who work hard every day to serve our customers and deliver for our communities. It's a fairly safe assumption that all of our constituents are as divided on their views of today's challenges as everybody else in our country. Our job as a bank, and my job as a leader, is not to arbitrate on who is right or wrong, but rather to find common ground and to deliver on our promise to serve customers, to keep them safe, and to provide capital to our great economy so that everyone may prosper. Thank you, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Demchak. Mr. Scharf, is Wells Fargo too broken to fix?
Chairman Brown, I'm very confident that we have made changes which will enable us to put all of our historical problems behind us. As I mentioned in my testimony, we're an entirely different company today. We have a new management team. We've changed our processes. The plans that we have in place across all of the identified historical issues are being executed upon. And the team that we have working on this has the experience and the knowledge to get the work done.
Oh, thank you. It just seems to a lot of us, CEO after CEO, year after year, scandal after scandal, nothing seems to be, nothing at Wells Fargo seems to improve. Let me go down the line. I will ask a series of yes or no questions. You all have a legal and moral responsibility to do right by your workers and your customers and expand access to affordable banking to everyone, yet ordinary Americans still are denied basic access that all of us here take for granted. Ensuring fair access to banking requires your management teams to make it a social So to make it a central focus, I'm going to ask questions with that in mind, how you can better serve your customers and workers, and please answer yes or no. Starting again with Mr. Scharf, will you eliminate all forced arbitration clauses which take away a consumer's choice on how best to pursue justice with a bank? Yes or no?
No.
Mr. Moynihan?
We eliminated many years ago.
Mr. Diamond?
No.
Ms. Fraser?
No.
Mr. Rogers?
We allow consumers and our new products to opt out of arbitration.
Mr. Cesare?
No. We allow consumers to opt out.
Raise your hands if you are committed to fighting against discrimination. Okay, thank you. Therefore, I think I can count on your support, right? That for the Fair Access to Financial Services Act, which would prohibit banks and other financial institutions from discriminating on the basis of race, color, religion, national origin, or sex. The Fair Access to Financial Services Act, Mr. Scharf, will you support it?
I don't know the specifics of it, but the things you mentioned, absolutely.
Mr. Moynihan?
The principles were already regulated too, but I don't know the specifics of the act.
Mr. Diamond?
Exactly the same position.
Fraser?
Yes, the same position. We don't know the specifics, but we endorse the principles.
Mr. Rogers?
We endorse the principles you just outlined, but I'm not aware of the specifics of that act.
Consistent, Chairman. We endorse the principles as well, and I do not know the specifics.
Mr. Demchak?
The same, thank you.
Okay, I think you all have really good staff, and I would have thought you would know more about a bill like that before you come in front of the committee, but we will follow up. Next question, I'll start from the right, Mr. Scharf, so you don't have to start this time. Mr. Demchak, is your bank opening unauthorized bank accounts?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Is your bank opening unauthorized bank accounts?
No.
Mr. Siri?
Chairman Brown, we regret, and I take full responsibility that we did open up unauthorized bank accounts. It is going back to 2010. It's unacceptable. It's inconsistent with our principles and procedures as well as our ethics. We identified 342 accounts over that time, and that's against a population of 40 million opened accounts. We took remediation, we took care of the customers, we corrected the credit pulls, and we reimbursed any fees. We also made sure that we strengthened our policies and procedures back in 2016, and that plan is what we're consistently going to continue to do on a go-forward basis.
And you will no longer open unauthorized accounts, I assume, from that answer?
It's not tolerated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rogers.
We don't tolerate the opening of unauthorized accounts, and we have extensive training policies with our teammates.
Ms. Fraser?
We do not believe that we have opened any unauthorized accounts. Thank you.
Mr. Diamond?
I certainly hope that we don't. We have procedures in place to stop it, and if someone violated those procedures, they probably wouldn't be at the company.
Mr. Moynihan?
We have procedures to do. There's a massive review done of all our banks in the mid-2000 to 2010 to 2020 decade, and we run those procedures every day.
Mr. Scharf?
We've made a host of changes from process to control to cultural changes to do everything to ensure that that does not happen.
Thank you. Starting again with Mr. Demchak, will you commit today to fight fraud in the Zelle platform by giving your customers their money back? Yes or no?
We return money today for fraud. Scam is a different issue, and the Zelle network and the owners are working to improve to get all customers' monies back.
Mr. Seri?
We also reimburse for fraud and unauthorized transactions and working hard to work with our customers to educate them on scam issues.
Understanding to people listening that with the exception of one of you, you are the owners of Zelle. Mr. Rogers?
We reimburse for unauthorized, and we'll work together, and we do a lot of education for our clients to help avoid criminal activity.
Ms. Fraser?
Fraud is obviously a top concern for us. We take it seriously. We reimburse the unauthorized transactions.
Mr. Diamond?
We reimburse unauthorized, and we take a lot of activities to make sure authorized transactions aren't scams.
Mr. Moynihan?
We reimburse today for unauthorized transactions, and like Mr. Diamond said, we do send out notices and everything to avoid.
Mr. Scharf?
We also reimburse for unauthorized transactions, and we as a company and certainly across EWS, we're all working towards reducing scam and to try and drive it out of the systems.
Okay, last question, my remaining 20 seconds or so. Yes or no question. I asked this question last year. Will you remain neutral if your employees try to unionize? Mr. Scharf?
we believe that we should have a direct relationship with our employees. No.
Mr. Moynihan?
We will operate within for our shareholders, our customers, our employees, within what the law allows us to do.
Mr. Diamond?
No.
Ms. Fraser?
We will not commit to being neutral.
Mr. Rogers?
We will not obstruct any activity, but we can't be neutral to the benefits of Truist and what we offer.
Mr. Cesari?
We will not retaliate. We will continue to expect to be close to our employees, but we will abide by the law.
Mr. Demchek in the Union town of Pittsburgh? That was a little bit of an addendum to the other.
I was digging in there. No, we wouldn't obstruct, but of course I'd be in conversations with our customers about it. So yes, we'd be involved.
And last statement, I will ask you if I had more time about supporting the child tax credit. You've often come in front of us talking about tax reform, and the child tax credit meant a lot of money for those 6 months, those payments to 2 million children, the families of 2 million children in my state alone meant a lot of money in your accounts. And I would ask you, well, not a question now, but to support the extension of the child tax credit and what it means. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Diamond, I suppose you've been dealing with bank regulators for most of your adult life. Do you believe that the U.S. banking regulators have the statutory authority to determine how quickly America transitions to a low-carbon economy?
I do not.
I don't either.
That's your authority, yes.
That's the way I see it. But here's one of my concerns, and I'm concerned about enormous power that some of the regulators have, especially the Fed, and power that is exercised in an opaque fashion. And so my question is, I'm not accusing anybody at the Fed of anything, but do they, as a practical matter, have the power that if they wanted to, they could effectively pressure financial institutions into directing capital where they want it?
Yeah, so speaking for myself, they are my judge, my jury, and my hangman. They pretty much can do what they want unless constrained by you. So yeah, if they wanted to come up with ways to do some of those things, they can easily do that.
Yeah. So one of the concerns that I have is the interest that some have to use the financial regulators, especially in the climate space. In Europe, of course, the ECB has broader authority than our Fed has, and they are pursuing this very aggressively. I worry that the Fed's decision to join the network of central banks and supervisors for greening the financial system and the ongoing development of these climate risk scenario analysis are a precursor to regulatory edicts, or at least pressure to debank energy companies, and that would be exercising a power that they don't legally have. Let me move on to the issue of some of America's largest money managers. We know that these managers routinely vote the shares that they hold, including the shares they hold on behalf of their customers, and they do that including for those shares invested in passive index funds. With $22 trillion in assets and an average of 25% of the votes at S&P 500 company shareholder meetings, a handful of asset managers can have, it seems to me, a huge impact on companies' decisions. Mr. Rogers, let me ask you, do you agree that the largest asset managers are capable of exercising significant influence over public companies?
Ranking Member, thank you for that question. And we want to engage with all of our shareholders. We want to engage with them individually, the largest and the smallest shareholder to date. And certainly those who own more shares have more influence.
Well, so one of my concerns is that the largest asset managers in the country have joined the Net Zero Asset Managers Initiative that explicitly states as its goal a stewardship and engagement strategy with a clear escalation and voting policy that is consistent with our ambition for all assets under management to achieve net zero emissions by 2050 or sooner. Here's the problem. These large asset managers have enormous sway by virtue of the volume of votes they can cast, even though they don't even really own many of those shares. And of course, control, if that sway goes to the level of control, then there are significant ramifications, legal and regulatory, especially if that control is exercised over financial institutions. So I have my staff looking into this issue with the intent of producing a report on this later. Mr. Demchek, there are folks, including prominent regulators, who seem to believe that large regional banks, although not as big as GSIBs, are already too big to be resolved in the event of a crisis, and therefore they just have to be sold to one of the other banks represented at this table. But correct me if I'm wrong. Is it true that your bank is required to submit a resolution plan to the Fed and the FDIC every 3 years?
Yes, we've done so for 10 years.
Okay. Did any of those plans that you submitted contemplate as the sole resolution a government bailout or the wholesale sale to one of these other banks?
No, it's pretty easy to draw circles around our regions and sell them.
Now, the regulators are fully authorized to reject a submitted plan if they thought it was not credible or otherwise deficient. Have the regulators ever rejected your plan?
No.
So it seems to me that the approval of your plan is at least a tacit admission that there is a credible resolution plan that has been articulated. And so let me make a final point here. Some seem to think that additional regulation and added capital requirements, there's no cost, so why not? It seems to me that there is a cost of adding unnecessary capital requirements on already well-capitalized institutions. Could you share with us your perspective on what's the downside of having unnecessarily high capital requirements?
Well, in this instance, it would crowd out other financings that are needed in the market. It's also making it more expensive and difficult for us to lend at a time when our country needs it. Cost of capital went up. Funds are being used for something other than supporting our economy. It doesn't make sense to me.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. Senator Reid from Rhode Island is recognized.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank the panel for your excellent testimony. Yesterday, the Federal Reserve announced another 3.25% increase in the interest rate to 3.25%. And with these higher interest rates, obviously, the industry has collected estimated. I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
You're on. You just aren't close enough here.
All right. Okay, I will get closer to the... All right, let's begin again. Thank you for being here. Interest rates are going up. I'll cut to the chase. Interest rates are going up, but deposit rates, what you pay for your deposits, are fairly stagnant, very, very low. And it raises the question, is that making a substantial amount of money on these increased interest rates, why are you not beginning to raise interest rates on deposits? And I'll start with Mr. Sharp. We'll go down.
Senator, thank you for the question. We are beginning to raise rates. We have products that have a range of alternatives, I think up to a peak of 1.5% as of the other day. And as rates continue to rise, we would expect to continue to increase the rates that we pay our customers.
Mr. Moynihan.
The rates are already increasing on deposit accounts, and that'll take place as the rate structure settles in. You can look back in history and see it. And on top of that, remember that for corporates and affluent clients, they'll go and buy treasuries and other things direct, so their money's moving outside the system. And so I think if you spot judge it now, you'll see a low rate structure. It'll increase over time, and then people forget zero interest checking accounts or zero interest in any rate environment. That is what changes the rate calculation that many people cite.
Mr. Diamond?
Exactly the same as my two colleagues here.
Thank you. Ms. Fraser?
Yes, we have a broad range of different deposit products, and we are anticipating continued rise in the deposit rate.
Mr. Rogers?
We are anticipating that we would have increase in our rates on our deposit products. We have a wide range of products, and we also offer a lot of services other than rate paid to our clients. We want to make sure that we continue to focus on those as well.
Consistent with that answer, Senator, we offer a wide range of rates, and I would expect them to increase in the future.
And finally, Mr. Duffy.
Senator, it's an incredibly competitive market. We've raised rates. Rates will continue to go up in line with what the Fed's doing.
Well, thank you. I want to go back to something that we talked about last year, and that's the legislation that Chairman Brown and I have submitted that would establish a nationwide 36% interest rate cap. Our goal is, frankly, to eliminate, if we can, predatory lending. I think even in this rising interest rate environment, you've been able to make substantial profits without even approaching 36% interest rate. So I think the number is a valid one. And as you know, we already have that protection for servicemen and women through the Defense Department and the efforts we've done with the Military Lending Act. Last year, when I brought up the issue, there was a consideration that the principle was sound, but you had to look at it. You had to look at it. So would you be able to operate successfully under a 36% interest rate? And as such, would you support this legislation? I'll begin with Mr. Schramm.
Senator, we still continue to believe that what you're trying to solve for is something that we should be supportive of. And we would just want to make sure that in whatever legislation was prepared, there was a contemplation of all rate scenarios to ensure that this didn't result in the reduction of credit in any way for the population you're trying to help.
Senator, similar to my colleague, at the end of the day, this is really relevant to the company, our company, in terms of rate structure and things. But I would always caution to be careful what you wish for. If you do this outside our industry and other places, does it constrain credit? And I think that's a judgment that you all have to make. But in terms of just a simple number, it's not relevant to us. We don't have anything like that.
Yeah, Senator, I totally applaud the effort to stop payday lenders and someone else is down here. And I think we should try to do things like that. And I think in certain products and services, 36% absolutely works. I just want to give you one example. If we modified it, you can make it work. If I was going to give you, actually, a lot of you want us to do small loans for 3 months, 4 months. So a $400 loan for 4 months, 3 months, it would cost us $40 just to process the loan. No interest rate. But because the $40 cost goes into the APR, that would come out as 40%. So if we changed it to the marginal cost of processing a loan plus 12%, we would definitely be willing to do something like that to help customers.
Thank you. Ma'am?
Similarly, we don't charge 36% interest rates and completely agree with the principle of the legislation. As my colleague said, the details matter, and we want to make sure that there aren't areas that would inadvertently constrain credit, particularly to the more LMI borrowers. And as always, very happy to work with your office to help achieve the spirit of the legislation.
And Mr. Wright, and my time is expiring rapidly, so a very short answer.
We would certainly look at the legislation, and I would have same concerns about small dollar lending to make sure that stays within the banking system, and anything that discourages it to leave the banking system, we'd be against.
Short-term cash needs are an important priority. 4 years ago, working with our regulators, we developed our simple loan product, which offers that fee structure that is well below $50 for the average loan versus $350 for payday lending.
Thank you.
I don't have anything new to add.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Reid. Senator Scott of South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps I'll start with Mr. Diamond, a question on inflation. For the last 17 months, we've seen inflation higher than wage growth, which means that the average person's spending power is going down, not up. The last 6 months, we've seen inflation over 8%. Fast forwarding another 6 to 12 months, where are we and why?
The economy is facing some very tough things, okay? We have a strong U.S. consumer. They're spending money, still 10% over last year, 35% over prior year. Their checking accounts are in better shape. Their balance sheet's in better shape. Their debt service ratio is actually almost historical lows. Obviously, it's being eroded by inflation, but it's meeting. And that's kind of the current. The future, not that far away, you have QT, rising rates, more inflation, war in Ukraine, which is deteriorating, oil prices, which I still think are kind of precarious. And yeah, those things have the potential to put the country and the world into a recession, which will obviously help inflation, but is not the preferred way to get there. So the worst outcome is stagflation. So conquering inflation is a very important thing to do.
So when I look at the credit card balances, they're going up, not down. The challenges for small businesses finding employees, worse, not better. The truth is that in many ways our economy is looking at some really strong headwinds. We would hope that the worst is in the rearview mirror, but truly it perhaps is in the windshield. And I just wonder, as we think about the stress tests and trying to break this down for the average person at home listening to a banking hearing, I'm not sure why they would be listening, but just in case they are, the question I ask myself is, as we have these conversations about capital requirements going up, which means that loans will go down and inflation still is heading in the wrong direction, finding employees is harder than it was. Having been a small business owner, that formula looks like a first-time business owner, minority business owners, are going to have a harder time getting the credit they need to grow and strengthen the economy in their neighborhoods. Am I wrong when you add all that together?
I think there are capital requirements which are causing us to reduce lending right now to build up capital because of a recent stress test, which I thought was completely unnecessary.
But the stress test actually proved that we are in a healthier position than you all are in a healthier position you've ever been in. Therefore, increasing the capital requirements that reduces loans might have the unintended perverse consequence for small business owners trying to figure out how to bring more opportunities to their communities. Is that accurate, Ms. Major?
Seemed abnormal to me, yeah.
Yes, that seems a possible outcome.
Anyone disagree with that? So, to me, it seems like then the solution is if our stress test and the challenges that we're putting our banks through in order to make sure that they are healthy enough to endure a pandemic or 2008 should suggest if we want more lending for more business startups, then we would be heading, according to Vice Chairman Barr's comments, we would be heading in the wrong direction. Thoughts? I love when you guys are silent. It says so much.
Senator, if I may, there's two things that have changed over the last few years. One is the CECL accounting standard, which causes banks to have to reserve for the life of the loan potential losses. As we go into a slower economic period, which I believe we're going to go into, it's going to cause banks to reserve and pull money off the table at the same time as we're raising capital requirements, which is also going to pull money off the table. So effectively, we're pro-cyclical in the potential downturn that we're going to face here from those two effects.
And let me just wrap up my thoughts so that we can go into another colleague with this simple synopsis. All that we've talked about makes it harder for the average person in our country to grow their confidence in our institutions, number one. Number two, there's probably, according to the numbers, about 5.4% or 7 million Americans who are unbanked. The whole concept of financial inclusion gets harder, not easier, in the current environment. And as we go through weathering more storms, those unbanked may not look positively on a system that they don't understand anyways, and that the rates are going up and the loans are going down. I think this is a very frustrating time for Americans who are looking for a chance to achieve the American dream, to achieve that dream. I just wonder if we're not doing more harm than good as it relates to the environment that is not consistent with the average person wanting to lean into opportunity in a time that we need more people getting capital off the sidelines and into the market.
Thanks, Senator Scott. Senator Menendez of New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A 2021 report by the Financial Health Network found that nearly 60% of all overdraft fees in 2020 were paid by low and moderate income households, and about 25% were paid by Latino households specifically. Mr. Moynihan, Mr. Scharf, Mr. Diamond, your banks each charged over $1 billion in overdraft fees last year. And while each of your banks have recently reduced or modified the fees, your customers, particularly your low-income and minority customers, are still at risk of incurring an overdraft fee every time they make a payment from one of your banks. So can you commit to us today that before we see you next year, your institutions will fully eliminate overdraft fees?
Senator, we have an account that has no overdraft fees available for our customers, and we believe that the customer should have a choice of the way they want their services and the way they want to pay for them at the company.
Senator, if you look at the last quarter call report, you'll see that the overdraft fees in our company dropped 66% from last year. Recently, we announced that they'll drop further because during that quarter we made some of these changes. We don't believe the full elimination of them is actually a good result, but the amount of overdraft fees we'll collect, we've told people, will be down 90%. That is a 12 to 13-year commitment that we've been able to live up to because we're big and because we have the operating costs and because we're allowed to do mergers and put together a great franchise. It allows us to pass those benefits through the customers. And so I think eliminating, I think, has attributes which are different than people say, which the rent payment could be rejected, but we reduced the cost to $10 on those instances. We also have 4 million people in a no overdraft account, and it opens 25, 30% of all the new accounts. So I think you have to look at this.
That requires certain standards to have a no overdraft.
No, $5 a month. I mean, anybody can open it. It has an ID. Yes.
Mr. Diamond.
You know, we also offer it, we think it's the right thing to do, 23% opt-in, so it isn't like everyone wants it, but those who want it, sometimes it's abused, but there's two sides to this, which are very critical. First of all, I have faith in the American public to make their own choices. When people use it, remember there are a lot of occasions where if it's not used, okay, they will be charged a higher fee on the other side. That includes parking tickets, rent, mortgages, or you need pharmacies at the immediately and you get bounced. So people want it for those reasons, and it can often reduce the cost on the other side and stop them from going to payday lenders. So that's why we're trying to navigate this. I do agree with the concept. It does get overused, and we try to do things like financial counseling and on occasion just turn it off for someone because we think they just use it too much.
I have faith in the American people as you do, Mr. Diamond. I don't think that their choices is to end up in overdrafts. Your banks made $64 billion collectively last quarter, $64 billion. So it's clear to me that there's no reasonable explanation to continue to charge overdraft fees on working families. You just had a conversation with my colleague and friend, Senator Scott. One of the reasons so many Americans are still hesitant to enter the formal financial system is this issue. I hope you'll give more consideration to how you deal with this overdraft issue. I think it'll inure to everybody's benefit. I've heard story after story from New Jersey constituents who have fallen victim to scams and fraud on Zelle. And in many instances, the banks have denied their customers relief. That's why in July, I led a letter with some of my colleagues to 7 of the banks that created and jointly owned Zelle, which includes most of you. I found several of your responses really inadequate. In particular, the responses from JP Morgan Chase and PNC did not address the fundamental questions we asked regarding the number of frauds and scams reported by your customers, as well as information regarding refunds and referrals to law enforcement. So, Mr. Diamond and Mr. Demchek, will you commit to making the information we asked available to me and my staff, as your other colleagues have?
Absolutely, and I'm sorry we didn't meet it the first time. And
yes, the same. I'm sorry we didn't send it in the first instance.
I appreciate it because that information helps us as we're trying to figure out that consumers are slipping through the cracks of Regulation E, and detailed information will help us figure out what we do with it. Finally, Mr. Scharf, in March, Bloomberg reported that Wells Fargo disproportionately rejected refinancing applications from African American and Hispanic homeowners. You and I had an opportunity to appreciate your visit. One of the things that you told me in response to my questions was this was partially due to the fact that Wells encourages more minority borrowers to go through the full application process, while some of your competitors turn them away at an earlier stage. Is that correct?
Just one clarification is we encourage all borrowers, not just minority borrowers.
Okay, but that would include the whole universe of minority borrowers, therefore. Why don't the rest of you do the same? Encourage them to go through the full application process? Okay, the silence is gone.
No, to be fair, I just don't know if we do or don't, but we will look at that.
Would you respond to us for the record, please? Because, look, the Latino community is $2 trillion domestic marketplace impact already. It will grow exponentially, but it needs to be treated fairly in the process. And Ms. Fraser, it's good to see you because this is about the only diversity we have in this industry. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Menendez. Senator Kennedy from Louisiana is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You are all American companies. And I'm very proud of that. And I thank you for that, and I congratulate you on your success. It seems to me that your institutions are a lot like America. You are not perfect, but you are good. Capitalism works. That's why America has the strongest economy in all of human history. Capitalism has done more to lift people out of poverty than all the social programs put together. The poverty rate in our country is 3%. Now, the Census Bureau would tell you it's 12%. But the Census Bureau only counts cash payments, not in-kind payments. The Census Bureau doesn't count Medicaid. It doesn't count food stamps. It doesn't count the earned income tax credit. If you count all of those programs, our poverty rate is 3%. And that money didn't just to help our neighbors who are less fortunate than we are, did not come from leprechauns. It came from the American people and their generosity. And they have that money because of capitalism. Number two, I'm not going to ask you to comment on this. Senator Toomey touched on it. You will never win, never, the uber woke sweepstakes. I understand that the pressure to run that race is fierce. You will never win it. Nothing you do will ever be enough. The uber woke people in positions of power in this town think America was evil when it was founded, and it's even more evil today. You're not going to convince them otherwise. I believe that you're not free if you say what you think. I encourage you to do that. I believe that you're not free if you can't. I believe that you're not free if you can't express yourself. You have your opinion. Be candid. Don't try to win the uber woke sweepstakes. Number three, I don't like to brag about the expensive places I've been, but night before last, I went to the grocery store. Inflation is gutting the American people like a fish. Now, we know what our Federal Reserve is doing on the monetary side. I want to ask you what you think we should do, we meaning the federal government, on the fiscal side. And I want to start, if you could just give me direct answers, because I only have about a minute and a quarter, though I might ask for a little extra time with the indulgence of the chairman. Ms. Fraser, tell me what you think we should do on the fiscal side to help curtail inflation.
There is a considerable amount of savings still in the system. We don't believe that we need more additional stimulus being put through into the economy, and therefore making sure that we're supporting those that are suffering from the high prices and from what's likely to be a very challenging year ahead, that support is directed to them.
Mr. Diamond?
Yeah, I think a little less fiscal spending would be good because we had 30% of GDP spent over a 2-year period, which is literally unprecedented. But I also think in the supply side, taxation, immigration, regulation, healthcare, infrastructure, this permitting bill, if you did some of those things, you will help grow the economy to reduce inflation.
Would a tax cut be out of the question for you?
I think I say calibrate taxes so that you create more growth.
How about get a little government off the backs of the American people in terms of regulation?
That would be helpful, I think, particularly for small business. I don't want to sit here and complain about big companies, but I urge everyone to take 10 small businesses out to lunch and ask them what it's like to live through federal, state, and local regulations, even if they have one store. And that could help a lot.
I'm sorry we don't have more time. Thank you all for being here.
Thanks, Senator Kennedy. Senator Tester of Montana is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's always good following Senator Kennedy. It's always a pleasure. You're right, capitalism works if there's competition. And in the meat industry right now, there isn't any competition, and the reason you got hooked going to the grocery store is because those packers are making bank, no pun intended. And so I look forward to your sponsorship.
I'm with you, Senator. We both love meat.
All right, right on, baby.
Right on.
My special investigator bill to enforce the pack. Of Stockyards Act, but I'm here to talk to you guys and ma'am. And I want to thank you all for being here. I want to thank you for your testimony. I come from a very rural area in a very rural state. And as you guys know better than anybody, access to capital is critically important if you're going to have business expansion and employment and economic growth. It was a few years ago in my small town of 600, the bank, one of your banks actually, decided to pull out. Fortunately, we had a community bank come in. They're doing a great job. But that potential pullout and that access to that brick and mortar facility could have really raised heck with my little small town where post offices are still important and schools are still important and banks are still important. So this question is for all of you. Are you guys committed to brick and mortar facilities in rural America? And if you're not, why not? We can start with you, Mr. Sheriff.
Senator, thank you. I think you know this, we are, I think, the biggest of the banks here in terms of our presence in rural America. We very much are committed to continuing that. To the extent that we have exited a location, we've tried to be very, very conscious of ensuring that we're not leaving the town unbanked, whether that be through having another bank there or working with another bank to take over our facility. But we do view our the fact that we are so big in rural America as something that is important, and we need to make sure we continue.
Yeah, go ahead, just go right down the line. Mr. Monahan.
Our branches are in the market, the 90-odd markets we serve, plus the extended beyond that, 150, 200 markets, and we'll continue to be there. I would tell you that back early 2011 or 12, when we sold a bunch of our branches to smaller community banks to make them stronger. 400 branches in the rural areas we served. We weren't in your state, but in other states, with that exact idea in mind, which is the town or city needed banking. If you get sold the deposits to another community bank, it'd be helpful.
Okay. Mr. Dunn.
Yeah, I'm so proud that we're now in all 48 states. We've opened branches in North Dakota, South Dakota, Wyoming, North Carolina, South Carolina, Montana, Billings, Bozeman. I think we're doing Ennis, and we'll take a look at your little town.
Okay.
Thank you for the question, Senator. We're a bank that has a smaller retail footprint in the States. We have a larger focus on corporate clients and on the retail clients. I would certainly commit that we will be doing our best to support the Montana enterprises.
We've long been committed to rural markets. I believe our bank, as a percent of branches, has the most in rural markets. But in addition to rural markets, also important, they're also digital deserts. So we're also committed to focusing on areas such as broadband to make sure that we can serve those markets, not only physically, but equally digitally.
Senator, as you know, we are a large player in rural markets, North, South Dakota, as well as Montana, and most cities in Montana. We also have large operation centers in some of those rural markets to provide jobs.
Okay. Demchak.
We've grown our presence in rural markets over the last several years, and we've augmented that with a fleet of mobile branches that can cover multiple small towns in the same day.
Okay. I've got limited time, and this is a more complex question, but you guys all know the threats of cyber out there. You know that you're probably being attacked as we speak right now by a cyber attack of some sort. We need to continue to adapt and work to combat these evil threats. And so I'm just going to pick Mr. Rogers and Mr. Diamond. How do your companies ensure that you're devoting adequate resources to cyber threats?
One of the reasons, Senator, we merged was to create more capacity to protect our clients against and our company against cyber threats. So we do a variety of things. One of the things we do is we bring in third parties to help us. We bring in third parties to look at our systems, to attack our systems, to do horizontal reviews about where we are relative to others, to make sure that our defenses are the strongest they can be to secure our clients' data. And then we also participate in all the efforts that our regulatory bodies undertake as it relates to cybersecurity.
Mr.
Yeah, we spend $700 million a year. Everything we do goes through cyber reviews and cyber checks. We do oversight on third parties. Every time you access our systems, it's running through multiple cyber type of things. We work with the federal government, we work with governments in Europe. It's a nonstop battle. My board reviews it. We'll do anything we can. I put this way up there right behind competition with China. And this war in Ukraine, cyber risk are extraordinary.
Yeah, thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Tester, Senator Lummis of Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for being here. There's a bit of a flogging element to what's happening today, but there's also an opportunity for us to learn from each other. So I hope that you'll provide that when I ask questions of you. And I want to thank Senator Kennedy for pointing out that, you know, America is the leader in world financial services. But that said, it's a privilege, and there are other countries that are working at a transformative pace in innovation. So having China come up at the conclusion of Mr. Tester's conversations with you, I want to start with that issue. Mr. Diamond, I want to ask you about a comment you made last month. You said China looks at America and they say, you have been incompetent and lazy. And then you said, there's some truth to that. So I too am concerned that too many in the financial services industry have been lazy and they don't see the transformative pace at which the rest of the world is innovating. Payments technology, for example, is far too slow and costly. So your bank is currently testing JPM coin. It's a type of stable coin for faster settlement. Could you talk a little bit about our duty to responsibly innovate, to stay a world leader? Same question to Mr. Cesare.
Yeah, I mean, America already is the world innovator and world leader, and China is a serious competitive strategic issue we all have to deal with. And so I totally agree with that. I don't think Americans should be embarrassed. I mean, we still have the most prosperous nation on the planet, all of the food, water, and energy we need, free enterprise, the gifts of God, the gifts of our founding fathers. They have autocracy, not enough food, water, and energy. They need 15 million barrels of oil a day. They get 4 from themselves or their immediate neighbors, stuff like that. We're in very good shape. The lazy part, talking about his policy, is things we got wrong, what we could have done better. Immigration, taxation, regulation, healthcare, litigation, all these things. I think it slowed down America. And I think we should all be focusing more, how can we grow more and create more wealthier, afford more military, et cetera, et cetera. And innovation in cryptocurrency, they're probably ahead in a couple of areas, and I think we should recognize that and combat that, and I'm not really worried about it as long as we get our act together.
Mr. Cesare?
I agree. I think one particular area of innovation that's critically important is money movement and payments activity. And I think the banks are working together with each other as well as our regulators on activities like real-time payments, Zelle, even FedNow. All those things I think will position us well for future payments activity.
Anyone else want to weigh in on this?
I think our colleague spoke to it, but the real-time payment system, the ability to get a 24/7 wire system at the Fed would be critical to it, and their new real-time system ought to provide that. But one of the disadvantages in payment system technology is the ability to pay on the weekends and move a substantial amount of money that actually clears. T+0 security settlement would be doable if you actually could have the money move during the night. And so I think we're all aware of that. We've connected our real-time payment system. We're connecting it to other parts of the world that we've put together through the clearinghouse. That'll enable money to move real time. You connect that with Zelle and things, you can move it with no cost to another banking client, as long as someone doesn't step in and say, oh, that is not sufficient to have Santander in Spain. You do the KYC so we can rely on it. We need some enabling things. And I think, if we do that right, we can take, you will see the innovation this is already set up and already moving. And by the way, we move trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars a day very efficiently. So I think people's view of what's inefficient is kind of interesting, but you have to look at what really moves.
Well, we're aware that money was transferred in cryptocurrency as donations to Ukraine. They were spending it the next day. And if it had been transferred in US dollars, it would have taken about 10 days for it to reach. I see some of you shaking your heads. Disagree, Mr. Diamond?
Right now, we're moving $10 trillion around the world. Zipping and zapping through AML systems, OFAC systems, regulations, AI systems, cyber systems, safely, immediately, a lot of it's real time. You're talking about retail payments.
Yes, I am.
Yes, and I agree with that. That's a thing that we all can work on and fix. But that's a very small thing relative to the other.
Thank you for being here. I yield back.
Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's good to see all of you. I'm reflecting back on the fact that I first got here in the middle of the meltdown in 2009. And I think Mr. Diamond and Mr. Monahan were on the panel. Everybody else has changed. So maybe your turnover rate is even higher than the turnover rate on the panel up on this side. So I'm not sure whether that is, I'm not sure what it says about Brian and Jamie. But first question I want to get to, CDFIs, MDIs, something I've talked to you all about over the years. Clearly, during COVID, we saw, as effective as some of our programs were, minority, low-income businesses got left out. Very proud of the fact that we worked in a bipartisan way, and with a lot of members on this committee, I want to shout out to Mike Crapo, where we got $12 billion to CDFIs and MDIs, $3 billion in loan, and just on the line yesterday with the Vice President, about $9 billion in Tier 1 capital. My concern, though, is we got to do more. There is a public-private initiative that some of you are participating in, Economic Opportunity Council, to try to shore up access to capital issues for LMI borrowers. So I'm going to start as one of the new guys on the panel, Mr. Rogers. You, and what can we do, what can you all do as the largest institutions in the country to help shore up CDFIs, MDIs? Clearly, the Community Reinvestment Act reforms, I've got some ideas about nudging you to get some CRA credit to help CDFIs and MDIs, but I'd like you to speak to that issue.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you for your focus on CDFIs. And I think the private and public cooperation has put a lot of capital into CDFIs, and I think that's actually great for the country and great for the expansion of our economy. And spending a lot of time with CDFIs and spending a lot of time with the recipients of the CDFIs, I think they're now starting to prioritize revenue versus capital. Is how can you help us get business? So I think the areas where we can support CDFIs more are the areas that we do things like supplier diversity. Let's make sure that we're including more people in the diversity. Let's make sure that they're getting revenue to go along with that capital so they can use that capital and deploy it efficiently. I think we can play an important role there.
So I got a second question. Anybody else want to lean in on this? Because I'm going to be back to you with specific requests in this space. I'm going to save from Mr. Diamond and Ms. Frazier. I got the next question, but anybody else want to weigh in here on CDFIs, MDIs?
I think Senator, just generally, this group of banks has done a lot with the CDFIs and MDIs. It's sometimes a little different flavor of ice cream, but we all have major deposits with them. A lot of us put equity into them. Some put preferred stock into them. But there's cooperating agreements, ATM access, et cetera, that allows them to have access to our scale in different ways. And beyond that, we just did an innovative program. We gave them a certain amount of money just to go to community medical centers, to extend medical centers. So I think we're all getting very creative and asking them what they need from us. And I think you've seen the benefits.
I do think we need some additional help in terms of back office operations.
Yeah, but I think there's elements like that.
Let me get to my next question. I mean, I mentioned the fact that my first time up here with you guys was in the midst of the financial crisis in 2009. We'd seen an overheated real estate market. We'd seen a series of things where there was that had kind of gone unobserved. Yet we're now, I fear at times, we've got a whole section of the non-bank, non-regulated financial market. And this will sound like a little bit of a layup to y'all, but the percentage of mortgages being originated on a non-bank basis. We're talking about a number of consumer products. I think some of the old ideas around OCC charters or CFPB charters, I think they may need a new look. And I know this is, and I'll start with Ms. Frazier and Mr. Diamond. And I'll be anxious to hear, Mr. Diamond, your comments, because you made these kinds of comments against regulation. So you think it's a good idea that this whole non-bank sector competes with you guys with no regulatory oversight at all?
No, I've never been against regulations. I think we need proper and properly calibrated regulations, which you can always improve and enhance. Sometimes they go too far and sometimes it wasn't enough. That's totally true. And I've given credit to parts of Dodd-Frank. Lehman Brothers wouldn't happen again. So, but if you look at some of these things, this is an honest assessment, not a complaint. There are a lot of these folks that don't have social requirements, FDIC requirements, transparency requirements. They don't have regulatory type requirements, AML requirements, BSA requirements, same kind of cyber requirements. That's your decision. We'll deal with whatever you all and the regulators decide. And so it has driven a lot of stuff outside of banking, which is fine. We can deal with it. I'm not sure it's the right policy for the United States, particularly on mortgages.
Although I'd also quickly say, and I think some of us, on my side of the aisle, need to maybe revisit this in terms of concerns about watered down charters versus no regulatory oversight at all. I think we got to figure out how we pick our poison here. Ms. Frazier?
The balance is very important. The US financial system is one of the great assets of the country. It is the envy of the world, and strong financial institutions is important. Part of that is a rigorous and fair and effective regulatory structure and framework, and one in which the same activity has the same regulation, as opposed to the entity being regulated. I think the strength of the system here in the States should be around the same activity having the same regulation.
I do think we're going to need, particularly, Mr. Chairman, on some of these innovative new financial products, because most customers don't care whether it's a bank or another entity, but we're going to need some consumer protections. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Tillis is next. Oh, Kramer's next, right? Senator Kramer from North Dakota is recognized. Thank you, Senator Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Toomey, and all of our panelists. First of all, I want to apologize for Senator Scott's implication that this isn't interesting to all Americans. I think it's a pay-per-view event. It's been very good, particularly when Senator Kennedy started asking questions. That said, I also want to thank you all, and by the way, all of your colleagues at every level of banking for delivering so well during the pandemic. We were building an airplane while flying it, and I think that you all did very well in delivering the services and the products at a time when America desperately needed it. And frankly, I think it built the foundation that's saving us today. So thank you for that. But I also want to join Senator Kennedy in this admonition. Please resist the impulse to respond to the very loud noise in your left ears. I'm happy to be the loud noise in your right ear. When it comes to, to being one of the cool crowd, I know the pressure that you feel, and I'm sorry that sometimes those of us on the conservative side aren't as activist oriented, but I want to help you. But, and this hasn't come up, so I'm going to bring it up. Last evening, I led a letter that was signed by nearly all of the Republicans on this dais, to the Bank Policy Institute, and you're all, of course, members, regarding this new merchant category code that's for gun and ammunition stores. And I want to be clear about who did this. The credit card companies are taking a lot of heat. But it's the ISO that did it. It is the International Organization for Standardization, and they did it against the wishes of the credit card companies, who opposed it in the beginning. They voted against it on the advisory committee. Their opposition was upheld, and then ISO did it anyway. And they did it at the urging of a very liberal activist bank, amalgamated bank. And so I want to ask each of you, as the carriers, as the acquirers, acquirers, as the facilitators that are providing the capital. Will you commit to me, can you commit in front of this committee and the pay-per-view audience that's listening and watching, that your bank will process all transactions for the purchase of legal goods and services, and I might add, constitutionally protected goods? We'll start with you, Mr. Scharf.
Senator, we're going to implement the rule that has to be implemented as a member of the network, and we're going to continue to process transactions as we do today.
I agree with my colleagues' comments. It won't change anything we do.
No, I totally agree, and we don't, we cannot be involved in telling the American citizens how their money will be used. That's not our job.
Similarly, Senator, we do not intend to use the code to limit or restrict the purchase of firearms by our customer base.
Senator, we don't intend to have any restrictions.
Agree with comments. We'll abide by the rule, but no restrictions.
We will not have restrictions.
Thank you all. Good answers from all of you. I do want to come back to you, Ms. Fraser, just a little bit, because Citibank has, in particular, given me some pause when your bank has voluntarily committed to restrict lending to firearm retail clients unless they meet your specific criteria, which in many cases exceeds the law. And I want just extra assurances that law-abiding gun purchasers across the country will not be discriminated against using this merchant category code as a means to an end.
Senator, thank you for the question. We respect the Second Amendment. As I said, we do not intend to use the code to restrict or limit any purchases of firearm sales by our credit card customers. We do not do so today. We do believe in best practices for the sale of the retail sale of firearms, and that is the policy that we've had for a while now. Most retailers follow those best practices.
I would say most gun owners do as well. The vast majority of them are very good people.
Indeed.
So thank you for that. I'm just going to wrap up by just inviting you all to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Moynihan. Come to North Dakota. I want to show you real progress in transitioning to a cleaner energy economy that utilizes not regulation, but rather innovation and the great riches that God has given us below, on top, and above the earth. And with that, I thank you and yield.
Thanks, Senator Kramer. Senator Warren of Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So 6 of the 7 banks who are here today, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, JP Morgan Chase, Truist, US Bank, and PNC, jointly created and own the nation's most popular peer-to-peer payment platform, Zelle. The banks market Zelle as, quote, fast, safe, and an easy way to spend money, end quote. That is only partly true. It is definitely fast. Zelle is fast. Zelle is easy. And they increase bank profit margins, but Zelle is not safe. Last year alone, Zelle users were defrauded out of about $500 million that we know of. Now, you built the system, you profit from every transaction on the system, and you tell people that it is safe. But when someone is defrauded, you claim that's the customer's problem. We do oversight on the banking committee, so I want to know exactly how big this problem is. In July, other senators and I wrote to ask you how many fraudulent Zelle transactions your customers have reported since 2018. Only Mr. Rogers of Truist provided the data. 52,000 claims of fraud, totaling $46 million. Thank you, Mr. Rogers, for being transparent. But the rest of you stonewalled. So today I get to ask you in person, do I have any volunteers who want to go first and share the numbers that I asked for in July? Or will I just pick volunteers? Okay, Mr. Diamond, you represent the largest bank here today, so let me start with you. You didn't provide any of the information that we requested in our letter, none of it. So what I want to know is that because you don't keep track when your customers report fraudulent Zelle transactions? Or is it because you do keep track and you know exactly how many fraudulent transactions have been reported and you want to keep that report a secret?
I deeply apologize that we didn't give you the numbers you asked for. I'm sure we responded. And we pay anything that's unauthorized, we do cover. So you're really talking about authorized transactions that we have an enormous amount of systems to stop, and the amount of fraud relatively is very small for this free of charge service.
I very much appreciate that you're going to give the commercial for Zelle, but if I don't have the numbers, I don't have any way to verify that.
You're going to get them immediately, okay?
You want to give me a ballpark right now?
I don't have the number in front of me.
Do you know generally, this is a serious problem that's been going on in this bank?
I will get you the number immediately. I don't want to make it up.
Well, I don't want you to make it up either, but I don't want you to wait another 2.5 months before I get to see. It's very simple data.
I promise you by the end of the day today, you'll get it.
Terrific. All right, we'll get it by the end of the day once nobody's here to talk about it. How about you, Mr. Scharf? Do you have numbers?
I don't hear. I apologize for not getting it to you, but we'll get it to you immediately.
Does anybody here have numbers? Yes, Mr. Cesari, good.
First, I apologize that we didn't get you the numbers. We transact about $1.1 billion a month, 3 million transactions, 0.07% have fraud involved.
Okay, I'm sorry, but that's not the number I asked for. The number I asked for is how many customer fraud claims have you received? Mr. Diamond wanted to say, well, we, the bank, are going to determine what we think is a fraud claim that we think should be reimbursed. What I need to see is I need to see the number coming in on the front end. And that is how many customers held up their hand, called the bank, and said, I have a fraud complaint with Zelle. It's not hard. I presume you guys collect this information.
We do.
What's your number?
0.07 on fraud, 0.05 on customers raising their hand.
How many, I'm sorry, I just need a real number. How many customer complaints have you received of fraud on the Zelle system since 2018?
I don't have that number in front of me, but I will get it to you by the end of the day.
Anybody else? Mr. Jimczak?
I know the percentages. 6 basis points of scams and fraud. Fraud is much less.
As you define it, right?
Total disputes are 6 basis points.
You know, what troubles me here is the one person who gave us numbers. The numbers are pretty alarming. And the overall numbers are enormous. We know of at least $500 million in transactions. May not seem like a lot of money to you, but to the person who just lost $450, it's a lot of money to them. So let me ask this the other way around. This would not be the same kind of problem if the bank stood behind the product. After all, you're the ones who invented it, you're the ones who made it work, you're the ones who profit off it. And then when customers say, I've got a problem, you say, I'm only going to reimburse a narrow slice of those who hold up their hands and say that they have been defrauded on the system. But we could fix that problem right now in this committee. If you would all be willing to say, or any of you would be willing to say, if a customer is defrauded on Zelle, and they come and complain to the bank, then the bank will make it good. Let's do this one by a show of hands. Who is willing to make that commitment to your customers?
Senator, we are working, the owners of EWS are actually working. We are a closed network owned by banks, so you're exactly correct that we have an ability to make a difference here, and we are working on an answer to your question. We're in the throes of figuring it out. Now, let me continue, please. Zelle is one of the P2P networks that you highlight. The others have 15 times the number of disputes coming into our company that we have no ability
Mr.
to have
Jim
insight
Shea-
into
Senator
Mr.
Warren,
Jim-
time has expired.
Let me just finish here, if I can,
finish.
please. I just want to say on this, you tell me you are so much better than the others, and yet you've had 2.5 months to bring the data forward, and you have not produced any numbers on this. I'm sorry, your credibility right now is riding at zero.
Senator
You
Rounds.
created
Senator
the
Rounds. Senator
perfect
Rounds.
weapon for criminals to
Warren.
use, and they have used it, and you have not stood behind your customers. Look, you are inviting this
Senator Warren, your
come in
time
and
has
regulate.
expired.
Senator Rounds is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to follow up a little bit on the responses or the discussion that is just attempted to be completed. I'd like to give each of you the opportunity here to perhaps clarify the situation. I think we're talking about Regulation E, which has to do with whether or not you have a fraudulent activity in which currently under Regulation E there are certain types in which your banks clearly would have a liability exposure. But the CFPB has suggested, and I think what Senator Warren was getting at, was to promote the need for a CFPB or some other government organization to get actively involved in demanding that you pick up additional liability exposures on what we call, rather than a person-to-person, but rather a me-to-me transaction where someone is defrauded by a criminal who is out to get their money, and they voluntarily decide that they're going to transact or move money from one location to another. Now, based on that, if my assumption is correct, could I just quickly move down the line, and I'll just start with Mr. Scharf. Is it your responsibility to make the decision or to reimburse an individual who voluntarily, even though it's under a scam, is it your responsibility to repay or to get in the middle of that transaction and make someone whole again?
Senator, I think the way I'll answer the question is, I think what one of my colleagues was trying to say is, which is there is a tremendous amount that we can do as owners of the network to drive down the ability for thieves to take advantage of the network. That is what we're working on. That's what we have to do. And at the same time we do that, the education that we do with our customers so that they don't put themselves in harm's way. And those two things should lead to the elimination of almost all of this fraud that exists.
Thank you. Mr. Moynihan?
Thank you, Senator, for clarifying that. On unauthorized transactions, you heard earlier that all of us reimburse. And then the rate of fraud claims, the broad claims, is in the low single digits basis points, which is lower than same as for check. But when a person authorizes a transaction to a third party.
When you say that, a lot of folks have to say, what are they talking about, low basis points? You're talking about a very small percent of less than 1%.
99.98, I think, would be the right math.
99.98 of clean transactions.
There's no claims. Okay, give you a sense. Now, the other thing that you talked about is unauthorized, we take care of. If a person sends the money to someone under the volition, after I think last quarter or month, we sent out 800 million notices, do you know this person that you're sending Zelle to try to stop what my colleague Mr. Scharf talked about. And we're all doing the same thing. And then this person still sends the money to the person who promises to send him something. That's a difficult case, but we are working to make sure the receiver of that is disciplined and kept out of the system. And for that, we've had multiple institutions who won't police their customer base, not able to continue in Zelle. That's what we're working on. But if somebody says, I never authorized this, we take care of it.
Thank you. Mr. Diamond?
Totally the same answer. We would love to solve this problem. I'm sympathetic. No one wants these criminals and crooks, so we'd like to get into jail. Keep in mind, if you simply said that if you authorize a transaction, no matter what, you'll be repaid if you claim it's a scam, think of the problem of that. And that's why you can't go all the way the other way either.
Thank you. Ms. Frazier?
Thank you very much for the question. I think what you're hearing from all of us is that we take fraud very, very seriously. We don't want our customers to be defrauded. We will repay when there is an unauthorized transaction, and we put a lot of investment, all of us, into the tools and the capabilities to try and stop and prevent frauds happening in the first place and to protect our customers. And it's a responsibility we all take very seriously.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers?
Senator, thank you for your focus on this important issue. And similar to the others on this panel, we do reimburse according to Reg E. We reimburse way beyond that and focusing on our clients and trying to take care of, the challenges they're facing. But as I said in my testimony, we also all need to focus on working together, partnership, law enforcement, regulatory agencies to actually catch the criminals who are perpetuating this fraud against our consumers.
Thank you. Ms. Cicero?
I agree with everything that's said, and I think I would also say we're all working together to inform, educate, and help our customers in situations that may be fraud to help them understand those situations.
Thank you. Ms. Dimchak?
Thank you, Senator. I'm sorry the other senator left the room, didn't hear the answers. We're focused on Zelle. Zelle is this big in terms of the fraud, and we need to fix it. The banks own it. These unregulated networks are this big, and that's where you need to help. We can't do anything about that. We'll fix Zelle.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My time has expired.
Not wrong about that, Mr. Demchak. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank all of you for being here. I want to pick up a little bit on some of Senator Warner's question with respect to CDFIs and MDIs. And as all of you know, the Congress on a bipartisan basis made a major commitment to these institutions back in December 2000 as part of the omnibus. There, in fact, yesterday the Treasury Department just announced $86 million coming to Maryland institutions, CDFIs and MDIs. And I want to focus on some of the banks represented here who have the biggest footprint in the state of Maryland. And I am familiar from our conversations, Mr. Moynihan, Mr. Rogers, and Mr. Scharf, with what your banks are doing with respect to CDFIs and MDIs. I would just like to ask each of you for your continued commitment to these efforts in the state of Maryland and beyond, but in the state of Maryland, because I do think they play a vital role in economic empowerment. If I could just ask each of you to commit to continuing to work with us in Maryland.
Absolutely, Senator.
You have our commitment, Senator.
Senator, thank you for your leadership on this, and we absolutely commit to continue to support.
Thank you. And I know cities also made some investments in CDFIs in Prince George's County, and others have too. Mr. Demchak, on PNC, we haven't had a chance to talk about this. Could you talk a little bit briefly about what you're doing in Maryland with respect to CDFIs and
in Maryland and across the country in markets, we've been contributing capital, expertise, opening up ATM networks to MDIs, technology expertise, and we've been sending perhaps the most important thing as part of our community benefits plan is we've been sending dedicated mortgage officers into the CDFIs to help support low-income housing.
Thank you. No, I understand the broad efforts. I was looking at some of the banks that have a bigger footprint in Maryland than some of the others. So
we do as well, and we're there, and we put money into the CDFIs, and we support them.
If you could just give me some information, not now, on what you're doing in Maryland. Okay.
Will do.
Thank you. Let me get to the issue of overdraft fees, and this seems to be an area where I know Citi announced in June that they're going to end their overdraft fees. Am I right about that?
Yes, we have eliminated our overdraft fees and NSFs.
But you still do provide customers with some flexibility with respect to their payments?
Yes, we do. We provide a number of the ability to overdraft, and we give them plenty of warning if they're going to be doing so, and the tools to manage their financial health and well-being.
Got it. So I'd just like to ask, I've been trying to review the policies with respect to overdrafts. I know everybody's been trying to make efforts here. I did notice that Wells Fargo generated $1.4 billion in overdraft revenue in 2021. JP Morgan Chase, $1.2 billion. If I could just ask each of you whether you have plans to try to phase out revenue from overdraft fees, or whether this is an important part of your business model as you see it. Mr. Diamond.
Those fees are coming down dramatically because the changes are already implemented, like you got to go -50 before it gets charged. You have 24-hour recovery and grace period, advanced deposits and paychecks, et cetera. We think it's a service that clients want. So many people opt in. 70% of the time, they don't pay a fee at all. We do an overdraft. We just simply don't charge a fee because within that parameters I was telling you about. And I also reminding people that if you don't overdraft, they could pay an awful lot on the other side. including municipal bills, tax bills.
No,
okay. It's not that simple.
I'm fully aware of that, Mr. Diamond. I did notice, and we can get into some differences later, that the city, and just happens to be the case in this instance, was able to provide that kind of flexibility, apparently, while eliminating revenue going forward from overdrafts. And look, I think everybody knows that we're talking about lower income people, paycheck to paycheck. We're talking about billions of dollars in losses. I mean, this is an example of why it's expensive to be poor in the United States. Mr. Scharf, can you comment briefly on what you're thinking with respect to the future on overdraft payments?
Yes, Senator. So one of the things we should point out is we've made a series of changes, the last of which was just implemented recently. So we would also expect to see our overdraft fees decline. We have an account that has no overdraft fees in it. And so we give our customers the choice, and we're doing everything we can to make sure that those that do overdraft and pay the fees in these other accounts understand that there are other options for them.
Yeah.
And we're going to continue to look at the fee structures that we have and ensure that we're competitive out in the marketplace.
I appreciate it. Look, I think part of the answer here is the FedNow's real-time payment and system, which I've been a strong proponent, pushing them to really accelerate the deployment. I've also introduced today with colleagues from the House and the Senate the Payment Modernization Act, which would essentially require institutions to make deposits available as soon as they're deposited, because people living a paycheck to paycheck, nobody should be making money off of them, in my view, so long as they have the ongoing revenue. It's just that their check is deposited one day, they can't access it. That makes no sense. As you know, many other countries have already gone to a real-time payment system. So we're going to be pushing that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Van Houten. Senator Tillerson, North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here. I want to echo what Senator Kramer said about the miraculous work you did for Paycheck Protection Program. I mean, that was back when I was advising banking clients. I'm not sure I would have put my foot on the accelerator as much as you all did, given that you were trying to figure out the rules of the road when the Treasury Secretary was giving you updates on facts. I mean, if people really understand the risk that you took ahead of the curve, everybody in Congress should be thankful that you did it, because I think it saved the economy. As a matter of fact, we had several bipartisan bills. We were reacting to something none of us had ever seen. We hadn't seen a pandemic in 100 years. And those bipartisan bills, I think, made made the difference between what I think could have been a fiscal disaster and helped us weather the storm. But now I want to talk about what's happened over the last year and a half. We went from a series of bipartisan bills that we spent more than any one of us would have wanted to, into a series of partisan bills that I think are, at least in part, one of the reasons why we have the problems that we do today. $2.5 trillion on a purely partisan basis, flooding the zone with more liquidity than we probably needed. Under President Biden, we're authorizing 80,000 more IRS agents. We're going to retire student loan debt, which is going to be more stimulus into the system, $201 billion in additional regulatory costs, 131 million hours of net new paperwork. The president has signed 77 executive orders, the highest since President Ford, 40 times more than President Trump in the same time period, and 3 times more than President Obama. Last week, I had the occasion to go to Jacksonville, Florida. I always make time to drive 15 minutes away from it to visit the trailer park that I grew up at. At that time, it was about a plot of land of about 10 acres with 6 or 7 trailers on it. Now it's got 100. And all but 6 are permanent residences. One of the reasons I do that, and I'll be going to the trailer park I grew up in Nashville next month, one of the reasons I go through there is just to have a chance conversation with somebody there like me, a 19-year-old kid. I moved from Waikiki Boulevard, which it was called Hawaiian Village, where my parents lived, to Sugarcane Lane in the same trailer park, putting myself through community college. I like that chance opportunity to go to people and say, you can get out at where you are today, it's not where you can be. But I'm not really going, I didn't go to that trailer park on Friday, and I won't go to the one next month and have the same sort of optimism. In the hearing, or not the hearing, but in Chair Powell's speech from Jackson Hole, he has clearly indicated to me that we are into tough sledding next year. The rates are going to get up to 4 to 4.25%. And I don't see how it is possible. And in his words, he's talking about we're going to have a period of below trend growth. To a layperson, what I'd tell that person in the trailer park is we're headed for a recession. And it's probably going to happen sometime second half of next year. Now, I know also Chair Powell said perception is reality, so let's not think that we're going into a recession because that could actually hasten it. I get that. But this is go time. This is when people need to start planning. And I think it's almost unavoidable that those people that grew up or growing up in the same circumstances that I have are going to suffer from the policies coming from this body, not what you all are doing. And we have to recognize that, and we have to prepare people for that. I do have one question, and then I may have a few other comments. I actually believe that stakeholder feedback and engagement has been foundational to what you banks have done since you were founded. You invest in the community. I just spoke to the president of the North Carolina Bank for Bank of America. You've got a pilot in 5 cities now trying to go into some of the most distressed neighborhoods and encourage business and growth. You take stakeholders' input into account. But I've just got one simple question, if you can raise your hands if you agree with this. At the end of the day, is it still shareholder primacy that ultimately drives your decision process? At the end of the day, the people who have invested in your banks, the people who have risk in it, just show of hands. At the end of the day, when you have to make a decision, you take the input from stakeholders, but then you make a decision. Thank you. Did I not see a show of hand over there? Okay. Thank you. So I think we need to get away from the woke and everything else. The only other question I have for you, are there any there are people talking about stakeholder capitalism is going to cause you all to make a strategic decision to unbank the energy industry, particularly fossil fuels. Are any of you planning to get out of that business? Okay. So I, for one, think that we need fewer regulations in this space. And just something that Senator Kennedy made, and I'll finish here. He said that you all need to speak up. But how on earth can you speak up if you're fulfilling your fiduciary responsibility to shareholders when you've got somebody out of control at the CFPB, the FDIC is a shambles, and the SEC? How can you possibly do that and fulfill your fiduciary responsibility to your shareholders, because they will rain down hell on you? So I, for one, think that Mr. Diamond, many others have alluded to it. If we want to avoid the bad story that I've got to tell those folks in the trailer park, I'll go visit next month in Nashville, we better get our act together, stop spending, stop taxing, right-size regulations, because we can do more to avoid a fiscal crisis next year, a recession next year, than anything you all could possibly do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Tillis. Senator Smith of Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and thank you to all of you for being with us today. Earlier this year, the Minneapolis Fed published a paper examining the role that race plays in mortgage denials. You may know that the Minneapolis metropolitan area has the largest black-white home ownership gap in the entire country. And so while the Minneapolis Fed's findings weren't surprising, the pervasiveness of this issue is really dramatic. In the Twin Cities, people of color are up to 3 times more likely to be denied a conventional 30-year mortgage than white applicants. And we understand there are lots of issues at play, of course, but this study specifically focused on low-risk borrowers, and even when controlling for differences in income and credit scores, and even where a home is located, Black and Latino and Asian borrowers continue to be denied at high rates. So I want to ask Mr. Scharf and Mr. Diamond first. Your 2 banks are the 2 largest mortgage loan originators last year. Could you tell us briefly what steps you are taking to address this issue and how policymakers can assist and support the efforts that need to be taken here?
Yes, Senator, thank you for that. First of all, I think we're all deeply committed to increasing the amount of lending that we do to the minority community. I can speak to, at our company, we believe that our underwriting practices are applied equally regardless of race, but there are a series of things that make it more complex and harder for certainly ethnic minorities to achieve an approval on a loan. We have been working with the government agencies on special purpose lending facilities to be able to target those most in need. And we found the agencies to be very willing and able to do that. We know that things like FICO score are something which we all rely on, and certainly is part of the GSE, one of the things in the GSE underwriting criteria, and it doesn't appropriately account for things such as rent, some utilities, phone bills, and things like that. And certainly for those that aren't homeowners, those payments are extremely important. So the more that we can do to work to bring those things into credit scoring, I think would be extremely useful.
Mr. Diamond, would you like to add, please?
We also are using special credit facilities, like looking at rent, utilities, et cetera. We have community branches. We opened a branch not far from where George Floyd was murdered. We're putting more loan officers in there. I agree there are problems with appraisals. There are problems with how you look at income, and we're trying to work on all of that. That's what we're doing. I also think the government can do some things to reduce the cost of origination, servicing, securitization, and would make smaller mortgages. So think of a mortgage of $100,000 to $300,000 much more affordable, and that obviously would help lower income individuals. So there's a lot that can be done that can improve upon this.
Thank you. Mr. Cesare, U.S. Bank is headquartered in Minnesota. I believe your address is Nicollet Avenue, not Wall Street. And I know from our conversations that you and U.S. Bank have wrestled with this, particularly in the wake of the murder of George Floyd, which happened in both of our hometowns. It's impossible to look away from the systemic racism that we see in our community and in all communities, I believe. So could you discuss how you and U.S. Bank is approaching this issue and addressing this disparity in our hometown?
Certainly. I think one of the things we all realize is how complicated and complex the mortgage process can be. And one of the areas we're focused on, like one of my colleagues said, is putting loan officers in those low and moderate income communities that look just like the person applying for the mortgage and helping them through that complex process. That, and coupled with some of the other things we talked about with rate payments and utilities as being part of the underwriting process, I think all these things help the origination process be smoother, easier, and more successful for those individuals.
And are you at U.S. Bank looking at ways to sort of track your progress on this?
We are. In fact, after that study came out, I personally met with the Fed leadership to talk about the data that they provided, some ideas we had, and we actually have a joint team working on it.
Thank you very much. I want to also just associate with myself with the comments from Senator Warner and Senator Van Hollen about the power of CDFIs to help expand access to capital in communities, and I appreciate the comments of many of you on that topic. I'll yield back, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Senator Smith. Senator Hagerty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'd like to turn to a topic that disturbs me greatly. That's the trends in so-called ESG. I'm going to ask a series of simple questions and would appreciate a yes or no answer from each of you. Thanks. Mr. Rogers, by and large, when someone buys shares of your company, they get to vote on company directors and management in proportion to their ownership share in their class of stock. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. Mr. Moynihan, when hardworking Americans plan ahead by investing in a retirement fund, for example, a BlackRock or a Vanguard fund that tracks the S&P 500, they're effectively buying a small share of each company in the index, including your companies. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Thank you. Mr. Cesari, when retirement investors buy shares in your companies through a fund managed by one of the major index fund providers, most of these votes are not cast by the shareholders. Instead, companies like BlackRock or a so-called proxy advisor effectively make the voting determination for them, correct?
That is correct.
And how does BlackRock or Vanguard decide how to vote the average American shares? They have what's called an investment stewardship team that makes those decisions for them. This is at the heart of a troubling trend in the financial markets of weaponizing unsuspecting Americans' voting rights in the name of the radical environmental, social, and governance, or ESG, agenda. What these activists have figured out is that any radical policy that they can't get enacted through government can be advanced through corporate America by hijacking the trillions of dollars in voting rights from everyday Americans' retirement accounts. So a retired school teacher in Tennessee, like my mom, without her knowledge, is having the control that she paid for in her retirement accounts being wielded to push woke policies on corporations that she and a vast majority of Americans would find quite disturbing. Just last week, I spoke with the CEO of a publicly traded company who was given marching orders by a young man from the shareholder stewardship department of a large index fund provider. This young man was 2 years removed from college. In fact, the young man advised the CEO to divest his core business in the name of ESG. Why did this kid feel emboldened to do so? Well, because as an asset manager, he controlled a significant portion of his company's shares, voting rights that were essentially robbed from American shareholders. And this year's proxy season was particularly egregious. Most of your banks had to fight off activist proposals, including so-called racial equity audits and the forced debanking of oil and gas companies. So, Mr. Diamond, I'd like to turn to you. Do you believe that these activist shareholder stewards are accurately representing the views of the individual investors who actually own these shares?
Yeah, so all of those investors have a fiduciary responsibility to do their homework and vote. I personally think it's a disgrace when they rely on proxy advisors, and I think the proxy advisors are terrible. And I'm probably one of the few people who says that. I think it's a little bit worse than what you're saying, because we've gone from 7,000 public companies to 4,000 operating companies over the last 20 years or so, and that's a problem. We're driving them private. This is part of the reason. And one thing I want to add, they're starting to do this pass-through proxy voting so that your mother can vote her shares. I'm kind of in favor of that. But the way shares get voted today, if the person doesn't vote, it counts as a yes vote on all those proxies you're talking about. You got to change that, and it's got to be a quorum of all those who vote.
Senator Sullivan is working on legislation to address this right now, and I support that legislation. Mr. Diamond, can I stay with you for just a moment longer? As an industry that's trying to refute claims from both sides of the aisle of being partisan, do you think that this trend in so-called shareholder activism actually complicates your ability to serve your clients or to yield value for your shareholders more broadly?
Yeah, well, I'm going to do the right thing regardless of all that, but it is causing a lot of consternation in corporate America.
Got it. I'd like to take a minute to go to a topic that Senator Toomey has already touched on, that's bank capital. Capital requirements are designed to be countercyclical, meaning banks build up capital during good economic times so that they can absorb losses and still deploy capital during economic downturns. That allows them to lend to consumers and small businesses when access to credit is most needed. Fed Vice Chair Michael Barr all but indicated during a recent speech at the Brookings Institution that he intends to increase capital requirements for a large number of U.S. financial institutions, even as our economy has suffered 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth That's the technical definition of a recession. So as our economy is in the midst of a serious weakening, do any of you believe that increases in capital requirements now won't have a negative impact on economic growth or on your ability to lend to growing businesses? I didn't think so. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the panel members for being here. Let me talk about an issue that is important in my state to help lower costs, which is affordable housing. I want to thank both Mr. Scharf and Ms. Frazier. We've had this conversation, and I know I just recently toured Decatur Commons. It's a $110 million affordable housing rental development in Las Vegas. It's a beautiful multifamily apartment development. It has 480 new units, 240 units for low-income families and 240 units for low-income seniors. Citi and Wells Fargo helped provide the financing to build this with Nevada Hand in Nevada. Mr. Scharf, in the past 2 years, Wells Fargo provided $128 million to finance 6 affordable rental housing projects, providing nearly 1,000 new affordable units in Nevada. For those 6 developments and in affordable housing just in general, your bank cannot just finance the entire cost of a large development. Isn't that correct? In other words, you look to other complex financing that may come from low-income housing tax credits, the housing trust funds, vouchers, and other funds to make the deal pencil out. Is that right?
That is generally correct, yes.
And Ms. Fraser, in your testimony, you shared that Citi has also provided $5.6 million in 32 states to build affordable housing. Can you also share how federal funds work with the housing developments Citi finances?
I think similar to how you described it, it's the low tax credits are an absolutely critical component to be able to bring together the different elements of a financing for the affordable housing projects. And we would certainly be encouraging the expansion of those credits so we can bring more and more capital into this critical need.
Thank you, because I do think it is important. I've listened to my colleagues. We all agree we've got to lower costs around affordable housing. There is a role for Congress to play here. There's legislation that is out there that I support, some of my colleagues do, that we should be passing to address this, to bring back the opportunity for families, first-time home buyers, for seniors, for low-income families, and so many to be able to afford housing in this country. So I thank you for that. Let me give an opportunity to the other panelists. I'm curious with your banks, the work that you're doing around affordable housing as well. And I don't know, Mr. Moynihan, if you want to start.
A couple things, Senator. One, we compete for those projects. And so we are one of the larger, we're all among the largest people who invest in low-income house and tax credit-driven transactions. And I think we have 2,700 properties around the country we invest in. One of the things I'd raise with you to think about is in the Federal Advisory Committee, you'll see some reference, and we were asked by the Fed what could you do. So I think things like permitting, I think making sure these tax credits aren't lost if the OECD 15% tax rate is approved, because in the end of the day, it drives the activity, and that's at risk if that gets approved, and that's up to you. I think the other thing is to continue to be inventive, a little bit like you did with the MDIs and CDFIs, with equity to developers to enhance the equity part, because that we can only lend when there's something underneath us, and you need both the expertise to develop and also the equity, but it's a critical issue, and we all work on it every day. I mean, we've got literally $5 billion we did last year. We'll do another $5 or $6 billion this year. It's not something we're unfamiliar with, and I think I'd encourage you to sit with our experts, and they can give you 8,000 things that could make it easier.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you for your leadership on this, Senator. We have about $4 billion invested in affordable projects, at about $1 billion last year, about 19,000 individual units. The only thing I could add to the discussion, I think opportunities to fast track those projects in certain communities. As we talk to our builders, they're often having time getting the approvals to get started. And I think if we could get the affordable housing to the front of the line in communities, it would be really helpful.
Okay.
We have similar numbers, Senator, and I would also say, as you mentioned, the banks not only play a role in the low-income housing tax credit, but collecting capital from all sources and making sure that the project is successful in its objective, and I think that's a key component of our focus as well.
Okay, thank you.
We're obviously large in the business as well. I would just point out that this is one of the most successful private-public partnerships that I think we could point to in terms of having the intended outcome, and we should expand it, and we should do more things like it.
Thank you. Thank you to the panelists. I appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so very much, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Daines.
Senator Warnock, thank you. As we sit here today, inflation is up 8.3% from a year ago. It's barely below 40-year highs that were reached earlier this year. Food prices, shelter, new cars, medical services all increased by nearly a percentage point from last month. It's not surprising that we're seeing this level of inflation. Those of us on this side of the aisle were warning the administration back in March of 2021 about pushing forward here with these massive stimulus bills when there was $1 trillion of unspent COVID funds sitting out there in December of 2020. Unfortunately, that was just the start of the spending for this administration. In fact, an analysis from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget Estimates, they estimate the Biden administration has approved $4.8 trillion in new borrowing through 2031 in the form of executive actions and enacted legislation. The student debt cancellation announced last month could cost as much as $1 trillion if you ask the folks over at Penn. It's amazing to me that the Biden administration can say with a straight face that we're working to get inflation under control. While they have approved $4.8 trillion in additional borrowing, the so-called Inflation Reduction Act will reduce deficits by only $238 billion, leaving about $4.6 trillion in inflation creation. And of course, this inflation comes with real consequences for Montanans and all American workers. We're seeing the decreases now in real wages of about 2.8% over the past year. I want to start, Mr. Diamond. President Biden recently said during a 60 Minutes interview that inflation, quote, needs to be put in perspective, and that the monthly inflation rate had, and I quote, hardly risen. My question is, do you agree with that assessment and with the President's implication that we are overreacting to the inflation that we're seeing in this economy?
I'm not going to comment on what the President said, but it is high. It's likely to come down a little bit because some of those things are going to go away, but pieces are more embedded, like wages, housing, which are not going to go that quickly. And a lot of that stimulus is not spent yet. So rising rates may have to go higher than what people expect. And of course, if you have a global recession for whatever reason, it'll help ameliorate that, but that's the bad reason. The most important thing is to avoid stagflation. Stagflation is the most damaging to every part of society, every industry, all income levels. And therefore, I think it's important to get our hands around inflation as quickly as possible.
Mr. Scharf, what are your thoughts there on the inflation battle?
I would agree with Mr. Diamond.
All right, thank you. I wanted to shift gears for a moment and talk about board composition. I'm very concerned as we look across corporate America. You know, I spent a good part of my private sector career working for a Fortune 50 company to ensure that we have boards that have, I'll just call it balanced ideological tension, for lack of a better phrase. We've seen what's happened with journalism has gone left, entertainment has gone left. I don't want to see corporate America tip the teeter-totter, frankly, one way or the other, as they work every day to take care of their shareholders. Mr. Moynihan, I know as we think about diversity, I know you believe that's important, of course. Yeah. And the question is ideological diversity. I heard somebody describe diversity at Harvard is where everybody looks really different but thinks exactly the same. The question is, I've looked at the Bank of America's board. It contains twice as many Democrat donors as Republican donors. And I'm not asking that you tip the teeter-totter to the right, but how do you maintain ideological diversity as it relates to board composition?
Honestly, I don't know what our board does for political contributions. It's not part of what we look at. Our company gives to candidates of both sides of the aisle. Not our company, but our PAC does, which is independent of me. I don't make decisions. But I think if you look at our board members, the thing you're finding consistency is executives have been very senior roles like you in big companies because of complexity. So former CEOs, former bankers, and it's a great board and they do a great job. But that experience base of making decisions in a big complex company is what we look for, and that has. I've never asked a director how they vote, honestly. I've asked them about their experiences and what they could do to help our company be better.
Ms. Fraser, a question on energy. We're seeing, of course, energy prices going up dramatically. Europe is a case study of what not to do at the moment. It's going to be a really tough winter over in Europe because of very poor choices made, starting with the Germans and others in terms of taking out baseload power. You stated back in April of 20 they would not finance Arctic drilling in Alaska. However, Citi has had no problems doing business with Russian oil companies and was the last to announce a pullout from Russia. In fact, Citigroup did not even stop soliciting clients in Russia for 3 weeks after the February 24th invasion. My question is, why would we be using market share to put pressure on to shut down American energy when the world's energy supply is in great need of more made in America energy, and of course energy demand is going to increase 50% in the next 25 years for the world. So we need more energy, not less, and coal, oil, and natural gas to be part of it.
I want to note that the gentleman's 50 seconds over already.
All right, I'll let her respond.
Then thank you for the question. Very briefly, I think there is a very important balance to be attained over the next few decades of the balance between energy security and energy supply, as well as a transition to cleaner energy sources, and that's going to be an important balance. We will play an important role in both.
Yeah, the Europeans lost sight of balance. Let the record state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Daines. I'll now acknowledge myself for a question. When it comes to the cost for families, the country's biggest banks often set the pace for the rest of the country. This is why it's so important for us to hold the biggest banks accountable for the services they provide. Smaller banks imitate policies that you set for your banks throughout the nation. This is especially true for the fees you charge your customers. And in a recent report, the CFPB detailed the crippling effects of overdraft fees and the impact that this is continuing to have on families. These penalties fall on a small number of folks who carry most of the fees, with banks charging 80% of fees to only 9% of account holders. 80% of fees to 9% of account holders. Typically, these lower income folks are already struggling financially. These fees make conditions worse and can keep them trapped in a cycle of debt. I do want to recognize that some of the banks present, such as Citi and Bank of America, have eliminated or taken strides to reduce their fees. Mr. Rogers, earlier this year, Truist announced a new account type with no overdraft fees. How do these accounts affect customers' overall financial health? What are you seeing, especially for those who frequently overdraft and are lower income folks?
Thanks, Senator. Specifically as to Truist One, this is an account with no overdraft fees, but the other feature that I think is almost more important, it has a negative $100 buffer. So in addition to not charging a fee, we did a lot of study and a lot of work about how much clients typically overdraw in terms of an amount. So this $100 negative buffer is afforded to every client and allows them to continue to transact. So not only not have fees, but able to pay the daycare bill, pay the rental bill, and the activity that we've seen in that's really important. And then I think also we have another account called the Truist Confidence Account. And I think in that case we've seen, and we've tried to do some studies around this to learn more, we've actually seen new entrants into the banking system. So someone who was previously unbanked, who may have not come to Truist for some of our other account capabilities, came into our system with these type accounts. So I think in addition to providing the buffers, I think we're affording more entrants into the banking system, which I believe has got to be a goal for us.
Yeah. Well, thank you. And some of the banks that are testifying today still have restrictive policies in place that make it difficult for hardworking families to meet their basic needs. So I'd like to ask each of you, and will you commit today to work to eliminate onerous fees? A simple yes or no would suffice, and you can elaborate in writing after the hearing. I'll begin with Mr. Scharf. Will you work to eliminate onerous fees?
Senator, we have an account that does not have fees. Well, we have an account that does not have fees, so the customer has the option, and we're going to continue to look at our fee structures.
Mr. Diamond?
I would say the same thing, and we've already made a lot of changes since that report, which I'd love to share with you. And we have the same type of ways to make it easy for people. I do think giving people a choice and letting them opt in or out is a proper thing to do, and it actually saves them from far worse pain and suffering. They don't bounce a check or something, and a lot of people that gets charged much more on the other side. So when we looked at this, we said it is more respectful. I agree with the fact it gets misused sometimes, and we got to do a better job in counseling, closing, et cetera, for those where it's just too much.
So you're committed to doing a better job?
Yes.
Mr. Cesare?
Senator, we also have an account that provides no overdraft fees. I think an important component of this as well, though, is education and alerts to the customers when they're entering a situation that they may overdraft, and help them in advance with other alternatives, and that's something we're also focused on.
Mr. Demchak.
Senator, we led the charge to drop overdraft fees. We have 2 accounts with no fees. We have a unique product that actually allows the client to choose in the moment if they want to return the item or pay the item. And we'll continue to look on how to improve that.
I've seen personally, as a senator, as pastor, the impact that these fees have on ordinary folks who are just struggling, trying to make ends meet. So this is an important issue, one that I'll stay on. Now, I'm concerned that with part of what's happening in this moment, according to the FDIC quarterly banking profile, the banking sector's profits declined 8.5% year over year in the second quarter of 2022. And here's my concern is that as you are dealing with that larger economic reality, I imagine that you've discussed ways to find new revenue streams or to cut costs. Mr. Monahan, has Bank of America discussed opening up other revenue streams or reintroducing financial products to offset these losses?
No, sir.
Have you considered looking back at the changes your bank has made to reduce fees over the past year?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Frazier, same question. Ms. Frazier, I'm sorry.
We are perpetually looking at what we can do to make our fees more customer friendly, and what we can do to make sure we provide access to those who don't have ready access to banking services. So it's a perpetual move that we make.
So you're committed to not balancing your budget on the banks of the most marginalized customers.
Yeah, we absolutely were committed to that.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Chair. The distinguished senator from Georgia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I remember when you were all the way down here with me. I don't know what happened.
Things happen.
Okay, thank you all for being here. I'm going to try to get through a lot as efficiently as possible. I want to begin, Mr. Scharf, by talking about housing supply and affordable housing. I recently wrote to you and several other mortgage lenders about accessory dwelling units, so basement or backyard apartments, in-law suites. There's some regulatory changes at the FHFA-related agencies that may allow more lending to capitalize the construction of accessory dwelling units. Just like your commitment that you're going to respond to my letter thoughtfully and consider how you can capitalize more of that construction to bring more housing supply online and help more families afford housing. Absolutely, Senator, we will. Thank you, Mr. Scharf. Ms. Fraser, I'd like to ask you about language access to banking services for prospective homeowners, for entrepreneurs, accessing credit, accessing depository services in languages other than English is important for many of my constituents. I noted that Citigroup now offers the Citi mobile app entirely in Spanish. That's a step that I applaud. Just in brief, can you talk about other opportunities to expand access to banking services for Spanish speakers, Korean speakers, other non-English language speakers?
Well, first of all, I agree with you. The importance of making this very accessible, having it in a language one understands is an important element of providing access to banking services. The other efforts are also on the digital technologies that have evolved, is making sure that those are readily available for those populations that haven't been used to working with the bank and maybe intimidated walking into a bank branch or asking for assistance is also an important step forward. So I think both the app and also working with our different partners in various communities, making sure that we're providing webinars or other areas. So it's a friendliness towards the bank to build trust and understanding and comfort with using the many services we have available.
Thank you, Ms. Fraser. And let's remain in touch about how the industry can better serve linguistically diverse communities. Mr. Moynihan, I'd like to ask you a question about the vulnerability of various communities to fraud. There's been some discussion of Zelle here. I'm particularly worried about scams and fraud that we've seen in Georgia targeting veterans, targeting new mothers. I'd like for you to just commit to following up with my office. Your staff can follow up with my office about the steps that you're taking and that you recommend based upon what you've seen is effective to protect veterans and new mothers and families in Georgia and across the country from fraud. Will you do that, please?
Sure, Senator. I think if you may have missed it earlier, but we had a fairly robust discussion about all the commitments by all my colleagues and ourselves to continue to work on the fraud side of this.
I didn't miss it. I followed it closely, but I'd just like to hear from your team on how we can work together to continue to crack down on fraud. Thank you so much. Mr. Scharf, question for you about rural bank closures. Many rural counties in Georgia, Hancock County, Wheeler County, Dooley County, have lost branches. What steps can banks take, and I've just got a minute and a half left, some more ground to cover, but in a nutshell, to sustain the availability of credit and banking services in rural communities? Well, first of all, I think banks should be very, very sensitive. I think we are about not leaving a community unbanked. And so if we are looking at closing facilities, we should think twice about it if there's no other banking service there. And that could mean us staying or working with a community bank or selling those deposits and customers to someone else there. That, in addition to some innovative solutions that we're all working through, such as mobile banking, and I mean physical mobile banking, which comes to different communities at different points in the week, is also an interesting solution. Mr. Scharf, follow-up for you. Obviously, as lenders, you have obligations, fiduciary obligations, shareholder obligations, regulatory obligations to assess the creditworthiness of borrowers, and that's part of your job. How can creditworthiness be accurately assessed without using methodologies with unintended consequences that might, for example, discriminate on race or other lines? Well, I think, one of the things that we talked about earlier is the need to continue to try and refine FICO scores, which I think we're all doing work on. A lot of it's being led by the OCC. but we all have our individual efforts as well to look at things like rent payments, utilities, phone bills and things like that, because those very often are the consistent payments that more diverse people wind up building their credit upon and aren't always reflected in a FICO score.
Thank you. With the chairman's indulgence, one final question. Sure. It's a compound question. You'll forgive me, I hope. Mr. Diamond, this is a good one to close on. Dodd-Frank, what's working, what's not, and is financial regulation fragmented across too many agencies with overlapping jurisdiction? Let's see, maybe the chairman may give you a minute to answer that one.
Mr. Diamond, try to answer in 60 seconds.
What worked is to resolution, recovery, capital, liquidity. That was all good. A lot of things in there had nothing to do with all that. Lehman Brothers simply wouldn't happen today. Too much capital, too much bailable debt, too much liquidity, et cetera. Regulations have to be calibrated. So the things that don't work is, I mentioned yesterday, we're going to have $1 trillion of cash at one point, unable to deploy to help clients because you're going to run into these red lines of various capital things. And my request is people should just thoughtfully look at the effect of these things. And our regulatory system also made it very hard for our regulators. So if we talk about housing here, there are 7 people with independent authority on mortgages. So it's almost impossible to change them in a way that would benefit America. And, I wish one day we would fix that problem. We balkanized the system.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Diamond. Thank you, Senator Ossoff. That concludes the hearing. Anyone listening today heard a lot from you about the strength of your industry, how well capitalized your banks are, how well you weathered the pandemic, how well your depositors did, how generously your banks have changed your overdraft fee schedule. But let's be clear, you're well capitalized and you've thrived throughout the pandemic because of the capital requirements and safety and soundness measures that we passed in Dodd-Frank, which you lobbied against, I would add. Your depositors had more money in their accounts because we put money in their pockets with the CARES Act, the American Rescue Plan, and the Child Tax Credit. You reformed your overdraft practices after years of pressure from this committee. Most of what you boasted about today came about either because of laws this committee in the Senate passed or because of pressure we placed on your industry, often despite some of your very expensive and very often effective lobbying efforts. Like most big corporation, big banks have repeatedly shown, you'll not do the right thing without strong laws, without accountability, without public pressure, without oversight. That's the job of this committee. I say that, and I also say that as chair, I look for places of agreement, places we can work together. Today, not surprisingly, we found some. I listened to you about regulating what we should do about regulating fintech. I particularly appreciate the chair of PNC, and even when he did this especially, and how that, I think, really reached people on this committee that were listening or watching, that we need to make sure that the growing part of the economy, the fintechs, what we need to do with ILCs, we can't count on them to do the right thing out of the goodness of their hearts, and they need strong rules too.
war of aggression against Ukraine. Right as we speak, bodies of innocent victims are still being exhumed from at least 445 graves in the recently liberated city of Izum. Some are not entire bodies, but only parts of them, like a few pairs of children's legs in one of the graves. The grief of those who are close and beloved is yet another drop in the ocean of suffering that Russia has inflicted upon the people of Ukraine since 7 months and 8 years of its barbaric aggression. Many of you may have seen the image of a dead hand of a 36-year-old Ukrainian soldier. His name was Sergei Sova, with a yellow and blue bracelet still on it. I do wear one too. Just want to show it to you. Many of us do. And Russia should know one thing. It will never be able to kill all of us. And here is why. Because on February 24th, when Russia attacked Ukraine from all directions, within the first 24 hours, tens of thousands of Ukrainians returned from abroad to defend their country. And what happened within the first 24 hours after President Putin announced mobilization? The opposite. Thousands of Russians booked international flights to leave Russia. Many flights were sold out within hours. Yesterday, Putin announced mobilization. But what he really announced before the whole world was his defeat. You can draft 300, 500,000 people, but you will never win this war. Today, every Ukrainian is a weapon ready to defend Ukraine and the principles enshrined in the UN Charter. Russia will fail and will bear full responsibility for the crime of aggression and consequent war crimes, crimes against humanity and genocide. Yesterday, President Zelensky made it clear in his address that Russian responsibility is a key element to international peace and security. Ukrainian law enforcement, together with partners at the International Criminal Court and countries who support both Ukraine and the ICC, work collectively to collect evidence of Russian crimes and hold perpetrators to account. We trust in the International Criminal Court. Justice will be served. We owe it not only to thousands of victims, but to future generations in Ukraine and beyond. There will be no peace without justice. I emphasize that none of the Russian crimes in Ukraine would have been possible without the crime of aggression against Ukraine committed by Russian leadership. It cannot go unpunished. And the only feasible way to put President Putin and his entourage on trial is to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression against Ukraine. I reiterate my call on all states to back this undertaking for the sake of the very basic principles of humanity and the UN Charter. Excellencies, many of you may listen to me right now with one question in mind. Is there a chance for peace? Will Ukraine negotiate with Russia in order to end this war? I want to state crystal clear. No other nation in the world craves for peace more than Ukraine. President Zelensky was very outspoken about it yesterday. We have never wanted anything but peace and stable development. We have never wanted this war and never chose it. We simply want to live normal life. But it's not enough for Ukraine to want peace. Russia must prioritize diplomacy over war in order to give peace a chance. What we see instead is Russian leadership seeking a military solution only. Distinguished colleagues, this chamber has seen many heated debates since 1945. Many crises. But the amount of lies coming from the Russian diplomats is quite extraordinary. Today we are mostly focusing on crimes committed by Russian soldiers in Ukraine. But if anyone thinks they are the only one ready to kill, torture, rape, cut off genitals, they are wrong. Russian diplomats are directly complicit because their lies incite these crimes and cover them up. Apparently, the only thing in today's address by Russia in this torrent of lies worthy of reaction is the inappropriate slang used when mentioning a president of a foreign country, the president of Ukraine. I also noted today that Russian diplomats flee almost as aptly as Russian soldiers. Before February 24th, Russian diplomats here at the United Nations had repeatedly denied plans of a full-scale invasion of Ukraine. The Russian president himself lied into the face of European leaders, saying he was not planning to attack. It was days before the invasion. Russia is shameless. They sit at the chair they occupied in 1991 on dubious legal grounds, armed with a veto right and the feeling of total impunity. The Russians are confident that they can get away with anything and they are entitled to do anything they want. They think this seat allows them to violate borders in a 19th century style imperialist conquest. They think it allows them to shell nuclear power plants and seize them. They think it allows them to unleash missile terror on civilians and critical infrastructure. They think it allows them to threaten the world with the use of nuclear weapons. They must be held accountable for all of this. The issue of responsibility is central to the debate. We need to ensure that behavior like this is punishable. Otherwise, every force in the world, every evil force in the world, will be tempted to follow in Russia's footsteps. I don't need to remind anyone at this table how many forces on the planet would like to question the borders of their neighbors. If Russia can do this, why can't they? Today, we're talking not only about Ukraine and Russia. The global security crisis we all face is so much larger. All members of the Council must realize that on February 24th, Russia attacked not only Ukraine, it dealt a deadly blow to the very foundations of the United Nations Charter. No nation can feel safe until Russia is held to account for violating the common principles agreed by all after the Second World War. Russia does not care for them, but there are 192 other UN member states, nations of Asia, the Pacific, Africa, the Middle East, Latin America, and Europe are all interested in upholding the UN Charter today. And Ukraine is fighting to defend principles of this Charter, especially the principle of territorial integrity. Madam President, Russia's war of aggression has plunged the world into a multifaceted crisis. The consequences of this crime are felt far beyond Ukraine. Once Russian warships blocked Ukrainian seaports, it became clear that Ukrainian agricultural exports are vital to global food security. Russia has demonstrated that it is ready to put millions of people across Asia, Africa, and the Middle East at the risk of hunger simply to achieve its imperialistic goals. I take this opportunity to thank UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Turkey for facilitating the Black Sea Grain Initiative that allowed Ukraine to resume maritime grain exports this summer. Putin recently lied when he said that most of the grain has been sent to European countries. In fact, 2/3 of the grain we shipped went to consumers in Africa, the Middle East, and Asia. The resumption of Ukrainian exports has tamed food prices and allowed to ease the acute food insecurity, especially for those most vulnerable. Today, the Black Sea Grain Initiative is under threat. Russian officials are questioning the effectiveness of the corridor and might prepare to block the extension of the initiative once the agreed 120 days are over in November. We must not allow Russia to resume its hunger games with the world. I therefore urge all nations, especially those depending on Ukrainian food exports, to put maximum public and diplomatic pressure on Moscow demanding to keep the Black Sea grain corridor functioning in November and beyond. We need to protect the vital grain initiative together. Ukraine remains a global food security guarantor. Despite our own dire situation, we decided to provide humanitarian aid to Ethiopia and Somalia, sending them an additional amount of our grains. Ukraine is interested in increasing maritime export volumes, both under the UN Food Programme and on market conditions. While hitting peaceful Ukrainian cities with missiles, Russia uses food and energy as weapons against the rest of the world. Putin sends tanks into Ukraine to kill Ukrainians, while stealing the well-being and stability from every European household with energy blackmail and playing hunger games with Asian, African, Middle Eastern families by threatening the functioning of the grain corridor. We are in the same boat, all of us, Europeans, Asians, Africans, Arab nations, Latin American states. We are in the same boat, and we must confront these threats together. There is no place for neutrality. I said back in February here at the United Nations that no nation will be able to sit out this crisis created by Russia. It still stands. The best reaction to this crisis: stand with Ukraine to protect the UN Charter. Russia likes to talk about the developed world and the developing world. They try to drive a wedge between ones and the others. We in Ukraine do not differentiate. All people deserve a normal life, safety, stability, and confidence. But we must stay united to stop Russia's blackmail and the war on humanity it launched. Dear colleagues, the most important pillar of international peace and security is the territorial integrity of states. No country is allowed to change internationally recognized borders by force. Russia has badly damaged this principle, and now the threat of war is hanging over everyone's head. To restore international peace and security, we need urgent and decisive action. Yesterday, President Zelensky proposed a peace formula which includes not only accountability, but a mechanism of security guarantees based on Article 51 of the UN Charter. Ukraine has developed the Kyiv Security Compact, proposing a modern, multi-layered mechanism of guarantees to ensure Ukraine's security until the moment it becomes part of NATO. This document, though, is much broader than a tool of guarantee the security of Ukraine only. We see it as a universal mechanism that can be considered and applied to other countries and contexts in order to strengthen regional and global security architecture. Ukraine keeps working with partners to realize the vision of the Kyiv Security Compact. This is our added value to international peace and security for all UN member states. Thank you.
But finding them, determining where they're going, using our planetary science aspects and researchers to learn more about them is all a part of our overall program, because planetary defense, frankly, is applied planetary science. And the two have to work together in this endeavor to protect Earth from a future impact. Thanks, Karen.
All right, Lindley, thank you so much. We will move on to Tom Statler, one of our DART program scientists.
Thanks, Karen. Good afternoon, everybody. As Karen said at the beginning, the double asteroid redirection test is a test. We're doing this test when we don't need to on an asteroid that isn't a danger, just in case we ever do need to and we discover an asteroid that is a danger. We're doing this test at a double asteroid, a binary asteroid, the larger asteroid Didymos being orbited by its smaller moon Dimorphos. This is the perfect natural laboratory for this double test, because there are two tests in DART. The first test is the test of our ability to build an autonomously guided spacecraft that will actually achieve the kinetic impact on the asteroid. And the second test is the test of how the actual asteroid responds to the kinetic impact, because at the end of the day, the real question is, how effectively did we move the asteroid, and can this technique of kinetic impact be used in the future if we ever need it to? So this double asteroid is the perfect place for this test, because from our point of view on Earth, we see Dimorphos crossing in front and behind and in front and behind of Didymos every orbit. That's observable telescopically. Even though we can't see the two objects separately, we can see the total light from the pair dip just a little bit twice every time around the orbit. And that's how we know from telescopic observations that the orbit is 11 hours and 55 minutes and has been absolutely solid for probably thousands of years, if not longer. But our DART spacecraft is going to impact Dimorphos at a speed of 14,000 miles per hour, changing its speed by perhaps 1% or so, and changing the period of that orbit. Just like if you dropped your wristwatch and damaged it, it's not going to keep necessarily the same time anymore. We're expecting that clock, that orbit, to run just a little bit faster. And you might not notice it right away, but in the weeks and days and weeks to follow, you would notice that your watch is running fast, and we will notice that the binary asteroid system is running fast. We'll be able to see this by using the same techniques, telescopes on Earth, observing this binary system for the weeks following the impact. And we'll have telescopes on every continent on the Earth observing the Didymos system. Not only that, we'll also have telescopes in space, the Hubble Space Telescope and the James Webb Space Telescope, and even our Lucy spacecraft will be observing the Didymos system close to the time of impact to see if we can see some brightening from the dust and debris ejected into space. And we also have, courtesy of the Italian Space Agency, the LiCiCube CubeSat, which was deployed from the DART spacecraft on September 11th. LiCiCube is flying on its own, controlled by the Italian Space Agency. LiCiCube will follow DART about 3 minutes behind, also pass by Dimorphos at a safe distance of about 55 kilometers, and we're looking forward to successful images from the LiCiCube spacecraft. But even with all of those observations, Dimorphos is a tiny asteroid. We've never seen it up close. We don't know what it looks like. We don't know what the shape is, and that's just one of the things that leads to the technical challenges of DART. Hitting an asteroid is a tough thing to do, and you'll hear about that in a minute. I'll turn it back over to Karen.
All right, thank you so much, Tom. Next up, we have Ed Reynolds, the DART project manager at APL.
All right, thank you. Good afternoon. We launched DART just almost 10 months ago, last November, and since then we've been working really hard for this moment. We've been really focused on the overall spacecraft, getting it ready for impact, making sure that the ground systems are ready for this to flow data during the impact day, and then also preparing the team to be ready for impact and then any contingencies that could occur during impact day. So we had a great launch. We've launched out of Vandenberg Air Force Base right around Thanksgiving, and we had a terrific trajectory that required very little correction maneuvering. And so in December, we went into 1 month of commissioning the spacecraft, and that went very smoothly. And what we can say at this point is that all subsystems on the spacecraft are green, they're healthy, they're performing very well. We have plenty of propellant and we have plenty of power. After we commissioned the spacecraft, we started focusing on the bits and pieces of smart nav and just making sure that all those bits and pieces were in place so that on impact day they all work together. We have proven that they are all working and that they are ready for impact. And you're going to hear a little bit about that from Lena next. And so the spacecraft's doing great. The ground system, we've been streaming. We've been doing a bunch of tests where when using the spacecraft, we've been streaming Draco imagery at the one image per second that you're going to see on impact day. And so this goes into the rehearsals, just making sure that the ground system can handle that throughput and that we can do things like overlay informative information that help us and help other viewers look at the sequence as we're getting closer and closer and closer. And so it's going to be exciting. And then finally with the team, we've been doing a bunch of rehearsals, and some of the rehearsals are very nominal, like this is what we expect on impact day. But then we also get into the contingencies, and we've been doing rehearsals where we introduce unknown contingencies to the team, and we watch their behavior, and we make sure that they are truly trained up to handle the nominal situation and then any contingencies that occur. So at this point I can say that the team is ready, the ground systems are ready, and the spacecraft is healthy and on track for an impact on Monday. So thank you.
All right, and for our final speaker today, we have Lena Adams, the DART Mission Systems Engineer at APL.
Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about what you're going to see in the next few days from DART, and then also we'll harken back to what Tom was saying, which is it is really hard to hit a very little object in space, and we're going to do it. So over the next couple of days, we're actually still performing some trajectory correction maneuvers to make sure that we're on the right path to hit the asteroid. We're also going to be putting parameters on board to make sure that we're really ready for terminal. Ed said we rehearsed a lot, and yes, we have. But as we go through the cruise phase, we update parameters on the spacecraft to make sure that we can actually hit the asteroid. And so in the next couple of days, we'll update those parameters. We'll do checks like streaming images back to Earth. And, you know, Tom mentioned that we did a lot of Draco imaging. We have over 200,000 images already on the ground from Draco. So we know it works really well. We have been able to detect the Didymos system. So we can see Didymos, the larger asteroid. We have not seen Dimorphos, and we really won't, not until about an hour prior to impact. But we can see the Didymos system. We see it really well, very clearly. That's actually what we're using right now to guide ourselves to the system. So in the next few days, we'll take more images of the Didymos system. We'll do trajectory correction maneuvers, and then at 24 hours prior to impact, it's all hands on deck. We'll have people in the mock working overnight, trying to make sure that everything is set and ready to go. And at 4 hours prior to impact, the spacecraft becomes completely autonomous. What that means is that even though we do have a full mission operations center where there's about at least 44 people all watching data coming down and telemetry streaming from the spacecraft has to do everything. It starts with detecting Didymos, the larger asteroid. It starts tracking it. It's starting to guide itself towards Didymos. And then at about an hour prior to impact, and some models say, 70 minutes, some other models say maybe 50 minutes or maybe even 40 minutes prior to impact, for the first time, it'll see just one pixel in the field of view of our camera, Draco, and that's going to be Dimorphos. And so at that point, this is when we switch from guiding towards Didymos to guiding ourselves into Dimorphos. We're going to execute a bunch of maneuvers, all autonomously. The spacecraft points the solar arrays at the sun, streams data back to Earth, basically video, 1 image per second. So on Earth, we'll be actually able to watch us stopping to go towards Didymos, and now we're tracking this new asteroid, and that's our target. So then a little bit after that, we're going to precision lock, and you'll hear us say that in the mock because all of this is going to be streamed on NASA TV. So you'll hear us say it, we're precision lock, which means we are now starting to ignore Didymos and we're going to Dimorphos. So, and then at 2.5 minutes before impact, SmartNav, which is the autonomous algorithms that have brought us to that point, is going to turn off, and we're just going to point the camera and take the most amazing pictures of this asteroid that we're going to see for the first time, and we don't know what the shape is, and then impact. It'll say loss of signal, and we'll celebrate. So I hope you're all out there. Back to you, Karen.
Thank you so much. We will start taking questions. I plan to start in the room, so if those of you who wish to ask a question can make your way to the microphone, please do. If we don't have anyone, so I don't see anybody standing up and jumping at that opportunity, we will probably go to the lines right away. But before we get there, I will say this, that Lena just mentioned that you can see it all on NASA TV. NASA.gov/live is the place to watch that broadcast starting at 6 o'clock on Monday, September 26th. And we will also, if you navigate your way to the NASA TV media channel, be showing just that Draco imagery starting at 5:30. So just a live feed of that as well. So with that, let us switch to the phone lines, please.
First question comes from Marcia Dunn from Associated Press. Your line is open.
Yes, hello. One quick question and one other one. Is there any possibility of manual intervention if the autonomous navigation isn't doing what it's supposed to do? Can ground controllers jump in and right it to the right asteroid, for instance? And I'm wondering also, perhaps for Mr. Johnson, what other tricks might be up scientists' mission planners' sleeve for deflecting or deflecting an asteroid? Besides impact, what are some other methods that are under review, if not by NASA, by others around the world? Thanks.
So we'll start with Lena Adams, and then we'll move on to Lindley Johnson.
All right, this is Lena Adams, and yes, of course, so the whole point of having people in the Mission Operations Center at that point is to be able to intervene if necessary. The one-way light time to be able to send a command to the spacecraft is only 38 seconds. So we have 21 contingencies that we plan for, that we're ready to execute in case something like that comes up. For example, the most simple one is that if we're seeing that Dimorphos is too dim in our field of view of our camera, and we wanted to increase the exposure time. Other ones do involve basically saying this asteroid is not the right one, and please switch over and start guiding yourself to the right asteroid, because we do have that video feed back to the ground. So yeah, we plan for all these things and we're ready to intervene, and we have been rehearsing this for quite some time. Lindley?
Yeah, Lindley Johnson, the Planetary Defense Officer. Yes, DART is demonstrating what we call the kinetic impact technique for changing the speed of an asteroid in space and therefore changing its orbit. But other concepts have been studied. We have a list of 3 or 4 that in the future we'd like to test. This demonstration will start to add tools to our toolbox of methods that could be used in the future. And we need several of them because the circumstances that we might face could be quite different. And we need an assortment of tools depending on the scenario. How far into the future have we predicted this impact? What is the size of the asteroid that we need to deal with? What is the orbit that it's in? Because some orbits are a lot tougher to get to than others from the Earth. So we need to build up a toolbox of different techniques. Some of the other things that have been studied are what we call a gravity tractor, which is just taking a spacecraft and station keeping with the asteroid and using nature's tug rope gravity The mutual attraction between the spacecraft and the asteroid will slowly tug that asteroid out of its impacting trajectory into a more benign one. Of course, a technique like that takes longer to implement, so we would have to have more warning time to be able to implement it. Other techniques, ion beam deflection, just shooting an ion engine at it for a long period of time, and slowly all those particles impacting the surface also change its velocity and therefore its orbit. Basically any technique that you can imagine that changes the speed, the orbital speed of the asteroid in orbit is a viable technique. And so we work with our colleagues, both in the other agencies within the U.S. government and internationally, to talk about these concepts and techniques and how we can collaborate to test them out. The forum has been set up, international forum set up, called the Space Planning Mission, Space Mission Planning and Advisory Group, which is a forum for national space agencies. Some 18 of them right now are involved in same page in looking at technologies and techniques that could be used to deflect an asteroid.
All right, thank you so much. We will take the next question, please.
Next question from Gina Sunseri from ABC News. Your line is open.
Yes, thank you. Talk to me a little bit about what it takes to get video back from this impact. How complicated is that?
Is that for you, Lena?
Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, I'd love to answer that question, and thank you for asking such a good technical question. So what it takes is a new type of antenna that we actually have on board of the spacecraft. It takes a new type of avionics that we're running through all our data. But what happens actually on the spacecraft is actually really fun. So we take an image of the asteroid, and then we process it through our computer, which crops it, then sends it over to the smart navigation system. Smart navigation system does a whole bunch of things with it to try to figure out where it's located in space. But at the same time, the image also gets cropped and then sent to Earth through our radio and then through our hard gain antenna and down to the deep space network. a set of dishes that are actually going to be looking at us. Most of them are located in Australia, just because we're kind of on the southern trajectory. But we have a few dishes in Australia that both from the Deep Space Network and from the European, the ESA track, the European Space Agency dishes that are going to be looking at us and making sure that they can get this data down. So all of the processing happens in basically 2.5 seconds. So each one of the images has about 2.5 seconds latency that it gets received on the ground, plus, it takes 38 seconds to travel and 5 to 8 seconds to process. So what you're seeing on the ground is something that is probably about 45 seconds late. But that is still amazing because an image is coming in every second. So yeah, it basically looks like video stream coming in. It took us a lot of testing and practice.
Thank you so much. We will take the next question, please.
Next question is from Nell Greenfield-Boyce from National Public Radio. Your line is open.
Hey, thanks for doing this. So a question for Elena. If you guys knit, can you come back around again and take another go at it? And a question for Lindley Johnson. A lot of what the public knows about this stuff comes from Hollywood. I'm just wondering if you personally have watched shows like Armageddon and Deep Impact and sort of how the public should think about this test versus what they see, in their sort of more cinematic depictions of asteroid mitigation. Thank you.
All right, so I'm sorry, I got sidetracked on the Armageddon part.
It always sidetracks you, but well, let me handle the question. The question was what happens, if we miss what we call a missed approach. Now, through all the testing that we've done, and certainly what I've seen, the action by the APOL team on DART, I'm highly confident that we are going to hit on Monday, and it will be a complete success. But if there is a miss, then the first thing we've got to do is really figure out what happened. Why did we miss? So that'll be the first thing, is to safe the spacecraft, get all the information down from the spacecraft so we understand what occurred, and safe the spacecraft so that it's ready for future use. So that's what will happen in a miss. But I have every confidence that that's not going to happen. As for the Hollywood movies, this situation, asteroid impact, comet impact, has been a popular genre for science fiction books and movies for a long time. It captures the public imagination. But that's all Hollywood and movies. They have to make it exciting, and we find the asteroid only 18 days before it's going to impact, and everybody runs around with their hair on fire. That's not the way to do planetary defense. As I said, the most important thing we have to do first is find the population of the hazardous asteroids out there, and that is a big part of what our endeavor of the Planetary Defense Coordination Office and our partners across the agencies and the international community is. These surveys and right now ground-based telescopes that are searching every possible night, and we're finding about 3,000 near-Earth asteroids of all sizes every year, and we are about to cross the threshold of having found 30,000 of these asteroids. And it's entirely, we have the technology now to do this and find these objects years, decades, even a century before they pose an impact threat to the Earth. And that provides us plenty of time then to decide what is the best technique to prevent the impact, to put the asteroid in a more benign orbit so that we don't ever have to worry about that one anymore. So first we've got to find this entire population. We are currently working with ground-based assets, but the real way to do this is to have a space-based telescope And we're working on that. It's called the NEO Surveyor mission. It is, in fact, having its preliminary design review this week. So this is a big week for planetary defense in our work here at NASA. And that telescope will operate in the infrared part of the spectrum where the asteroids actually stand out more from the background of stars. And we can also determine the sizes directly from those measurements, and we don't have to take weeks and months of other data on these objects to understand what we're dealing with. So unfortunately, it's not the exciting Earth is going to end in 2 weeks scenario. It's a very focused and gradual way of working through this whole issue, understanding what's out there, then determining what you can do about it with tests like DART, and then working with our partners, other space agencies around the world to determine what's the best technique and what space agency is going to do what in this campaign that would actually be undertaken to deflect an asteroid in space should it become a real problem.
And I think Lena wanted to add something.
Yeah, so Lindley, thank you for taking the first part. So one thing I wanted to add is that I mentioned earlier the contingencies that we have on board. And that's actually we have 21 contingencies. Number 21 is missed impact. And what will happen in case there wasn't a missed impact, you will see the team will just sit back down, because you can imagine we'll all be anticipating, and in the last couple of minutes we're all going to be standing up waiting to see us hit an asteroid. But we're going to sit down back into our seats, and we're going to start preserving all the data on board about why we missed. And we have time with our deep space network right afterwards to be able to actually get all that data down. And then we'll start conserving propellant, and we'll start looking for the objects to come back to. So that's the plan.
All right, we will go on to the next question.
Next question from Bill Harwood from CBS News. Your line is open.
Hey, thank you very much. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Yes, Bill.
Okay, thanks. I'm sorry. I recall a paper in Science, I think, earlier in the summer about OSIRIS-REx and the sample collection process at Bennu, and the nature of the surface of that asteroid was such that I read somewhere, if they hadn't fired their thrusters, they might well have just sunk right into the asteroid. It was so, the rocks are so loosely bound. I'm just, it's probably apples and oranges, but just out of curiosity, if a high-speed object like DART hit an asteroid like Bennu, A, what would happen? And B, do you know that's not the case with Dimorphos? I don't know enough about that asteroid to know if that's a dumb question or not. Thanks.
Great. Tom Statler's going to take that one for us.
Yeah, this is Tom Statler. A lot of great questions in there, and a lot of great questions that the DART investigation team has been working on for years to study different materials and to bring to bear the cutting-edge computational simulation techniques that we have to be able to simulate what actually happens when a spacecraft hits an asteroid at 14,000 miles an hour. And our view of the range of possible outcomes has really been opened up by our experience with the OSIRIS-REx mission at Bennu and also by the Japanese Hayabusa 2 mission at Ryugu, both of which found that the surface materials were almost fluid-like. There was so little friction and so little cohesion, they behaved, even though they were solid chunks, behaved almost like a fluid. And so that does open up the range of possible outcomes. If the surface of the asteroid is very comparatively solid, we'll get a smaller crater. If it's as friction-free as Bennu seemed to be, we might get a very, very large crater or large pieces, a large section of the asteroid being reshaped. And that's a big part of why we need to do the test, because every time we go to an asteroid, it's a surprise. It's a learning experience to us. We do not know exactly how these asteroids will behave because we don't have samples of real asteroids on the Earth. We have meteorites on Earth, but meteorites are just the strongest parts of asteroids that make it through the atmosphere and make it to the ground. And so really getting ground truth on how an asteroid behaves requires that we go to space to do the experiment. Now, for anything really, really surprising to happen, I mean, as you said, the tag stand, the sampler mechanism on OSIRIS-REx seemed to just keep going into the surface of Bennu, but we know that DART is going to be stopped by Dimorphos. For one reason, the density of the DART spacecraft is actually not very different from the density of an asteroid. And so there's no question that DART is going to run into a whole lot of material that can't get out of the way. And so that is going to make it stop. So the scenario where it goes straight through, that's just not going to happen. Also, there are ways, there are aspects in which we know Dimorphos, or at least we know Didymos, is not like Bennu. We're extrapolating and assuming for the moment that Dimorphos is similar to Didymos. But Didymos, for example, is a different composition. It's a different spectral type than Bennu. Bennu is a very dark, carbon-rich object. Dimorphos has a reflectivity 3 times brighter than Bennu, so we know it's a different kind of object. It's also spinning very rapidly, and the dynamical studies show that Didymos has to be either higher density or more cohesive, or both, than Bennu. So a lot of things could happen, but we really do not expect Didymos or Dimorphos to be a carbon copy, literally, of Bennu.
And one thing I want to add, too, is that we're actually going to know the ground truth with the Hera mission arriving there in 2026, the European Space Agency mission that's going to be a follow-on to DART that is going to look at this crater and look at Dimorphos and really study the surface. And I think that'll be great for everyone.
Great. We have more questions on the phone line, so I'm going to keep going back there. But I do want people in the room to know that if you want to stand up, I will call on you at the microphone if you decide you have a question to ask. For now, please, let's take the next question on the line.
Thank you. Next is from Aylin Woodward from Wall Street Journal. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks so much. Just a couple of clarifications. So once you've locked on to Dimorphos, if you need to make a course correction, are you utilizing the hydrogen propellant, and are you utilizing those onboard thrusters? And then I just wanted to also clarify that basically a round trip communique from the spacecraft to Earth and back would take a little over a minute, given that it's 38 seconds one way, correct?
A right to both. We're using hydrogen thrusters to perform all maneuvers in terminal. We demonstrated our next-sea thruster for a couple of hours early on in the mission. That has been completed. Now we're using hydrogen only. So we have 12 hydrogen thrusters. That's what's actually going to be propelling us towards the asteroid. And then for your other question, that's right, 38 seconds. So multiply that by 2, it's over 70 seconds. So over a minute round trip light time. But what you're really looking for is the time that the images are going to come back to Earth. And so there's close to 10 seconds of processing, 5 to 10 seconds of processing on top of the 38 seconds of it, just round trip light time. Sorry, one-way light time. Oh, round trip, one way.
So,
Go ahead.
Just to add, on impact day, at the moment of impact, just so you're not confused, you're going to hear messaging that we've lost radio contact, and there's still going to be images coming through and being displayed once per second for about 8 seconds, and those are images that are traveling through space, and they've hit the ground. We've detected that we've lost radio contact, but those images are still working themselves through the pipeline and being displayed. So when we kind of have some guidance to the team that just so that no one's celebrating too early, that we'll get that message of loss of contact, and we'll still be seeing it. And we're basically, you'll hear Lena will say impact, and she may put other words around it, but
hopefully yes.
But that's where we have very high confidence that we did hit the asteroid, and that we can let the guard down on the Mission Operations Center, and people can relax.
Yeah, and of course you will also see the images of Dimorphous, extremely close up. Our last image is probably going to be from about 2.5 seconds prior to impact. So the Draco field of view is actually going to be completely filled with this beautiful image of Dimorphous.
I do need to add one thing to that, since we're talking about that wonderful moment when impact will occur. The engineering team will be celebrating, and the astronomers at that moment will be saying, okay, time to get to work.
That's true. That is very true. This mission has two parts. The first part is hitting the asteroid. The next part is actually measuring what happens afterwards, as Tom said earlier.
So for those of you on the phone, the first person who wasn't Lena who spoke was Ed Reynolds, and the second person was Tom Statler, so you know who to attribute information to. With that, we will go to our next question, please.
Next is from Dan Bergano from Grid News. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks for the name identifications. Dan Vergano on Grid News. I'm wondering if the impact happens and Dimorphous is diverted, that 1% factor you talked about, what does it tell you about how much lead time or how much distance from Earth you need to deflect an asteroid about its size, moving about as fast as it is from hitting the Earth? And sort of a code of that question is, in terms of spotting those asteroids, what is the delay of NEO Surveyor now to at least 2 years or mean in terms of being able to spot these kind of things coming in? Thanks very much.
Okay, this is Lindley Johnson and Arctic, those two. As I said, it's very scenario dependent on what the lead time is and would be needed, and depending on the technique. As I said, that any technique that changes the speed of the asteroid in its orbit about the sun is a viable technique. It's just a question about how much you make that change. So a kinetic impactor of DART size, well, DART is specifically sized to have the desired effect on Dimorphous, which is a small moon. If we were faced with an asteroid in orbit about the sun heading towards Earth, it would depend on the size of the asteroid, how much we would need to hit it with. In the case of a kinetic impactor, it would probably need to be larger than DART. And we also might hit it with several kinetic impactors, each having its own, stepping down the speed of the asteroid to affect the change. Other techniques might take longer or shorter, depending on the size. So that is all the kinds of things that need to be assessed once we are dealing with an actual threat. The second question you had was with the budget reduction in the NEO Surveyor project. Currently, we have a budget that is over on the Hill for the appropriations. It will depend on what Congress does with that budget, of course. But that budget will allow us to launch not later than 2028 with NEO Surveyor. That's about a 2-year delay than what we were looking at earlier, but luckily time is somewhat on our side in this business. A asteroid impact is an extremely rare event. Maybe once a century is there any asteroid that we would really worry about and want to deflect, and only maybe once in 1,000 years an asteroid the size of Dimorphous on average. But the important thing is to get the capability up and find them. NEO Surveyor will be able to find the population of asteroids 140 meters and larger within about a 10-year period. And that's, a very short period in geologic time. And unless we happen to be particularly unlucky I'm not worried about an impact in that kind of a time frame. But it's something that we need to get done, and so that we know what's out there and know what's coming, and have adequate time to prepare for it.
All right, moving on to the next question.
Next question from Brett Tingley from space.com. Your line is open.
Hi, thanks for taking my question. I'm wondering, in the course of the development of the SmartNav, system and the trajectory correction systems, did you conduct any hardware testing, like flight tests, so to speak, or was it all completely computational? Thanks.
I think I'll take that one. Yes, we have done a lot of different flight tests. Okay, first, of course, we've done a lot of testing on the ground because you shouldn't fly anything that you haven't tested on the ground. And we did a lot of testing on the ground with computer simulations. But once we launched, we actually have done quite a few tests where we were looking at stars and trying to fool the SmartNav system that two stars right next to each other are Didymos and Dimorphos and tracking them. We conducted those tests. And then recently, and that's something that we published in the news recently, is that we've been watching the Jovian system, so Jupiter and its moons. And we actually watched Europa exit from behind Jupiter. And we fooled our SmartNav that Jupiter was Didymos and Europa was Dimorphos, and we actually watched the separation happen. And why that is important is because in the last 4 hours during our terminal phase, when the spacecraft is completely autonomous, we're going to watch Dimorphos emerge from behind Didymos. So we already trained the system to do this in flight. So we're looking forward to it. I think we can do it.
Thanks so much. Continuing with the phone lines. Next question, please.
Next question from Jeff Fausch from Space News. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. A couple quick questions, probably for Tom Statler. You talked about getting the measurement of the change in Dimorphos' orbit within days or weeks. Do you have a sort of a more specific estimate about how soon you might be able to know what the new orbit is? And then how quickly after the flyby do you expect to get images back from the LiCube spacecraft? Thanks.
Yeah, this is Tom. I'll take that. So I'll do this in reverse order. So LiCube is being controlled by Ozzy right now. They are testing out their systems, and they will be taking images as fast as they can, storing them on board. The rate at which they're able to download their images depends on their exact state after the flyby. It depends on the availability of the Deep Space Network, and the Deep Space Network helps to communicate with and navigate with everything in deep space, and we have a lot of things in deep space, and we may have more things in deep space soon. But OSSI will be prioritizing early download of the images that have the best chance of showing us that we have a confirmed impact and the ejecta plume from that impact. But the data rate will be fairly slow, and so I don't think we should be expecting more than a couple of images per day on average coming back from LishaCube. Now, on the other question, you were asking me to predict when we're going to get the first indication of the orbit change. I think it's fair to say that different parts of the investigation team have their own ideas about that, and they're competing with each other. I think the optical observers and the radar observers have a friendly rivalry to see who's going to get it first. I don't want to get into the middle of that debate, but I think I would be surprised if we had a firm measurement of the period change in less than a few days, and I would be really surprised if it took more than 3 weeks. But what that says is, again, we're doing the test because we want to understand how this asteroid is going to react, and we really don't know until we do the experiment.
Great. We will move on to the next question, please.
Next question from Alexandra Whitsey from Nature Magazine. Your line is open.
Hi, this is for Lindley. I want to follow up on the NEO surveyor question if I could. How much would NEO surveyor need to be allocated by Congress in this funding round to make it back onto a 2026 launch?
So we do have basic information about that, Alex. So why don't I follow up with you offline, and I will get you what information we can, okay? Thanks. So though I'll give you an opportunity to ask a different question right now if you want, since I know you've been in the queue.
No, my others have been taken. Thank you.
Great, Alex. I'll follow up with you. Fantastic. Let us go on to the next question then.
Next question from Marcia Smith from spacepolicyonline.com. Your line is open.
Thanks so much. I was wondering if someone could provide a little more detail on what you expect to see from Hubble, JWST, and Lucy. I think someone mentioned that you'd be looking for images or some other spectra of the dust that might come up from the impact, but what exactly are you looking for, and what different wavelengths will each of these be looking at? I guess Hubble looks invisible and JWST and infrared, and what about Lucy? And how far from JWST will DART be?
Tom Staller.
I can take some of that, but that's wow, that's quite an oral exam you gave me. I'm not going to remember all of those numbers, so I'll have to get that to you after the fact offline. So Hubble will be observing. So Hubble and JWST and Lucy will be observing starting before the impact to some number of hours, a varying number of hours after the impact. And I should back up 1.5 steps because, of course, as I said, the most important observations are those that tell us the period change of Dimorphos. But observing what's going on just in the first few hours after the impact, what we're looking for there is an overall brightening of the whole system, indicating how much dust and other debris got kicked up, because that ejecta goes into space and it is also lit up by the sun, just increases the total amount of surface area of stuff that's shining in the sunlight. And just being able to measure how much that brightening happens and when does it happen is a measure of something about the consistency of the material that was lofted up and how much there was. So all of these telescopes are going to be observing over that time. Hubble, I'm pretty sure, is observing in the optical region of the spectrum. Hubble is going around the Earth, and so half of the time it's behind the Earth. So Hubble won't actually catch the exact moment of impact. That's okay because we don't really expect anything to be really observable from the exact moment of impact. But Hubble observations will start about 15 minutes after the impact. JWST, because it has to readjust periodically to pick up new guide stars, may not be observing again at the exact moment of impact, but will pick up just a few minutes afterward. And Lucy will be observing from roughly twice as far away as the Earth is from DART and Didymos, from a different direction. Lucy will be observing with its LORI imager, which is very similar to Draco, actually, and it's only a 4-inch telescope, and so it will see very faint object brightening. LORI is also an optical imager. JWST, I would have to go and check with my colleagues to find out exactly which instrument and which camera, which wavelengths it's observing at.
And I can follow up with you offline again and see what information we can get you. But for everybody, if you check out nasa.gov/DART, we are going to be updating as soon as we get imagery and we find out more about it. We'll be putting things up there. And it looks like Lena has a follow-up.
I was going to give a number, which was we're going to be impacting Dimorphos at 7 million miles from Earth. So you can imagine that JWST and Hubble are going to be in that vicinity in terms of the distances.
Yeah, well, JWST is at the L2 point, which is a million miles out. So subtract a million miles and 5.8.
Yeah, so here miles. You go. You're welcome.
All right, we will take the next question, please.
Next question is from Alicia Sowers from Mashable. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. I think this is for Ed. I'm wondering in terms of Monday, what's your probability calculation for hitting or not hitting the target? I'm just trying to better understand how likely it is that it will hit Dimorphos. And then if you could indulge us, what part of the event leading up to the impact really concerns you the most? And it's sort of like keeping you up at night as we get closer to it.
Let me start the last question first. So what concerns me the most is the weekend. So there are 44 people in the mock, and they're all, each one has a level of criticality, so as we go into the weekend, especially like Friday and Saturday, it's like you just want the team to stay safe, and so we built DART in the middle of a pandemic. We're still in the middle of a pandemic, and so you just want to make sure people are not getting sick or having family in distress with other issues. So the thing that I would like to see Monday morning is we have a fully populated mock and everyone is healthy and well rested and in the right frame of mind. So with regard to probability of hitting, we've been doing, since we've launched, almost continuously we do mission simulations, and we don't do them in a vacuum. We actually do a lot of measurements in space with the spacecraft. Like we point it to the exact attitude that we're going to be in terminal, and we do things like, let's do a lot of thrusting just because we have big long solar arrays, and let's see how they behave, and we collect that data, and then we take that data and we fold it back into our models, and we continue to do mission simulations with the new data and refining it. And Lena had talked about parameters, and so a lot of these, we don't do simulations just to do simulations. We do it to learn and to figure out what are the best parameters to have on the spacecraft as we begin. And as we kind of, the Dimorphos and Didymos, Dimorphos begins to reveal itself and how the algorithm behaves to what's revealed, we're going to get maybe some insight as to, hey, that looks like the mission sims that we did like 3 months ago. And so it's kind of a good place to really go and look at, how everything's behaving, and should we adjust a parameter. And so we're, with all of this rehearsal and with all these measurements, we're in a very, very good place to do this Monday's event. That said, Dimorphos is just barely over 100 meters in diameter. It's not very big. We're at 14,000 miles per hour. We're approaching something that we've never seen before. So, to quote the past, we do things because they're hard. We're at the point where technology is emerging so that we can use these emerging technologies to protect ourselves against these threats. And so that's why the T in DART is test. And so it's test and learn, and I think we've prepared ourselves for this moment. But I don't worry about the spacecraft. I don't worry about the algorithm. They're not what keep me up at night. I worry about my team. I worry about my daughters. And so I think we're ready.
Great, thank you so much. We are going to try and get to as many questions as we can, and we'll go to the next one, please.
Next question is from Tim Fernholz from Quartz. Your line is open.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, my question has been asked. Thanks.
So I think we can move on then, but thank you.
We'll move to the next question. Jake Robbins from the We Martians podcast. Your line is open.
Hey there, thanks for taking the question. I'm just wondering about the AutoNav software. How much of that software was created brand new for DART, and how much of it is legacy software that maybe comes from other missions? I don't know if it's New Horizons or something similar.
I can answer that. We actually created the software specifically for DART. It does not come from other missions. Smart navigation is based on some of the algorithms that are used in the missile world, just because, they're also interested in hitting small things in space. But this is the first use in space, and we had to change a lot of things to actually make it flyable.
Thanks so much. And on to the next question, please.
The next question is from Kenneth Chang from New York Times. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. So now it's hit other DoD space successfully with Deep Impact and LOS. So I was wondering, how much harder is this one? Is it a lot harder because you haven't seen Dimorphos yet?
Oh, I'll take this one. Yeah, you're spot on. It is extremely hard for multiple reasons. Deep Impact and other missions, they really are looking at the asteroid. The sizes of those asteroids are much, much larger than what we're going to be hitting with DART. We don't really know what the shape of the asteroid is. We don't see it until the last hour, and that point is just a pixel in the field of view. I mean, at 3 minutes prior to impact, 2 minutes prior to impact, it is 42 pixels in size. That is, and you're moving extremely fast, and at that point you cannot really send any commands in. So your system has to be very, very precise in how it's controlling the spacecraft, what information we're taking in from all the different sensors on the spacecraft, in addition to the telescope itself. So yeah, it's a little different.
All right, we have 4 more questions we'll be taking. We may go a little past the hour, though we might try to be quick on our answers if we can. Going on to the next question.
The next question is from Asia Farrington from KEB 9 News. Your line is open.
Hi, thank you. So you mentioned that it could take anywhere from days to weeks to figure out if this mission is successful. If it is successful, are there any plans to build more DART spacecraft for future use or for even future tests for larger asteroids?
This is Lindley. I'll take that. For the spacecraft part of the mission, we'll know immediately if it's successful, because it will have hit the asteroid. What Tom was referring to earlier was the observations that have to be taken to determine just how much effect it had on the orbit of the asteroid, which could take days or weeks. As far as if this is a successful, or is we're going to build a fleet of DART spacecraft or something like that, well, this is just the first test of a technique to divert an asteroid. We want to test other techniques. I mentioned the gravity tractor and some other things earlier. But also, as I mentioned, an asteroid impact, a threatening asteroid, is a quite rare event. We don't know when the next one is going to be, which is why we have to be looking for them to determine that. But our strategy is to find that population out there with a mission like NEO Surveyor and know where all the potential hazards are, and then have sufficient time to then build the right actually campaign of missions to go out there. One of the first missions we would probably do is what we call a characterization mission, send the spacecraft out for at least a rapid flyby of the asteroid, so we get a really good idea of what it is we're dealing with, so we're not having to do like DART is and not even see its target until almost before it hits it. And then be able to decide what is going to be the best technique to use against this asteroid. No, we won't have a standing fleet of DART spacecraft. Besides, when the next threat comes, technology will probably have moved on, and 30, 40 years from now, who can imagine what technology we might have available to deflect an asteroid.
Great, thank you. We will move on to the next question.
The next question is from Sabrina Ortiz from ZDNet. Your line is open.
Thank you so much. Just to clarify, will there be 2 live stream events that the public can watch, and are they happening at the same time? So the Draco images on NASA TV, and will the live video be on nasa.gov.live? And if both of them are happening at the same time, which would you recommend they tune into?
All right, let me clarify. Both are actually on NASA TV. However, one is on the media channel. So the quiet live feed of the Draco camera is starting at 5:30 p.m., I'm sorry, and it will be on our NASA media channel. The broadcast starts at 6 p.m., goes till 8 p.m. Did I get that right? No, 7:30, I'm sorry. Goes to 7:30, and it is also on NASA TV. I just gave the URL, which is nice and simple to find, which is nasa.gov/live. And I can't tell you which one to watch, except we're putting a lot of work into that broadcast, and I know it's going to be great. So that's my suggestion. Then we will have that imagery from the Draco camera as part of that broadcast as well, so you get a twofer by watching the broadcast. All right, we'll go to the next question.
The next question is from John Kelby from The Independent. Your line is open.
Hey, great. Thank you very much. You did hit on some of these elements, but I was hoping we could kind of bring the threads together. I presume that if there were a threatening asteroid right now, you wouldn't feel confident building just a scaled-up DART to do a deflection mission. So what are some of the specific things you'd like to learn from DART that would, leave you with the confidence to make a kinetic impactor mission that could actually deflect an asteroid really threatening Earth? And are there any already known limitations on that? For instance, is that not the route you would use to deflect, say, a comet, but you would a smaller asteroid? Thank you.
Let me try to answer real quickly part of that question, and that is about the spacecraft operations and such. DART, will demonstrate the technology that could be used, the autonomous navigation capability, smart nav, and having a camera like Draco on board. So the sort of the end-to-end system of the spacecraft will give us confidence that such a spacecraft could be built if there were a threatening asteroid discovered. The rest of your question is sort of dependent upon the characterizations of an asteroid. I don't know, Tom, if you want to add anything about that. we do need to learn more about the population of asteroids out there.
Yeah, I can take a little bit of that. I mean, yes, we need to know more about the populations, and so this is where where NEO surveyor will be tremendously important, not just to find that population, to understand what is the range of different properties. As far as the DART outcome goes, I know that one of the things that I would like to know is the outcome from the DART experiment in line with what we expected on physical grounds, on simulation grounds, beforehand, because if it turns out that our expectations for how a solid object would behave, for example, ends up being very much in line with the way a real asteroid behaves, that means our physics is pretty good and we can use that to predict what we would do in a new situation. On the other hand, if the asteroid responds to the DART impact in a way that's totally unexpected, that might actually send us back to reconsider whether, to what extent kinetic impact is really generally usable. So we certainly hope to learn as much as we can. And being surprised is a good thing, because that's when you learn stuff, when your expectations are not met. So the DART experiment is going to be very exciting. As a scientist, I fully hope to be surprised by the results of the experiment, although as a planetary defender, I don't want to be too surprised.
Yeah, so I'll add just one more thing. There have been a lot of lessons learned for DART and for the operations team of how we would actually operate a mission like this, because the way it was designed was that it had a lot of other technologies demonstrating as well, and we would really design it for the kinetic impact in a way where we have many more guidance and control sensors that would be able to tell us more about the system. We would not have large floppy arrays because we want to keep the spacecraft as lean and as trim as possible. Also, we might want to go faster instead of bringing more mass. So these are all different things that you would have to study depending on what you want to do for real.
All right, thank you. We have 2 more questions. I'm going to take one more on the phone line, and then we'll take one in the room. So phone line, next question.
Thank you. And the last question is from Sarah Lang from Christian Science Monitor. Your line is open.
Hi, I'd like to ask, and this can be for anyone, you to articulate what feels the most innovative about this approach to NASA scientists. I mean, being the first planetary defense mission that's been conducted. And does it open the door for future opportunities within this field?
Anyone?
You know, I'm kind of the layperson of the group here. So the thing I found the most interesting is just the test itself. So if you just went and hit an asteroid out in space, you'd hit it, you'd change its velocity by 1%. But the problem is with the trajectory and what we know about that asteroid, the uncertainty is so great that you would not be able to measure that 1%. The unique thing about this approach is the moon. You've got a moon asteroid around a bigger asteroid. You can measure the period of the asteroid very precisely, and we're like 11 hours and 55 minutes. And you can get that looking at light curves. And then you hit it, you change its velocity, you change its orbit period. We think we're going to change it about 10 minutes. Our requirement's about 73 seconds, but we actually think we're going to change it by about 10 minutes. Looking at the light curve, you can measure that very precisely. And so it's just the whole unique aspect of this whole test that is, to me, it's like just when I first heard about it, and I knew about the error bars on asteroids and their orbits, and then I heard the whole moon approach, I thought it was brilliant.
Great, thank you so much. Oh, you want to add more? Tom Statler?
This is Tom. Let me go after the broader picture of how it's innovative, because we haven't had an opportunity to say that yet. We are moving an asteroid. We are changing the motion of a natural celestial body in space. Humanity has never done that before. And this is stuff of science fiction books and really corny episodes of Star Trek from when I was a kid. And now it's real. And that's kind of astonishing that we are actually doing that, and what that bodes for the future of what we can do, as well as our discussions of what as humanity we should do. It opens up an amazing frontier that is very exciting.
And also just how exciting it is for the public, right? To be able to, here's a mission that you can really get behind and really can understand very easily, and just how fun it is to move an asteroid in space.
All right, we're going to end with one last question in the room. If you'd identify yourself too, please.
Hi, I'm Zach Savitsky from Science Magazine. Tom, just following up on your answer from previous, do you have any, or can you elaborate on how NeoSurveyor could tell us about the internal structure and composition of potentially hazardous asteroids? And are there any plans for doing that sort of assessment prior to future kinetic impacts?
So NeoSurveyor would give us part of the story, because NeoSurveyor, when it flies, will give us the ability to, first of all, find lots of objects, and secondly, measure their sizes directly, which we haven't had an opportunity to do. And you combine that with regular optical telescope data, then you very quickly get the distribution of reflectivities for all of these objects. So you get immediately a survey of sort of different mineralogical types in a very, very rough way. Then, if you're ever in a situation where you need to respond to a dangerous object, the most important thing you would need to know would be the mass. Now, if we have by that time also really good information from other missions on how mineralogical types correspond with density, then knowing the density and the volume, the size gives you mass, and maybe that helps you respond in a way that may not be quite so reliant on sending a reconnaissance flyby, for example. But every piece of information is a partial step to where you really want to be, but it's definitely a contributor, even though it wouldn't be the answer to all of our questions.
Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to everybody for joining us today. We are going
Okay, a couple things at the top. So yesterday, the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, a non-profit organization representing more than 60,000 physicians, sounded the alarm about a nationwide abortion ban proposed by Republican officials. That would put doctors in jail for providing women with essential health care. Under Senator Graham's ban, doctors and providers could be criminalized and sent to jail for performing an abortion to save a woman's health, providing an abortion to a woman carrying a fetus with little to no chance of survival, offering critical care in the event of a miscarriage, or even treating a rape or incest survivor who has not complied with medically unnecessary delays or reporting requirements. The ACOG found that bills like Senator Graham's have no basis in science, that doctors would become less skilled if such a ban was in effect, and would interfere with patients' ability to get timely and critical medical care. Now, separately, Jen Klein, the Director of White House Gender Policy, released a memo discussing how, if passed and enacted, this bill would create a nationwide health crisis, threatening the health and lives of women in all 50 states. I've said it before and I'll keep saying it again. This extreme national ban and plan to criminalize doctors is wildly out of step with American people, and President Biden and Vice President Harris will continue to do everything in their power to protect women's reproductive rights and expand access to health care. Today, the White House hosted a Recovery Month summit and announced over $1.5 billion in funding to beat the opioid crisis and support people in recovery across the United States. This funding go to life-saving programs and policies like expanding access to the medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder, to distribute naloxone, to prevent overdoses, and programs to prevent substance use in our communities. President Biden recognizes the devastating impact the overdose epidemic has had on our nation, reaching large cities, small towns, tribal lands, and every community in between. That's why in his first State of the Union, he made beating the opioid crisis a key pillar of his unity agenda. Our major pillars of work to combat, other major pillars of work to combat this crisis include the Treasury Department's efforts to sanction traffickers and disrupt the global drug trade, and expanding access to programs and treatments for people in need. To support these and other efforts, President Biden's fiscal year 2023 budget request calls for a historic investment of $42.5 billion for national drug control agencies. Tonight, as you all know, we will be welcoming Sir Elton John, the President and the First Lady. They look forward to hosting him at the White House for a spectacular performance on the South Lawn. The President and the First Lady will celebrate the vast contributions Sir Elton has made across his lifetime as an artist and an advocate, and they are particularly thrilled to welcome to the White House an audience of around 2,000 fans and comprised of teachers and nurses, frontline workers, mental health advocates, students, LGBTQ+ advocates, and so many others. Tonight's performance has been organized and in collaboration with and is paid for by the A&E and History channels, network channels, and will air on television at a later date. Now, this is, I think I could speak for the entire press team. This is a very sad day for the press team. It is finally happening. We are losing today, but not really losing, but Chris is leaving us today. Today is his last day at the White House as part of the press team, and we are also sad, as I said, to see him go. But we are also thrilled that he is staying in the Biden family and will be starting as the assistant to the Secretary of Public Affairs at the Department of Defense in the coming